in the week and then a little bit quieter. So kind of stunk missing it, but got the stink bids, got some NVIDIA, got that Meta, obviously got the Tesla 222, and that was it because I'd already bought some Bitcoin. So maybe let's get to the desk, talk a little bit about the futures, which
Bitcoin's the one not really
went
bouncing.
green.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's not doing anything.
I know.
Boo, Bitcoin. Do something. I wish I had the do something button. I don't have that one.
Yeah, I do. All right, we'll go back.
All right, guys, 56.40. That's where we closed out yesterday, or not yesterday, Friday on the ES March contract. The overnight high is right that 50-point level, 49, 56.49, the overnight high. If we can take 50, then we'll look at 56.75 as resistance. If we have trouble with 50, we're going to look to the overnight low, 55.99, essentially 5,600 as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Absolutely free every single day. All you need is your email address. Has everything on it you need to know before we come on at 8:30. Broadcom moving around right now, just seeing AVGO downside. Not a huge move, about 0.5% here. Just went 196 down through 194. Apparently Google has tagged MediaTek for cheaper AI chips. So again, Google tapping MediaTek for cheaper AI chips. So AVGO just took a bit of a dump there. Let's talk about NVIDIA here to kick things off. Going to be in focus most of the week. I mean, let's be honest, probably today and tomorrow, and then you don't really hear much after that. It's usually the first day. Yeah. We get the keynote speech. Keynote tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern from Jensen.
We can get some wild cards because the 20th we got quantum, so we'll be out looking for those quantum names. Let's talk about what we're expecting today. So NVIDIA's GTC conference focuses on AI and quantum computing, but a key under the radar development, Brendo, is emerging as a very important issue here. Data center networking technology, that's what they're going to be talking about on the first and second days, apparently. And so NVIDIA is basically discussing this CPO technology to improve AI server connectivity with lower power consumption. CPO is part of NVIDIA's expansion into Ethernet networking technology, an area that basically had been kind of left behind until this point. The impact of this, so CPO could reduce demand for optical transceivers, which are used in fiber optic networks. Some major transceiver companies we're talking about here, Applied Optoelectronics goes under the ticker AAOI. There's also Coherent, COHR, and LITE. All have seen stock declines, Brendo, ahead of the conference as a result of this technology.
We'll see what we learn coming up today and tomorrow from NVIDIA. But already, guys, 1.5% here to try and lead things to get things going on Monday.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, leading is the right word. You know, it's the leader. And it looks like it, well, obviously it wasn't here on Friday, but it broke out last week's highs on Friday, which is pretty much all you can ask for. We show the futures chart where you had a distinct top that got made early in the week after the bottom, and not many things broke back out, but NVIDIA absolutely did, made the low, broke it out once, broke it out twice. So there's a few places I like it here today because you can be at 118 and still be holding well above that last week top, excluding the Friday. So you got 18. I think locally here, because clearly when you're at 123, you can't be thinking about 118 unless disaster strikes. You got prior highs sitting at 122 and then afternoon support at the 120 level that I'm going to like. So those are the two places that I want to look at here today. It'll be under VWAP, which anytime it's under VWAP on a dip in a strong market, then I understand if I believe it's a long over the Friday highs, then it's patience if it loses a pre-market low. But if it just sits there holding VWAP, it's join the trend and play off that later on in the week. Oh, Intel's going to be on. Hey, Intel's got its own thing next. I don't have to talk about that one yet.
Yeah, Intel is there too. We have NVIDIA marked down here. I mean, it's the same old, man. I mean, we just continue to trade 120 long with the GTC this week. It's been a huge name. It's great off that bottom there. Let's wait to see what happens with NVIDIA today. I mean, it's going to be the number one idea. If it falls back into 120, that would be fantastic. I mean, that's the levels that we're going to wait for. We'll be patient to see what happens off the open. But again, like held all afternoon, does have an opportunity to come right back in. It's not like the others, though, where you move like, I mean, this on some of the days, sure, but that's only $3 or $4 there. Like Tesla will move $15 or $20. Like this name's going to have a big move to get like into a load up area right off the jump. So we'll have to wait to see, but the 200 period right now at 122.50, definitely looking long. I mean, I don't see any reason not to. The market right here is falling back in. Nvidia's kind of like hold my beer. So I definitely like this play. I don't think the breakout is the right play here early because you could still get faded out. So yeah, for me right here, that's 120. It's not too far. 122 is that top. So that's what I'm initially going to look at here, 122, see if we can hold that. But the thing is, you don't want to get too caught up in this play. So let's just wait to see what happens with Nvidia. I mean, yesterday was a huge week. I think we were 4 for 5 on the week. So let's just keep those good flows going. It's the futures really that's going to matter, right? I mean, if the futures pull back into VWAP, then we will get some of those levels that we like. And I do think that that's imminent. So let's wait to see what happens down here. Right before the number came out, retail numbers down here on the futures, 19,670. So, you know, we liked 19,600 last week, Joe and I. We'll see if it can hold that level, but right into their 19,670, the area for the futures. So if we do get a drop into that, we'll be playing off there. It might be an easy trade to make the Qs earlier on, so we'll wait. Like if we hold VWAP again, that's going to be right back into some of these pre-market levels, 61, 61.50. So yeah, excited to see what these futures bring. We have to hold those levels before we get long Nvidia. We don't need to chase that stock. So we'll just wait for it. Yeah, SOXL, SMH, all of that. Brendan brought up Broadcom, so lots of stuff happening. Intel, of course, will be along.
Intel, let's go to it. Yeah, 2 days in a row here. We're looking at 3. We're actually higher up here this morning on this daily chart. So the new CEO euphoria continues here for Intel. Day 1 in office today for the new guy.
Yeah, really interesting to see how he plans to take care of some of the problems that they have there. So he's planning major staff cuts to eliminate what he calls bloating in middle-level management. He also seeks to restructure Intel's AI strategy and manufacturing operations. Some things that he wants to basically secure. He wants to secure major clients right off the bat. He wants NVIDIA, Google, and Broadcom to help improve the 18A manufacturing process that he's basically looking to use for his next major hedge, which is that Panther Lake chip. We'll have to see how that all works out. They want to release it hopefully in 2027, Brendo. So lots of work to do for the new guy.
Yeah, that being said, there's not a heck of a lot of volume here, a little bit less even than the past couple of days, guys, behind this move, but we are gapping up once again.
Well, the stairs are leading up, and you know, they got the new CEO while it was gone, but that was the expectation that you could see finally get a bump. It just regained the 200 period moving average. It obviously ended the week pretty strong. I like the fact, I should say, that there was a bit of a consolidative top there at that 200 at about $24 that you saw on Friday. Like it just held the top end of the range. And when you do that, I mean, I'm always going to like the continuation play in a situation like that. After you get gap up, strong, consolidation day, look for the continuation. That leads you to a lot of places on Intel. Now, the 24 where there was buying in the afternoon Friday, and then the top as well, like this 24.3. Like you have high, and then holding VWAP. So it gives you a couple places to look for that trend. If it's losing $24, that's a little bit of a different story because I think it'll require some patience. And even if it's an inside day, I know the volume's not as big as it would have been pre-market the last couple of sessions, but there's still a few million shares in volume here on Intel. So while it's in play, Intel looks good for a continuation.
Yeah, look, I have Intel written down here at $24. I mean, if it comes back into Friday's close, we like the stock. It's already up today. So this one's probably the first long that we'll get involved with down here, 24. If it holds it, it holds it. I was going to say that 23.50 is what I wrote down on the sticky note as our ultimate out, but I think this is the play that'll most likely hit. I mean, again, the market has to fall back a little bit, but I think this 24 is good. I'm already bidding 24. I'm bidding 24.11s right now. So, I mean, again, like the stock. I'm not too excited that this is the first day for the new CEO. For me, that's relatively, I don't know. We got to give these guys at least 2 quarters. I think you're seeing that with Chipotle and stuff too. So with new CEO, but $24 is where the 50 period, the 200 period, on the 5-minute chart lies. The 50 period's at 24.20s. So I'm trying to play in the middle here. Let's just see if it holds. If we break, that's 23.50 right there. So if you break 23.50, then I think we can just say forget about it, and then we'll wait for this low there, 23. So yeah, a little bit of a flow back in. I really like $24 to come in again. what poll? You already voted 15%. It was whatever I voted for. Yeah, so as soon as it came up, I voted. I mean, I don't think the SPY is going to drop too much further than we even have right now. So I'm pretty happy with what we're doing. We've been buying the SPY all last week. It's the only thing that we've been buying. We bought that in JP Morgan. So we're really loading up on the index, and so far so good there. So I don't even know if I'm in the money, but we'll wait to see. I think the NASDAQ is the one, not the S&P. I think the NASDAQ is the one that's going to be more volatile, obviously, with some of these Mag 7 names getting thrown around. So I like the S&P 500. There's many green shoots out here, right? I mean, we'll just wait to see if it can pick up. It's not all sectors are getting crushed. It's just right now the tech feels the worst.
If you look at this poll, that means 20. So because 11% are saying 35%, 12% are saying 50%. So the 23%, 1 in 4 of you guys think the market's going to go down by at least 35%. I think 25%.
Those are just bears. They don't actually.
Isn't crazy. Although if you think you made a temporary bottom in here, here's the thing: you could easily make a temp bottom, regain the highs, and then do another drop. I think that's a little bit more likely than straight from here going down. But yeah, good poll. I mean, I voted for the same thing. 50% think it's 15%. I'm in that boat, but we'll find out. I know one name that's not going up today, and that's Affirm. Not good. Not good.
All right.
To bounce, kind of. Still 7%, though, to the downside. If you missed it this morning, Klarna partnering up with OnePay to exclusively offer month-to-month payments for Walmart. So Affirm step aside here in a pretty big way.
Yeah, and they're doing it right ahead of their planned IPO launch, Brendo. So getting that big client before they go into the public market. So as you mentioned, Klarna replaces Affirm as Walmart's sole buy now, pay later provider. The service will be available in stores and online using fintech startup OnePay, which is owned by Walmart, as Brendo mentioned. They're going to offer 3 to 36 month terms with interest rates ranging between 10 and 36%. The full rollout expected to be by the holiday season. As I mentioned, Klarna preparing for its U.S. IPO. Basically, it's had a roller coaster valuation. I know that we were really overvalued in 2021, but listen to this, Brendo. $46 billion valuation back at the height of the pandemic. $15 billion today, so not even half. We'll have to wait and see what they actually get to market for, but anticipating that.
Yeah, as you said, one of the most hyped in the last little while IPOs potentially to come through this year.
Finally, we get an IPO worth its size or with any kind of size. Been waiting around. I don't know the exact date yet, and we will get those details eventually. But I think it'll be a good one to trade. Like, you can't promise where it'll go up because you never know where it's going to actually open. There's no way to spin this as good news for Affirm. However, it did manage to bounce off sort of last week's 44 bottom and get to the upside. So it's not going to be any SSR bounce play at the open because it's not down 10% at the open. It's only down 7%. But you do have some interesting resistance all the way up to like 50. It's hard for me to imagine it goes green today on this type of news. So I kind of look at, let me zoom it in so you can see like that 200 period moving average is just, it was riding it all last week. Like just every single close or open was just barely above, and that's at 47 where we sit right now. I think that's the area to work off of. When I sat down, 45 looked like it was a good level. Now you look at 47 as well. I think those are the places I would want to fade. If it goes green, I think that's shocking, and it's a squeeze. If on that news it breaks out last week's highs, it's probably just a straight squeeze, and I will have shorted it at some point before then anyways. But yeah, I can't spin this as good news for them. As long as we're underneath the 200 period in that 47 at the open, I want to be looking for shorts on Affirm. But excited for the IPO of Klarna. I feel like that's going to be a good volume event whenever it does happen.
Yeah, I was just fooling around with some charts here. All right, so AFRM. Look, it's a great bounce. I actually wanted to check out what the short float here was on Affirm, because that's always been a story. of ours, AFRM. I know it's got under control a little bit. Yeah, it's only 4% right now. So 4.4%. So that's not going to be a big enough reason for that. Look, I think it is a little bit of a game changer there. More competition coming in is not going to be great. Now they get public money as well. You know, and as Klarna comes and gives us bad numbers, that should affect Affirm and vice versa. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. This is another big name here. I prefer Robinhood. I know it's not the same business at all, but just in sort of like a new fintech sort of name. I never loved the buy now, pay later business. So I won't be investing in Klarna either, but Affirm's been a good stock. It's just, let me check AFRM. I just wanted to see what we were doing on a you know, a bigger time frame here, because I don't want to get too carried away with where we've been coming from, right? And so Affirm, like $15 bottom, the low of the 52-week low today, 22.25, so nowhere near that, and the high of 82.53. So you're kind of just stuck in the middle, right? Affirm's had a wild ride, so if you're looking to invest in Klarna or anything like that, this is kind of what you should expect. Affirm comes into this market at $90, goes all the way up here to $180. There's no splits involved here. And then all the way from $180 all the way down to $10. Like, that's pretty disgusting, right? And so I'm going to wait to see what happens with Klarna. But for right now, you're trying to base out a little bit. For me, this looks like good longs, and we're getting ready for that. So if you believe in the company, this on the weekly chart, you're at the 200, you're at the 50, and it looks like you might be able to find some support here. So yeah, breaking a little bit higher now. Play this pullback. If you like the stock, I think it's a buy down here. I don't love the business. So, but I guess there's a lot of people using it, right? I mean, iPhone's at $1,700. I mean, anything you're buying right now seems to be super expensive. So I can understand why there is this buy now, pay later, and they can continue to charge, you know, ridiculous amounts of interest for that. And I don't think their delinquencies are that high. So Affirm, so far so good there. Down today on that Klarna news, might be a good time to pick it up, especially on the daily here at your 200 period moving average. So $45, maybe worth a shot.
I were just talking about this ultimate averaging up trade that strategy continues to average into 310 I saw more Bitcoin added to their pocket going back the past 2 weeks for them.
You think they'd be out of the money, at least like close to break even, something like that. But let's talk about what they're actually at. So their unrealized gains from Bitcoin have fallen just below 9 billion, obviously due to Bitcoin's price struggles back in November before that big boy breakout that we got into that $100,000 level. They had a little over $10 billion in unrealized profit. So not really much different from now previous to the election. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Bitcoin is trading below or at that $84,000 level, with technicians saying resistance, a key resistance level around 87,000. Analysts also highlight 81,400 as a crucial support level. I tend to feel it's more around that 70s area. And the recent drop in Bitcoin coincides with investor anticipation of the Federal Reserve's interest rate decision, Brendo, which we're expecting this week.
MSTR still crazy volatile, obviously, but I've been trying to hold here higher, guys. That was a huge day on Friday for this one.
That was a nice move back here in Bitcoin. Yeah. Bitcoin went down into, I almost typed in MSFT. I did actually. Bitcoin went down into 73, 74,000. We didn't get quite that low. I think we bottomed out at 76 and change. So MSTR comes the next couple days and just starts to blast off higher. I mean, Michael Saylor has just basically held fort here and saying they're just buying all the dips, and they will go bankrupt or be the first $1 trillion Bitcoin company. So we're going to wait to see if that winds up happening. I mean, you just got to believe in Bitcoin. Then you have this levered trust, and that's all that this is. Every time they raise capital, they did it last week. They go in there and they buy more Bitcoin, as Sharif mentioned there. Average price, I thought, was around 60 and change right there. So we'll have to wait to see where MSTR winds up going. But yeah, I don't know if you either like the stock or you don't, but right now down 1%. I think it's great to trade. There are some ETFs there that'll get you a little bit of a better price than 294 levered ETFs. But for me, I think you just keep on watching crypto, right, and watch Bitcoin. We don't trade MSTR enough on here. Maybe we should. At the end of the day, I like kind of trading the exchange here. I think Coinbase makes money no matter what, but they've been hit really bad as well in this recent turnaround. So these are just names where I think if you really do believe in the NASDAQ, there's so much juice here. Like 180, these bottoms, I'm not invested into Coinbase at all. It was a play that I liked. It was one of the top ones for the year for me because I just didn't want to pick Bitcoin. I still like Bitcoin, obviously, and I think that this down here at 182 is probably a buy, especially if you believe the price of BTC goes higher. That's all you have to be as a bull. And if you are, then Coinbase and MSTR are buys. If you're not, I would wait for it to settle down, get that moment of like capitulation down to 73 again. Not again, but if we ever get down to that 73, then I think that there's something to talk about with Bitcoin. So for right now, this is that daily chart. This is what I think everyone's waiting to see what happens if we get back down into here.
Yep.
We didn't even we got kind of close there. I don't know if you were here. No, yeah, that would be, yeah, because this is 7 days. So yeah, that would be a big flush there. That was probably that Monday or Tuesday. So yeah, gonna have to wait for this level one more time. I'd like to see it hold. I just think you're underneath the 200 period average right now. So yeah, Bitcoin's at actually a pretty interesting level with not too much talk anymore about the strategic reserve.
Yeah,
I don't know. We'll wait. My biggest fear about the strategic reserve is that the next administration can just get rid of it. So it's not a law or anything. So we'll just have to wait to see what winds up happening with it. It's 4 years from now. Yeah. Doesn't it feel like Trump has been in office already like 3 years?
A lot has happened.
Just like so many things have happened here in like 45 days or maybe a little more than that. So I don't know. We're still, I feel like we're early days.
We're in like the first, second inning here.
It's weird to say that about Bitcoin, but I think it's true.
But I'm disappointed in Bitcoin. I think what's interesting to me today is Friday's high. Regardless, I don't care whether you look at IBIT or Bitcoin, it's obvious, right? Like you look at Friday's high, you were breaking out of the range that was on the week, and now you've gapped back underneath it. Meanwhile, when we're looking at the NASDAQ, you got to the tops and we're kind of holding at some of those highs, but you're holding a little bit lower on Bitcoin. So look, if the market bounces and holds green and Bitcoin doesn't get back to 84, 85, I turn pretty short-term bearish again, I think, on this. And the one name I'm looking at right now is like Mara. Like if that were to happen and we get a sell event, Mara $12 looks like a pretty good, I mean, it's held this pretty decently last
The market
event.
just went red.
If we show some weakness here today, you've been getting bounces off the $12 level on Mara, like almost like 5 or 6 times down here. So I think that would be possible if we get some dumping this week in Bitcoin.
I have some bad news.
You're red.
Yep, the market just turned red, both on the NASDAQ and on the ES. So those of us that were sort of waiting for a pullback, maybe right off open, seems like it's already happening. And just similar to last week when we traced all that PPI, CPI numbers, and then for some reason withstood the worst number of them all, the consumer's confidence from Michigan Sentiment. For some reason, we sort of bounced off that. But right now, NASDAQ downside. Part of that story, Broadcom. Brendan, what was that Broadcom story? I know these guys are busy over there, but Broadcom,
Google
right now down. Is there Google News? Okay.
Well, no, it was they're choosing. Well, basically, Google's choosing someone else.
Okay, other than Broadcom. Okay, yeah, because that's not going to be good for these guys looking to lose 180 here. 180 is still 5% more. But you lose, whoa, shoot. Damn it, these charts, man, it gets me every time. If we lose this 180 here, a lot of wick bottom support, right? So I think that this could be a decent trade as traders panic through on this. Down 4%, we could get some massive selling off the open. I would say watch out for this 178 area, 178, 179 wick bottoms. I like those wick bottoms for support. They were bought up for reasons, right? And so I would wait out there. But the game has changed, right? If they were planning on Google, I don't know what percentage of their revenues were forecasted for this for their, I guess, Q1. But yeah, nice move down there for Broadcom. And it looks like it tried to bounce and then whoops to that downside. We do have, let's just keep it here for, I didn't delay on this on purpose, but let's just wait for a couple seconds here because QBTS is seeing some downside there in New York. 5 seconds, we'll get the NASDAQ imbalances, and then maybe we can see what happens. NVIDIA's been on there pretty good the last little while, so 2 and 1. So let's wait to see. Okay, so not much action at all on Broadcom. QUBT, a good name there. That's going to be another quantum name rallying today, just 22%. I have QBTS on the watch. We're going to talk about that in just a second. Rigetti, so, Palantir broke 90. No, almost. At the end of the day, It looks like on the top here, all quantum names: IonQ, QBT, RGTS, QBTS, Rivian trying to bounce off 10, which is nice. Lucid trying to bounce today as well. It looks like today we might get some of these like struggling stocks back up there to the upside. All right, no better time to have quantum on the board, as the top 3 or 4 names here on the imbalances are all quantum related. I'm looking at QBTS. Let's go find the stories from the boys at the desk.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned it, Sean, but it was that Taiwan company. Google selecting that Taiwan company instead of ABGO. IonQ popped up in front of me there. I was checking it out, but I didn't find any news stories on it. But IonQ is still moving around. There's Rigetti as well, 0.7 to the upside this morning. It's given back more than 50% of this move already. But all of these were massive on Friday.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be even better this week now that we've got NVIDIA's first ever Quantum Day on March 20th at its annual GTC conference. Quantum computing, as you all know, rallied last year but saw an aggressive sell-off in January after Jensen CEO Jensen Huang questioned the technology's readiness. So stocks are partly kind of recovered but remain well below those sell-off levels. Some of the names that you're going to want to keep your eye, or some of the breakthroughs here, have been Google's Willow chip, Microsoft's Majorana QPU. China's entered the race also with a $1.4 trillion fund to help their quantum project as well. And some names that you're going to want to keep your eye on if you want to trade these quantum computing stocks: QBTS, Brendo, Rigetti, ARQQ, and then IonQ is favored by analysts due to its tech partnerships with NVIDIA and a strong patent portfolio, they say.
Yeah, a lot of these that you just mentioned there to the upside this morning already, guys, in a pretty big way.
Yeah, but as you saw with that sell imbalance starting to come back a little bit here, at least QBTS is, and that's the one with the sell imbalance. They had made a 52-week high break in the pre-market, which is a big deal because now you're failing the 52-week high break at 1141. So not any time, 1141 the prior high. You saw it hold support at 1141 and VWAP before. I think now that you've lost VWAP and that prior high, that's going to be the spot. If we can't get back above 1140, 1141, that 52-week high, this is a fade back into 10. But it's already happening. With only 2 minutes to go, just a quick update. It's now, it is bigger. Yeah, so now 1.1 million to sell was about 600,000 when Sean first showed it to you guys, I think. And now 1.1 million to the sell side. So you're going to have to, get a little bit patient with this particular one because it's already starting to dump. If it can't get back above 1140, I think that $10 level is coming into play here. I thought I saw the other ones. IonQ is a little bit smaller now, and now only 200,000 to the buy side, but QBTS starting to lose that bit. Basically, VWAP in 1140, we already lost it. Yeah,
I wrote down 1050 there. I think we want to, I'm still going to try that trade for sure. Coming back in, I actually just put a bid at 1085 where we stopped. So, I like the strong stocks here today. I like QBTS, could halt to the upside. We just had the reason why I say that is we just dropped 10%. So, almost, right? If you take just even on that imbalance, we went from 1180, down to 1080. So, call it 8%, but, you pop back up, you will halt. So I'm kind of waiting for that. What about an 1125 long? I think we might even take that on QBTS right off the open here just to play some excitement going long. But we only have that 1125 might just break immediately there. So, all right, well, we'll put a bid in, see what happens there. QBTS, see if it wants to ride or not, breaking through 1125. Oh, no, it's going to happen before this bell even rings. That's too bad. Okay, well, if it doesn't, we'll get in. The QBTS breaking that 1125 right into here. Otherwise, dip buy opportunities. Unfortunately, I was getting set up with other names, and I didn't have a chance to put that bid in properly down there, but it's there now. All right, I like Amazon. We only have 20 seconds left. I like Amazon dip buys. That might come in actually sooner than I think.
NVIDIA
down here at 197. NVIDIA, yeah. All these names are pulling back, man. The market went red. So, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we get something else early here. Tesla also pulling off at 250.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tesla pulling back as well, but let's get this St. Patty's Day bell rolling in 2 and 1. Adara, let's go.
Everybody, there it is, 9:30. Okay, well, we're into something. Oh, that was QBTS. So QBTS actually falls in right now. Remember, not open yet. This is a New York name, so in a New York minute, we'll get a good response here on what's happening. Since I'm long
Tesla dumping.
Go ahead. Yeah. The market is not doing too much, but Tesla's dumping out. I'm only in quantum, so.
Yeah, Tesla just dumped to 243, continuing to go lower. Oh, you know what just went higher? Forget to stick a fork in Intel long.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, Intel just broke the high, so cancel. Now got to look at the prior day highs and VWAP here for Intel. So I'm going to stick, move the bids to VWAP on that. But NVIDIA also falling to the downside along with Tesla, but almost at that 122 mark. So Friday's highs right around that 122. We're going to look to pick some up there. Wow, Tesla's really dumping. And Affirm also making a bit of a dip and dive off of VWAP. No real test to that 47 area. But if it doesn't break 47, I want to look for the short continuation on Affirm. I'm going to get a stop in to cover myself because you want to have one out if you're going to go short a pop on Affirm. That's going to be the way to go. Yeah, these chip names, not all of them looking that great. I mean, NVIDIA almost went back into red.
Yeah, we're going to, we just got stopped. Well, it's too bad. We tried Palantir there for 30 cents, and it did break that bottom of 87.50. But now that we have 87.30 as an out, I do want to try it one more time into here. So we'll take another long, putting our stop at $86, $86.99. If we break through 87, then let's exit stage left, which might happen right away. We don't want to get too excited here today about the longs. I mean, obviously the NASDAQ has dropped out here a little bit, but we'll take this long. We're long right now at 60s. We'll put a piece out in the 70s if it can come back up there. And then we will, there it goes. And then we'll just try to see if it wants to go upside 89.50. VWAP right there is just at 88. So here we go. Nice. Did we just get some outs there? We didn't get enough out, I don't think, but we'll put another offer just in case it gets, oh yeah, actually we did. Okay, so nice piece out right there on Palantir. We're just starting the long off of that bottom. The futures are trying to go, so we know this name can go if it wants to. And then the other name that we're in right now, we'll start it up with QBTS. So QBTS right now, a nice little long for us. Again, we only bought that dip. We're going to wait for 10 bucks. I don't know if there's going to be any money in this name or not, but right now QBTS dropping in. The future's kind of fading out again, and then there goes Palantir. Took some profits, lost some. So yeah, let's wait. Palantir not as strong as the market right now.
Well, the market just only got back into green. Oh my goodness, Tesla. I'll get to Tesla in a quick little second, but NVIDIA just popped down into the 122 level. So we were able to get some at 122. Kind of misplaced the stop order, punched right back in. It's bouncing, trying to get to the $0.50. There was some support there. I'm going to get some out in front of VWAP, 122 half, and then 123, an obvious stop. But Tesla just wicked the 240. Too late. Tesla just wicked under Friday's bottoms at 240. If it can hold that 40, I think you've got a little bit of something going there for Tesla. Absolutely dumping right now. So far, NVIDIA got to that $0.50 and another turnaround. I'm going to get an offer. I should have been offering. I was on the north side of 122.5. Going to get at that 122.5. We make a fresh low. I'm jumping out of NVIDIA. The market's bouncing, and this is headed right back to the low. Tesla looks weak. I mean, the only thing that's going right now,
I'm struggling with that too.
Intel is at 25.20, and I'm sitting at VWAP. I'm sitting bidding 70 cents lower on Intel. Like I'm going to get picked up. 5% up on Intel, and NVIDIA is trying to hold at 122. You got AMD, which is powering to the upside, and NVIDIA barely doing anything. So the strength over in AMD and Intel, with NVIDIA just kind of going sideways here at this 122 level.
Okay, I mean, we're back into Palantir now because I was just saying that I'm having the same problems, thinking that, the market is trying to blast up, but the stock that I'm thinking has a really great chance to go today because Palantir was already up to $89 is going to be Palantir, but there it goes. If we break 86.50, we've done fine on it because we just keep on getting out on all these bumps, but it's not popping the way that I had hoped. So I don't have any more offers right now except for much higher than this. So here it goes, though. We're going to get dropped out in momentarily here on Palantir. We've seen it flush many times, and we've been getting out. So we have a really controlled loss. I mean, I guess did it just break there? I don't know. That might have been a false break. No, I don't know what just happened. Okay, we'll get back in, but 86.44 then looks like that's the new bottom. We'll just get back into there. And again, we've just been absorbing this play. It's been fine until it breaks, and there it goes. So, all right, let's stay away from it, man. Palantir not catching the bid that we had hoped. You're already on NVIDIA, which is probably okay, down there at 122.
Yeah, but look at the other chips. That's what's crazy about it.
Amazon.
Intel, AMD, gone. 6% now on Intel, and continuing to go higher. There isn't even a VWAP retracement in there. NVIDIA is holding barely on to prior day highs. So I was able to get to about 50, and then we reload at the evens, but the prior day high is 121.8. And if we lose that, I'm jumping out. I got 11s long, so it'll break about 35 penny loss if we do lose that bottom, but the bounces are getting more and more shallow. Tesla, by the way, market's at highs. Tesla just made another break of the low.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ back at the top and Tesla continuing to languish. I wanted short off 252 on Tesla. Obviously, we're not getting anywhere near to that number. And Affirm, same thing. Like Affirm at the open, it tried to get to 47, now it's at 44. So I'm not going to chase the move down on Affirm. It just tanked $3 on me here. So I'll look at VWAP for retracement to join this short on Affirm. Maybe we'll be able to pick up some Intel. And it looks like QBTS might have calmed down after that open. It's held on to the prior high at $10. So, you know, when it lost VWAP, I wasn't interested in it. Now we're interested now it's holding that $10 level. So I want NVIDIA to play catch up, but it goes 10, 20 cents in the money, and we got to get more than that.
Yeah, no, same. All right, so we just did the same thing here. We just got back in to Palantir trying. I just think the bottom, like if we could pick the bottom here, then we have a huge opportunity to get this back. So right there, we just got 87s long there. I wanted to wait for an 87 break longer so we just don't keep on buying this dip. See if we can play momentum. Back to the 200 period is basically right here. So here it is, man. It's 75 cents in the money, but we're not really going to celebrate it too hard because we have taken some hits here on PLTR. But here it goes right now. Spin it. QBTS right now, 40 cents in the money, trying to run that. Here goes Palantir, $1 in the money now, back upside. So let's just keep on. You know, we thought this had a chance to go if the market did bounce back. So now that we have it, let's give it that room to breathe. We just took a 93 out right there. Man, we're battling back quite nice in a new position alert right now for Amazon. We'll wait to see this one. Good trade there. It looks like NVIDIA is trying to go back up. We don't have the best price on Amazon. We were waiting for a little bit lower. We're just trying to take a VWAP break there of 198.50. So let's wait to see if this one wants to go. And by the way, there goes Palantir back up to 88. We did take that out. So just monitor those positions, man, because the market's rallying and this name's not. So that's something to watch out for. QBTS, nice outs there near 11.
Yeah, I'm trying to get more out here on NVIDIA. We just lost VWAP again. We actually haven't even gone back into VWAP. Sounds good, Fabian. Haven't even gotten past VWAP as we keep turning at that 122.5. So as long as we can hold the bottom, then I think we're okay. Tesla's making a bit of a bottom. It's Intel that is 100% gotten away from us at this point, so there's not much to be able to do with that. Let's go to the desk and get an update with Adara.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on BIDU here. This is Baidu, Chinese ADR here. This morning they announced they have their ERNIE 4.5 and deep thinking model here with advanced multimodal reasoning. So AI model announcement here for Baidu, sending this one to the upside. Worth noting, we do have a couple economic data prints coming out here at 10 a.m., including the NAHB Housing Market Index and the business inventories month over month. Back to you.
I don't know if I like, I don't like holding on to positions with too many numbers coming through right now, but it's okay. Yeah, so the only position right now that seems to be in any kind of a worry is going to be Amazon. Amazon right here is just not going with the market. I thought I liked the name. I thought we got that strong retail number today. So I put down Amazon here, 197. We are in a little bit early. I'm only going to wait for this to break through 198. If it breaks 198, then we will fly out of there and see if we can get a little bit of a better price down by sort of where we pegged it at down there. So QBTS, again, good outs, fades right back in again. I'm not going to reload it. We need to see that one go. Okay, Amazon, we just talked a little bit about you. Let's see if we can get, oh my gosh. Well, we were just waiting at 85. You know, it went
Broadcom's going to go green.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so it just went to 80. Good. That's going to be good for your position too, right, on that. So,
ideally.
All right, so Amazon, Amazon right there. We're waiting at 80s. We just missed that. That's crazy. So we'll take a 70 fill. Let's see if it gets back going. Here goes Palantir as well. That one is $1 in the money, but again, we'll have to wait for Amazon. We'll have to wait for Amazon or for Palantir because we took some hits on that one. So before we celebrate Greensville, we need to get that back going. So yeah, man, so far so good there. I hope everyone's enjoying it. Make sure you do hit the like, the subscribe. Neil's back, so you can follow his positions as well.
I only got one, and you'd think it would be doing better. We just got another bounce off 22s and the prior low on NVIDIA, but it's even more shallow than the first. Come to the chart, there we go. So bouncing off Friday's highs, just got to 122 quarter, and the sellers are stepping in. So instead of 50s, they're selling the quarters now. I'm not reloading this another time in front of that bottom. You got to get going because the futures just took the high. Broadcom just went green, and NVIDIA is chilling at that low at 122. So it's not catching up the way that I want to. Affirm is not bouncing to VWAP yet. It's about $1 away, so I'm not going to be shorting that. You already mentioned QBTS. It bounced again off the $10 level. So it looks like a bit of a double bottom. I shouldn't say the $10 level.
Here we go.
10.20 Friday's highs. It's bouncing off of. So if the next bar can close above, you got a double bottom to work off of. But NVIDIA needs to do something. It needs to do it quick. And here comes for the first time a dip in Intel. So VWAP now sits at 25. You can forget about the 24 long or 23.5, all that good stuff. VWAP sits at 25. That's where I want to pick this up. CEO's in tow, and Intel is leading the way here today. I bet you didn't think you'd hear that on this Monday.
Yeah, no. Intel, I mean, you weren't here, but Intel was pretty good, obviously, off those numbers.
True.
All last week. So we'll wait to see, but Neil's right there. Intel, we haven't heard too much from Intel lately. But there it is right there, $1.50 right now. It's another one. We'll see what happens with Palantir. We are just a bit early on this call, but here it comes right now. We knew we liked this name, and it seems like it's paying out right now. So far, so good here for everybody trading Palantir off that bottom. If you're a little more patient than I was, then you may have had a decent opportunity there to catch this. Up to 88.50 right now. I think we could scream even higher. I do have another offer on Palantir, 88.75. I mean, I want this thing to work, so we're going to give it some room there as well. QBTS and then Amazon. Amazon by far the biggest disappointment for me. Just not like we had the long 10 minutes ago. Since those 10 minutes, the market has blasted. We should have just stayed true to who we are, man. That TQQ trade down there would have been great. Instead of trying to find bottoms and names, we could have just picked the futures, which we know, goes. So we'll wait, but here comes Amazon. Maybe we get some relative strength. Or weakness turning into strength here against the back of this NASDAQ move. So we didn't get reloaded completely down there, but I'm still waiting at that 81 to get that fill that we missed. And then I'm at 98s near 190. I'm at 198.98. I kind of put that there just to be funny. But at the end of the day, we want to see a break of 199. That's where the 50-period moving average is. This one's not super strong about this, but it's almost $2 now on Palantir. So we'll get that high offer there. 88.80, getting us that $1.90. So yeah, Palantir so far so good there, working off the bottom. That is a chicken dinner winner, says Darwin. So far so good on that. Here goes QBTS. We are really, really patient with it, holding this one. So let's see if we can get some more out. I'm waiting at 80s to see about getting some QBTS, some D-Wave, making it work so far on that name. But yeah, man, Amazon is the one. Oh, we just got another fill there. Okay, so Amazon is the one that we're looking for here. Let's see if it can go. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the market just continues to go higher. 0.6 on the NASDAQ, 0.5 on the ES as you're breaking tops. I just got into Intel in front of VWAP, but look what just happened on NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA, which was bouncing, it does not break VWAP. You just took low. I said, I'm not going to reload another time. If it breaks a low, there's only one place to go. Market going green, NVIDIA going red. So we had the right price, and it only got to VWAP for us. But you can't fight it forever. Next level down is going to be 120 Friday afternoon, which was also VWAP Friday afternoon. It's Intel, which is showing a heck of a lot more strength, holding above VWAP. It doesn't really matter. You didn't get a dip to be able to buy it on Intel, which is a good thing for its strength. 25.5 is a bit of resistance here, so I'm going to get some out in front of it, and we want to be long into VWAP on Intel. Strong move. Obviously, anyone can see that. Bit of a continuation play from last week, but you do have some local resistance here at $25.50. So if you get to 25.5 again, take some out. I'm now into QBTS while we're mentioning Intel there, as it's now double bottomed off of this low. Double bottom and a higher low on QBTS. So I'd like this to play into VWAP. We'll give it to the local bottom. If it makes a fresh low, then I want to jump out of this stock as well.
Yeah, we're into Amazon right now against 198. So I do want to scalp a little bit out here, especially if we can get going. We do have economic numbers coming out there. I mean, there should be some big moves in for us right now. We're only long at 16s right here. So we'll take some out as we continue to climb a little bit on Amazon. We do want to let this number, this level hold up, but it's not looking like it, man. I mean, this has been a weak name, and I don't really know why today for Amazon. And maybe I'm missing something, and I need to do some more work on this name. But yeah, Amazon right now, looking like it just wants to keep pushing. Every single move up gets faded. So we've been getting out of some of this play. It's not that bad. We'll be red. Well, we won't be red on it. We'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here. But 198 break. We're waiting for 197.70s. Let's see what happens right here on the flush. Maybe we can hold and get back up to the upside. But right now, Amazon not looking too great. So let us know. I thought I heard Adair with a call, but you have to let us know there, Fabian, and we'll go back over there. So right now, all good as we wait. Quantum name, QBTS, flat pretty much off of some of these lows. So, okay, we'll hope that Amazon can bounce back and see what Adair is up to.
Keep an eye here on this small cap runner without a catalyst here. GLMD, GalMed has run in the past. It does have about a 1.3 million share float. So low float runner here. GLMD on watch today. And yes, in about 13 minutes, we will be getting some economic data, NAHB, housing market index, and business inventories. Back to the guys.
Oh, thank you,
Business
Randy.
inventories.
Oh,
thank you, Randy.
Oh, you got
Yes,
the green
Randy.
one.
Yeah, I got the green one inside. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
It's probably fluke right there for St. Patrick. Maybe some of these trades will turn lucky. We'll see.
Well, hopefully the market can hold up on this strength that it's got going on. Okay, QBTS, just quick update. QBTS, there's your
Hopefully
chart for
we
a second.
can hold on to this. I don't know.
Chart. There's your double bottom at 1020. Nice little higher low, but resistance at 70. So we're going to take some out in front of that and try to keep reloading in the high 40s and low 50s here on QBTS, which is D-Wave. If you're watching some of these quantities, QBTS is just was the biggest runner, I should say, but Rigetti's lost VWAP. It's now down 2% after gapping up. So they're under some pressure here, looking for the bounces off of support. Intel just bounced VWAP for a second time off 25.20 here. Technically got down to about 17s. Still 25.5 resistance, so going to put offers out in front and try and scalp this. It's just the strength that you see in the market. I'm going to quickly go to the Qs here for everybody. Like you're pulling back into prior tops on the Qs. Then you look over, NVIDIA is still going down. So a good thing to get out of 22. That VWAP selling was your only chance to get any good longs. And now we're headed to that 120 level here on NVIDIA. Meanwhile, you've got Marvell, you've got Intel showing some strength, and Broadcom, which was falling off of that news that Google was going to go elsewhere for AI chips, is holding Friday's highs. It's back into the red, but suddenly looking a little bit stronger. So I'm keeping an eye on Broadcom here. If it were to flush, I don't know how much I'd like more reloads over in Intel. And then the name that I wanted short, which we're not, unfortunately, is going to be Affirm. And Affirm is about to make a fresh low as we speak. Can't even get to VWAP, but now you got a flat bottom break, as I heard Sharif just say.
Yeah, Sharif excited about
that. It's underneath its local bottom. It's down 13.5% on the Klarna update.
Okay, so bless you. So we got out the only name that we were able to get out of because it was at VWAP here was some Palantir. So that on the way down. All right, so we did get something here on our better price for Amazon. I mean, we punched out of that first price there, but as we just kept dropping in, I guess the retail sales, again, not very strong, but I liked this 197. I just am surprised at such a strong move down. So if we wrote down 197, so we have to try it. We had, okay, here it goes. We had NVIDIA last week, and it's turning through right waiting. Okay, well, we'll wait. Here it comes, just a little bit of a bounce. But every bounce gets sold, right? Like that could have just gone, there it goes. That could have just gone right back up. So there it goes, breaking through 197 right there as the futures come hammering right back in. I think the only other name that we're going to trust that we haven't hit yet, for potential trust anyways, is this NVIDIA. So let's wait to see now what happens with NVDA down here at 120. Again, I like the stock down here. Let's just see. This was the resistance level that we had written down. So, oh man, where's my stop on this? 119.70s. So now it looks like we're going to take this out. 120. Like now down as the market. So some of these names just getting beat up right now, right? I mean, this is what the market's doing, getting hit pretty good now, as we can all clearly see. So I don't know, man, not much help here. More to come, I guess, on NVDA. 119.75 is our stop. We have a couple units, about 4 or 5 units here, so it's not a full position, but it's a decent one. Would really prefer this name to hold. So hopefully that can come in right now and give us that little hold. It just, yeah, we still got that.
D-Wave.
D-Wave, yeah.
QBTS.
Qbert.
D-Wave just held that double bottom to make it a triple bottom now at prior high. So Friday's high is about 10 quarters. You now held a third time. Still sellers at 70, so should be south of 70 here, and try and get some out in front of that 1070 level. Trying to get some 65s right now. It's going to print 63 and 64, and there we go. So we just fell under 1070. I think now you can get the move into VWAP, which would be $11. So QBTS finally making a power move to the upside. And yeah, NVIDIA did hold that 120 level. You were already mentioning that. Hefty drop. That's a mean reversion, no questions asked. But what I want to see is Intel hold this VWAP a second time. It just wicked VWAP to close underneath. So finally, we're going to get a bit of an upside move and catch it on the upside instead of back on the bid. So Intel working, QBTS now working, almost at $11 now on QBTS.
Finally, I mean, we stick to our rules, and again, like, why can't we just stick to the rules a little more often? We should be able to do that, being a grown-ass adult, but at the same time, sometimes tough. There's 120, man, exactly what we wrote down. It is singing right now. Amazon's been it's not a huge losing trade, but it's a losing trade. Let me put on a little bit here on Amazon. I mean, we're already in it. 196. I don't necessarily want to play the very bottom, but I don't mind trying that. 196 right there, 90s. If we break back below that one, then let's get out. We'll try this because we wrote down initially here, guys, we had written down that we had liked that level down there at 197. But Neil, we're almost green again here. So despite all that action early on, it's NVIDIA, and it is an absolute monster going right into P&L number 1. And all we had to do was be patient with it. And I think we're doing better at that, but not great. So there it goes, falling right into 120. So all has been forgotten for you. NVIDIA. Palantir, oh wow, NVIDIA, okay. QBTS also trying to work out right now. So yeah, man, we're really pumping right now. Good trading here to start the morning. We did have a mistake though with Amazon, but let's see if we can right the wrongs and see if we can get a couple. See, right there, we just put an offer and it tanked on us right there. Damn you, Amazon. Okay, so far so good. Let's watch this NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now, boom, another Dollar Club winner. So we'll see if that can go through again. And then QBTS, we just took advantage of that as well. So, hey man, everything is good over here. We just need it to work out for us and hit those longs. So that's what's happening here. Good job. Thankfully, we were able to save our day with NVDA. Oh, that rhymes.
It does rhyme, but the thing I'm concerned about right now is going to be QBTS turning at VWAP there. Intel remains to be seen at VWAP, but QBTS is on the other side of it, the wrong side of VWAP. So it's trending down, and you've got a little bit of a bear flag forming. If it's a quadruple bottom, great, but I don't know if I want to reload it another time in here if it makes a fresh low. So there's your wick at 1090. I'm going to hold, see if it can hold that bottom, and see if we can't get something a little bit better than 11, but at this point, it's looking a little bit weak. Intel gave the fills at VWAP, gave us 25.3. Now it needs to hold at 25. I think you fill the gap into 24.5, if anything, on Intel. So able to work that one, be patient with it. We wanted the longs at 24. You never got it. Forget about, you can't worry about those prices when it's trending up like that. And then finally into Affirm at 44.5, as that's underneath VWAP. The Klarna news, Klarna getting an exclusive deal with Walmart for buy now, pay later. Obviously bad for Affirm, down 12%. I'm looking at this bottom here at 443. We'll take it out in front because this is, I mean, it's a 52-week low on Affirm. It's not a 52-week low. It's the local bottom on Affirm. It's not a 52-week low. This was made last week and it just broke it. So if you hold this, I think you have a decent chance at an SSR bounce. Oh. If I was flat, I'd be thinking SSR bounce from here. So if it can't hold underneath 44, we're going to jump out and wait for VWAP again at 45 even.
All right, good trades. Well, we held out pretty good on everything right now. So Palantir, nice move to the backside. We'll put some out here. Wow, we just offered 15. Okay, thank God it came back into us right there. So Palantir is $1.15 in the money. Nvidia is $1 in the money. Amazon, we're trying to let Amazon breathe here because we did take a hit on it. So all right, nice move up there for Amazon. So we're long back at 197. Again, if we just had to follow our rules, man, we wrote down here on the sticky note, and I think there's no better way to win than doing exactly this. Take notes, right? There's reasons why we wrote this down. Nvidia 120, Amazon 197. So why am I messing around? And QBTS at 1050, which right now has been holding, and that's been a great trade as well. So the sticky note will run its course today and be perfect. There it is, QBTS 70s, right? We're long at 50s. That's what we talked about. We like that trade. Palantir, some more outs up here. We were chasing this one again early, but we knew we liked it, especially if this market did battle back. It's Amazon right now that we wrote down 197. So why are we getting long here? Why? Because it was the bottom of these wicks. We tried it. It did not work. There's the dump out, and here's the reload back at a level that we thought we trusted here. So I'm going to get some more outs, 33s, 34s, if we can bump back up. It's not a huge trade, but we'll take it for now. Amazon, does it have a chance to get back to 198? I believe it does. So we'll put some offers up there, 197, 75. If it can go, we'll try that. But still getting sold, Amazon. Not a great stock for me today, AMZN. We want to make sure that Nvidia can come out near the top as well. So we'll take some out. We're still waiting for 122 on that play. But yeah, Baba. Okay, Baba's mooning. I mean, I'm not on that one. We could check out. We did have some talk about Broadcom.
Yeah, Broadcom's still holding red, by the way.
Yeah, you said it might have gone green. Well, almost did.
It did go green.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It did go green, but then the second Broadcom got green, it essentially immediately failed it, and you're putting in a lower high. So this is a key point, 196. I think if Broadcom gets over 196, there really shouldn't be anything stopping the futures. It was what was driving us down early in the pre-market on that Google.
Oh, Amazon. On
that Google news. So right now, we're still in QBTS and Intel, but Affirm, they got a bad, I don't want to call it a bad trigger, but we took about a 40-cent win on Affirm as that trailed out. It's working back into VWAP. So it's done a mean reversion here and working back into VWAP. I'll wait for it to get to VWAP for another curl, and if it breaks VWAP, we wait for 47 again. So still Intel and D-Wave.
Oh boy.
Intel bouncing off VWAP as we speak, trying to get more out at the quarters and then reload it off of volume-weighted average prices. So looking very, very strong here. Market looking good. Yeah, I mean, I just really can't complain. I mean, the market is looking very, very strong. The only thing that's languishing that we haven't traded yet is Tesla, and even that's now back above VWAP. So down 2 points. Tesla looks like a pretty solid reversal. So if you like something long, I don't see any reason why you're not holding it as the market tries to regain those highs. And forget about it if Broadcom goes back into the green. I think it's collecting more longs at that point.
Yeah, Neil talking about holding longs there. That's pretty much exactly what we're doing over there, my friend. We've got $2 in the money. We've got Palantir is $1.70. Nvidia is $1 in change. Amazon right now is 40 cents for the long. And the quantum name right now, do something. Get going even more than this. We are only in the money 30 cents, but let's see if Quantum wants to really get going and make this one sing. All right, so Amazon, we'll still talk about more of these positions, obviously, as we go here, but Amazon right now doing pretty good, right? Doing yeoman's work here, trying to get back up there to the upside. We'll see if that one wants to continue to work. We just got some nice pieces out, 197.60 and so on. So just seeing about all of these trades. Look, some of them are falling apart a little bit here, right? So you got to make sure that we are able to watch out what's moving and what isn't. And right now, Palantir, it just came right back into some of these levels that we had seen in the past. So we are not ignoring these, man. 121.60, that could be the top. If you look at what we've been doing there, just a bunch of outs in this area. Look, I'd love for this thing to run, but yeah, right now, who knows? 55 cents in the money now. Let's go Amazon. Amazon's starting to go. Yes, sir, Sharif. This one's starting to get going to the upside again. 197.65. Here we go. And what did we write down? 197 long for Amazon. So far, so good there, man. Stick with what we should be doing. QBTS working. Palantir. We're about $2.50, $3 in the money so far on all of these plays. I think Marvell is a decent long in your own accounts. Again, it's been beat up real bad. Marvell, this could be a name that gets going 2.5% today and still making those moves higher.
AMD's up 4.
Yeah, AMD's crazy. I mean, look, as long as NVIDIA goes, man, NVIDIA is an absolute monster name for me today. So if this one can get going, oh boy. And there goes Amazon, dare I say, off the bottom. We'll see if we can get to 198, man. I mean, you know, from foe to friend real quick, man. Me and you, Bezos, I got you. I definitely got some packages. Yesterday, I was trying to sleep in. My daughter went to play hockey at 7 o'clock, and I didn't go. I went the day before, and of course, Amazon guy at my door, 8 a.m., dog barking like mad. Adara with numbers.
We do in fact have numbers here. We're going to give you our happening now as well. NAHB housing market index lower than expected, 39 versus 42 expected. Business inventories month over month exactly in line with expectations, 0.3%. So lower than expected NAHB housing index in line here for business inventories. Market drifting a little bit lower here, initially poised to open lower, pushed to the upside off the open right now, though a little bit wavering. Of course, we have NVIDIA and a host of quantum names on watch today and throughout the week with the GTC 2025 conference. Quantum Day for this conference is going to be held on Thursday, March 20th. Tesla on watch, your TSLA chopping around a little bit right now. Red on the day, down about 2.5%, getting a price target decrease here from Mizuho, which still maintained an outperform rating. Last but not least, AFRM on watch here. Klarna, one of its competitors, who's also set to have an IPO soon, partnered with OnePay to exclusively offer installment loans at American Walmart locations. So AFRM pushing lower on this catalyst. Back to the guys.
Yeah, thanks, Adara.
So VWAP just got taken on to the upside on QBTS. That's D-Wave. I haven't really looked at any of the other ones. You're back above the $11 level. Trend in, trend out. Hopefully here. So if we lose the trend underneath VWAP, I'm going to trail out of this. Forget about the low of the day or anything like that. Going to move that trail. I am back into Affirm, as you heard the story from Adara there on the Klarna news. So only looking short Affirm for now. It just got to not VWAP, but 44.5 again and cannot break out the $0.50 to even get to 45. So it just wicked the $0.50, jumped in, going to give these to the local high. So I'm only risking to this local top here on Affirm, which is about 44.6. Affirm down 12%. And yeah, it's not looking good. There's no better way. I can't really frame this. Affirm. On the daily, you probably have to let this one settle down because it's a fresh low. But if you zoom it out far enough, $36, which we didn't do, or at least I didn't do, good level here at 36 if it does not hold on in the next couple of days. Because they did have a good earnings report if memory serves. I think they did well on their last earnings. And
yeah, I don't think it was horrible.
It wasn't, but I mean, Walmart's Walmart. You know, like you don't want to. Yeah. You lose the deal with Walmart. It's like there's Walmart and there's Amazon. You know, it's you can't frame that as good. So QBTS holds on to VWAP.
Oh,
1140 was the prior high, the 52-week high on QBTS, and that's where this was holding. So if it does fail at 1140, that's an out, and then wait for VWAP to jump back into it. So that's going. Affirm's working. I mean, Intel's it's holding VWAP for now, trying to get back to that top, but so far so good. Can't really complain. The only thing it was a misstep was I liked NVIDIA at 122, but we kept
QB.
that one in the pocket. Got out right when it broke, and everything else has been fine.
Yeah, let's go QBTS. Good pickup down there, man. I mean, but we sat there, we reloaded this name again. So this is going to be a big one, big one there. QBTS as it continues to go, man. Palantir as well, trying to hold out near the tops. We need to reload into something. If there's anything else that you guys want us to talk about, man, I mean, this QBTS is really starting to be something special. And again, there it is. Let's just... Look, this is a saying, but like there's NVIDIA 120, there's Intel 24, we didn't get that. QBTS 1050, we got that one, right? So there it is right there. Amazon 197, that was a good trade. And then NVIDIA 120. We have another one right in here, only 4 ideas. So, and then we had Palantir, which, are we going to be, yeah, so we'll be red on Palantir and on Amazon. So those 2 plays right now. We're going to try to, again, it just fell back out, right? So hopefully we can get back in, but look at the market. This could be one of those situations where right now we actually look to potentially pick up the Qs on some of this weakness. So the TQQ, we can have a quick little look to see what that chart is all about right now. Yeah, there it is, man, dropping right into $62. I mean, this is probably an area where we could look long. The situation for me is that we are already very, very long. I'm not too worried about QBTS. We just got a good piece out up there. This will be a pretty top stock for us there. But at the end of the day, NVIDIA is going to be my number one, and I don't mind reloading that down there if it gets into 120. But this TQQ trade is at a decent level of $62. We didn't write anything down, but this was a level from Friday as well. So we'll have to wait to see here. I'll buy some down here, and then we'll wait to see what happens at 62, put on a little bit more downside at $62. So 61.80 or so. He's at the White House because it's St. Patrick's Day. Donald Trump, the only Irish guy he could name was Conor McGregor, and he didn't even remember his name. So right there, 62 and change. Someone asked him over the weekend about St. Patrick's Day, and he says, "Oh, I love all the Irish." And then someone said, "Can you name an Irish person?" And he said, "That fighter guy with tattoos on his chest." So, but anyways, there it goes.
Well, it wasn't wrong.
He wasn't wrong, but I mean, yeah, I'm sure he knows more Irish than that, I would think. But anyways, I don't know. Put on the spot. Tough for that, but that's why I just heard Sharif talking about Connor. All right, so we're long the TQs right here, waiting out for 61.80 or so to drop out. That would be where we get stopped out on the TQs, waiting for a little bit more down here as well.
Yeah, the guy that I think about is the dude from Bosch, the TV show.
I don't know.
I forget his name. It's Titus something.
Oh, okay.
It's actually, you probably like the show.
Yeah.
So Intel's right back at the sell zone of 25.5, and this time, if it fails, there's about a, what does that look like? About a million? No, sorry, 100,000 shares on the offer of Intel here at the 25.5, but this is a local top. It needs to punch through it. You just go back out to like the 28th or the 3rd, whichever date that is. 25.5. Next stop, if it can break it, is 26.5. But if we fail this break again, because this is the second time, I'm jumping out and I'm getting back into VWAP. So waiting for VWAP made a lot of sense. It's just broken that top. So I'm going to move my stop at this point. If we lose 25.5 again, I get out and wait for VWAP. QBTS is holding trend. It's right at that prior 52-week high. We got out of Affirm, our short, at the low. It's still holding the pre-market lows there on Affirm as the market continues to climb higher and higher and higher. QBTS, there's that 1040 level, 1140, 1141 prior 52-week high. I said if we curl here and break trend, I'm jumping out and waiting for the next entry point. So there's the trend on the higher low. If we lose, it'll be like 1120. I'll jump out and look for a re-entry here on QBTS. D-Wave looking very good. It's just Tesla down 3%, not looking very strong yet. I'd like to see that join this party a little bit more because I thought it'd be trading a little bit of Tesla today. And that dropped just way too harshly at the open for us to get involved. So far, so good. I mean, NVIDIA flat. Intel up, Affirm up, QBTS up. No trades in Tesla yet, though.
Holy shit, guys. Right there, let's go, man. The TQs, there's the futures, man. We are cooking it up one more time. I mean, there it is. We talked about buying that bottom there. Huge move up there. Right back, got half back on the day. So that was a great one for us to get out. I mean, and again, we're kind of trying to do something similar to what we were doing last week. And that was trying to scalp out these big wins, make sure that, hey, we can have something on for that party. We took $10, $11 on some Tesla trades last week. I mean, we're still here. We're doing all the stuff that we normally do. But right now, Quantum is just 75 cents in the money. That's a banger. The QBTS is 50 handles in the money. Palantir is $1 in the money. NVIDIA Neil's $1 in the money. So right now, man, we have about $350 or so right now on all of these trades as we just continue to go. And I mean, for me, one of the biggest trades, obviously, as we've written this down again, was QBTS down there at 1050. So this is going to be a big, big day for that trade as we get up to 1125. Trying to show that, look, we have a lot of capabilities over here. Quantum names, futures, Mag 7s. And it just, there we go. I'm going to get another thing out on the futures here. This is a monster trade, man. This will go right up into the top of the board here for us. So let's go. There we go. Got some 50s out. I'm just trying to piece some out here. We did bounce off VWAP. When you go VWAP back into the 50-period moving average, even if we just look at the NASDAQ, you know, those are good outs. And look at that, we just come right back in again. So we just talked about piecing some of these out, right? So I feel good about doing that now. Trying to scalp out, trying to make sure that some of these winners stay in yield portfolio. And that's so far so good of what we've been doing. Good sort of risk management today, and good, you know, making sure that we keep a lot of these names at profitable levels, and including getting some out when we pop, and then even getting some out when we drop. So TQs could go red. I don't know if this drops through. We're still waiting for 6180 to break. If that breaks, then we'll get out. But we are trying to scalp out a little bit more here, as we've noticed that it is dropping in just a little bit. But there it goes, man. We'll take 30 handles. So good. Okay. Right back up to the highs again. We'll offer another piece out. We're getting like out 5% every time on this one, as again, you know, pretty good day. Over here, Reddit's 122. Okay, so Reddit got downgraded today. This is a name that I was looking to pick up on some weakness, so potentially on the midday there, we'll look at some Reddit, because I think this one at the 50-period moving average, sorry, the 200-period moving average is definitely something. That's 110, so we're still a ways from there. But
the other thing too is
to start as an early position. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I didn't even mention this. You know, I'm going to get to Netflix in a quick second. First, QBT has just lost VWAP. Remember I said prior 52-week high, $11.41. That's $11.40 on the daily. There's $11.40 in the pre-market. It got right to $11.40, and then there's your reversal. So I'm out. I think we can get another shot at this if it gets down to the $10.25 level, because that's where it held the double bottom, wait for the double bottom, then take the high low. Now you're really starting to come in on QBTS. That just lost 50 cents very quickly, but that's what happens when it breaks that trend. I was never looking short it, hindsight being 2020. The prior high, I'm going to look for an out on Intel. If we lose the prior high here on Intel at 25.65, that one bouncing nicely off VWAP, but that's all we can get up to 7%. The longs that we liked were down here, ideally on Intel. Don't want to be chasing this move too far. So we're only looking for VWAP bounces on Intel, and then every even dollar is going to matter to me. The other name that we've been trading, Affirm, actually eventually broke the low there. So the market holding green, and Affirm actually broke the low of the day. We jumped out, essentially taking about 90 pennies on Affirm, but continuing to go lower is that name. So QBTS looks like we got out just at the right moment, and we might get another chance at that $10 here. Essentially, it's just all the same thing, like prior day highs. Pull back in a prior day high, let it bounce, and see how far it can go. It was Netflix I wanted to point out there. If this will load up in a quick little second, Netflix showing a tremendous amount of strength. We've been talking about a lot of chip names today, and rightfully so. Netflix double top, 4% up. Not really sure if there's a catalyst. It's also regained the 50-period moving average, but whatever it's doing it well here over on Netflix. So I do like that name. And then Broadcom, which we should be tracking, because this was dragging the market down to a certain extent. In the pre-market, it's still holding some higher lows, but has yet to go green. I still believe Broadcom going green is going to be fantastic for this market. 26 almost inbound on Intel now.
26, yeah, I'm going to sell. I have Intel long at 1980. I will be getting out of some Intel at lunch there. Too much money left on the table last time that happened. Neil, glad you're back, man. We continue to run the board here with the futures. Huge move right there. Back in, good trade on Affirm, taking 90 cents. We're in 70 handles right now on the TQQs. As there it goes, man, buying that dip right in and holding it pretty much all the way back up. So this name continues to work out for us. NVIDIA, again, not really moving. Let's get some out here at 7s. Did we just get that? Yes, we did. So nice little out there at 7. We could, I'm going to get some more out there. I just punched out some more once we broke through. Looking at this name, it's like not good. Right? We talked about what was going on with Intel. We talked about a little bit about, anyways, what was going on with NVIDIA and, AMD. And it's not happening right now for NVDA into their GTC week. I mean, this is the thing. It's sell the news, I guess. This start of this week is a big week for NVIDIA, and it looks like all the others may be getting that bump up. New CEO, of course. Boom, there it goes. Look at this, stair-stepped it up. Great call on VWAP, of course. I heard Neil mention that because any kind of a pullback, whenever you get a stock that looks like it had earnings, which today Intel was trying to gap up, right there, pull back into VWAP, we like it.
You got to pay lip service to that VWAP on Intel.
Yes. We've been a good one. We've been talking
for that one.
Okay, good. Yeah, well, you nailed it. That was a good one right there. Paying lip service to Intel. I like that one, Neil. All right, but Lip Bhutan looking to make some moves. That is for sure. And yeah, it looks like they will get exactly that.
There's a lot you can do with that name.
There it goes, man. Intel's still climbing. Hey, look, we're just like banging these trades today, guys. Honestly, Palantir, Intel, QBTS, everything just continues to go. And it's going to be a big day. We'll have a couple red names for sure. We have Amazon red at 197. That's too bad. That goes down to 196. It looks like we'll miss that name by $1. And other than that, though, pretty good. Like, you know, can't be too upset. NVIDIA's going to be a huge stock for me. We're up more on NVIDIA than we lost on Amazon. So, you know, if we're going to play Mag 7, you know, I don't know. I was going to think of like a game show here where you just choose which one, but we should have just chose NVIDIA. Yeah, I don't know. Now, Plinko, yeah, we dropped it down in, and it looks like the 10,000 coin there, Plinko chip was NVIDIA. So there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside. We're doing well. It's just we did have to figure out Palantir for a minute there early as well. We were dropped out of it. We dropped out of Amazon early. Look, out of all of that, man, it's 10:15 right now, and we are positive. So we can't complain. It's been a good day. We should be a little bit higher, but we did have some of those mistakes early. SMCI also, Neil, dropping into 41. So that was a level there.
41? What? Oh, really?
Yeah, that I knew some people were looking at, and I should have been there. We should have been there trying to buy that. I don't think it's too late to do that right now. I am struggling trying to get out of some of that Amazon, but out of that NVIDIA. But as we can clearly see actually right now, that's bouncing nicely off of that level. And then the futures, man. Oh, baby, the futures right now are making them, you know, couldn't be happier with that take. We were struggling there early with some of those too longs, but we stay in the game, and the game has been a friendly one there today for sure. So nice move back on the futures. I think we found where our bread is buttered, man, and that's going to be in the futures pits. We've been really crushing some of these plays lately, so we'll stay there. We'll stay true to the Mag 7 and all these names, and specifically the quantum names today, as they've been on watch. I mean, Rigetti, I know both you and I were in QBTS, but Rigetti's actually going the other way. So that's giving a little bit of worrisome there. Remember,
like to sell the news kind of because of the...
yeah, that's why I'm surprised that Quantum's not really... I mean, this name is still up 7%. And again, bigger short float. It was 34%. I could double check Rigetti's, but this was a big short float. So definitely something to watch out for as the future is now starting to pull back. But that's okay. We've got some pretty good spots here.
I just covered on Intel. It broke that 26 and it just wicked the top here. So that long, if we get VWAP again, I don't see any reason to get away from it. If you're going to chase a move, I'm not going to. Obviously, it's stair-stepping it to the upside. The prior high held and broke out. It held VWAP. It just broke the trend with a wick of 26. Right now, it would be 24 third, let's call it. And the other place to look for a bounce would be just the opening range high, like this little 25, 65 area. So now I'm going to play a dip for a re-entry on Intel. I would like to get maybe back into Affirm if it can continue its trend as well. So Affirm worked at VWAP once, or at least close enough to it. I don't see a reason to get away from that. But now you're like 10-15, so we want to be a little bit more patient with that name. And then QBTS, that got to that 1140 level, covered on trend. It might hold VWAP here. And if it can get back above VWAP, might look for a different long setup here on QBTS. But so far, going to stick with the names that have worked for us because they've all been relatively clean, especially Intel. And then I saw, and shout out to Will in the chat, you were just mentioning Alibaba up 3.5%. This is also respecting VWAP. So if you're looking for relative strength, which I would rather do here, I think that's the first place you go. Got to point out the daily chart on Alibaba.
Yeah.
You know, somebody been selling 145, 146 up in here. So it's been a bit of a trouble spot for Alibaba up at these highs. Ideally, you just break out 150 one day. That's just a bad wick. It's actually 140, like where we are right now is effectively these highs, the 146. So if it can hold above 46, I think you like it. Underneath it, wouldn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pull because if it's losing 146, That's the big level on the daily. So I don't even like a VWAP bouncing here. I want to see it hold the top end of the range on Alibaba. It's going to be about Intel next, ideally, and that gives us a shot at VWAP or maybe a short back into Affirm. What's NVIDIA doing? Let me double check NVIDIA.
It's coming back in.
It's just coming back in. I'm going to look for more strength. If I find another chip long and it's not Intel, it might have to be AMD because AMD's respecting VWAP. It's already bounced it once, and it'll get there before Intel does. So AMD is, 60 cents away from VWAP? I think this tests VWAP before Intel does, and I'm going to throw that one up on the chart that had NVIDIA because NVIDIA is not doing what I want.
Yeah, no, good look there. I like to talk there about Alibaba. We haven't looked at too many Chinese names, so good look over there, Mr. Roberts. Yeah, I think Alibaba's at a good sell spot for sure. If it, again, just had such a nice run, and I just think the market goes through ebbs and flows, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's like what is hot. Yeah, write that down on your iPad. What is hot today? Could take a breather in the next couple of weeks and vice versa. We've seen sort of a bounce back in some of these Mag 7s over the last couple of days. So I could see some money coming out of some of the Chinese names, flowing back and forth into some US names. And again, I think this is all tariff related, so we'll have to wait for it. All right, man, here we go. Adara likes SMCI, calls it SMICI. I haven't heard her trade that in a while, but we're right back into $41 again right now. So 41 for SMCI. Now that I look at this base that we're making, I think it's worth a little bit of a long down here if we wanted to try that at 41. But I can clearly see, man, there's bar-coded areas at 40.80. So now that we've made it this far down, okay, let's go, man. The futures are starting to go back upside. We took a little bit off right there, but we are really cruising right now and loving life a little bit here. Well, we always are, but on the day, it's been so far so good. SMCI, we should have pulled the trigger one more time right there, but we did not. A name, Neil, that we talked about a couple times last week, because it was a new position, so maybe self-fulfilling here, was JP Morgan. I thought that in the banks, we did have a big sort of crushed opportunity there. And then now with, Klarna and some of these other names looking like they want to start to come to market. We do have Pepsi, by the way, bought out Poppi this morning, which is that soda company there. My kids are loving Poppi.
Oh, yeah?
By the way, yeah, it's like, it's a new kind of sugarless. So Pop, basically from what I've heard now, and it's funny that Pepsi did this because I was talking to Marissa about it. It's really all the rage now, making your own soda drinks and getting cool flavors and stuff like that. So apparently there's some restaurants and everything in the States that are really pushing this. I don't know any way to invest in it, but Poppi right there, Poppi.
I used to like doing mud water. Is that what they called it?
They got bought out today.
Isn't that what you call it, mud water?
Yeah,
you just do
exactly.
every single one of the sodas.
Yeah.
Swamp water. That's what
swamp water. Yeah,
I used to do it.
I used to do it all the time. Now when my kids do it, McDonald's still has it. Most of them don't have the self-fulfilling. Yeah, exactly. So we all like, the swamp water. You get like a little bit of iced tea, a little bit of Sprite, a little bit of sugar. My kid asked me the other day, actually, shout out to Adara because she's 7-Eleven country over there with Winnipeg. But my kid was like, we're going to go get Slurpees. I was like, nah, we're not going to go get Slurpees, but eventually I'll probably get them a Slurpee. You got to live your life while you are young. And
there's a lot of sugar.
Yeah, whatever, man. My kids are definitely able to do that. They started their CrossFit. They're really excited about that. All right, Adara's over there, man. It's 10:22. Let's go get an update.
This is the IWM here, actually looking quite great from a technical standpoint. Not only are we forming a little bit of support around those highs of days there on Friday, but also it looks like we're poised to continue that and push to the upside. Good look for IWM back above $200. This is CRVO. This one has really been quite the name as of late. No new catalyst today, but this is just continuation small cap play here. Next up here, this ticker is going to be QMCO. This is a quantum adjacent name. It actually does not work in quantum, but because it has the word quantum in its name, Quantum Corp tends to run adjacent to these quantum tickers with a 25% short float. Last but not least here, MGRM here, Monogram Technologies, trading higher here, receiving some FDA clearance. So MGRM, LAZR is also on watch with a 29% short float, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Well, AMD just broke the high of the day, so that's not coming back in. Intel continues to churn. That's just chilling out where we got out at 26. It's holding the top end of the range. I don't want to buy tops at 1020. I want to look for like reasonable dip buys at this point. So just going to have to be patient with that. QBTS is putting in, I mean, it's more of a wedge than anything else. I don't want to say it's a lower high, but it's still a higher low. As far as I'm concerned, it still has a chance to hold its trend. But we'd like to either get it holding above VWAP or just reload it where it got the bottom
stop over here?
Before. Tesla is still incredibly weak. I don't know what to tell you. If you're a Tesla bull, you can pretty much forget about it at this point. Like you're just trending down after that initial pop. There's nothing good about Tesla. It must be a short somewhere, and I haven't been able to pick it out because we liked it up at like 250 to 252, and it's underneath Friday's lows again. Maybe we'll get something at VWAP on that name. See people talking about Palantir, but the other one there, and I know we mentioned Alibaba. Baidu had a headline this morning, AI headline as well, and they're up 5 points along with Alibaba. The difference between Baba and Baidu is Baidu's not at its local high, whereas Baba's already testing it. Baidu has a little bit of room, like maybe a buck or two, till it gets into this 100 level where there's resistance. So if you're in those two names, I think there's a little bit more room for Baba. Daily fix. Ooh, here we go. Intel is on news. War on shorts. More news to come. Appreciate you, Daily Fix. We appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for that. I don't care what you call it. It's one of the strongest movers out here today. On a 15-minute chart, that looks pretty darn good. I'm just looking for some kind of a dip entry. This happened to be VWAP when it did a single red candle on the 15. Puts another one in. I want to look to go long again on Intel. It's breaking out. No fans or buts about it. I know AMD's breaking as well. It's just a very different pattern. Like Intel's was a bigger move, so I'd like to get into that. But AMD, next dip, it's just holding higher lows. Either one of these two is going to be the next trade for me to the long side. And Tesla, the second I say maybe we short the next pop on Tesla, what do you think happened? Tesla just broke $1 down. And I'm like, okay, let's just short it if it breaks $1 up because that's VWAP. And then it breaks another leg down. So, of course, Tesla not caring and breaking itself, as you just mentioned. Got to get into one of these names again. Affirm's diddling in the middle here of the range. Not at the low of the day, not at VWAP, so no need to get back into that one. At this point, don't want to throw anything away from this morning, but I think we're going to get some dips. The way the futures are going, I think we're going to get an AMD dip. Ideally, that's the first one because Intel is $1 from 2% away from VWAP. I think AMD has a better chance of getting there.
So I feel like there has to be something on Palantir. I mean, Palantir is dropping real aggressive. We didn't, because the Spidey senses are up. If this drops below 86, like okay, here it comes. I'll try a little bit more. We're only in this name at 86.38. So here it comes in. We're going to drop this out if it breaks, 90s. So almost right there. Do we get like a little love back upside right now? That would be nice to do that. We'll take an opportunity to get some out in the teens here on on Palantir. We were waiting at 13s. Oh, it just went to 12s right there. We'll see if we can get it. Do we not get any? Oh, no, we didn't get anything out there. Darn it. Okay, there it is. No, that's a different stock. All right, so we'll wait. No, that was Palantir. All right, so here we go. Let's just wait to see just a little bit back and forth, a little bit surprised. We'll get some out now. Okay, Well, now we're going to win on it for some reason. So we are just mad at ourselves for averaging in on that one. But there goes Palantir back to the upside here. Let's see if it wants to go. I have no idea what that dip was all about, but I don't trust it. So, we got very, very close to getting out. We're long now at 25s. I know it's not great, but let's just lick our wounds a little bit here as we've made a decent comeback today after shorting. Like I said, we went long on Amazon. We went long on Palantir early. Both didn't work out, but we were able to be creative, get back. We had some money in the queues, and we still do have some money in the queues. What am I talking about? We are almost out of this one, though. We have less than 10% left. We have about 7% left of this trade as it comes back in. And honestly, I don't know if I have another bid down here. I do not. So I'm going to let this market just settle down. 61.80 was a stop. So I think we'll try 62 again down here on the TQs. So as I say, I don't have another bid. I mean, we have a bid. It's just a lot lower. So we'll put a bid at 62 and change. See if that holds down here. I think, okay, there goes NVIDIA. So we'll give some back on NVIDIA, but we tried 120 again, and there it goes back down through. So I think we did pretty good. Palantir also dropped out. So the reloads on the long right now as the market comes back in, no good on those. So we'll continue being red on Palantir. We tried to give it a go there. It just didn't work out. And then NVIDIA, we didn't give much back. But there goes the drop back in as the short right now. People were mentioning that, man. Just try to stay short, despite what we think about this market.
You got to find something. The thing is, some of these names are so far. The weak names are at bottoms. It's like, well, what do you want to do? Like, I just jumped back into not VWAP, but there's a seller on Affirm at 43.5. So before it was 44.5. Now there's a seller at the $0.50 here, so I jumped underneath. If it breaks this, I'm not holding it to VWAP. VWAP's like $1 change away. So if we break the local high, we'll get out. But in terms of joining something short, I'm just shaking my head. Tesla just dropped another rather hefty leg to the downside in here. So I got back into Affirm because Affirm was the one short we had that worked, and it showed me a level, so we're able to get back into it. But Tesla, patiently waiting for a setup. Sometimes it's the right thing to do. You could have just shorted any price you wanted on Tesla and not really cared about the consequences, and it would have been fine once it broke 241. So this one is headed down. I do still think AMD gives us a chance off of VWAP here. It's now at the 105 half level, so it's about to make its test of VWAP any second now, or at least in the next couple of minutes. So I expect if we get a test and any kind of a bounce off VWAP, I'm going long on AMD until proven otherwise. It's just Affirm's the only thing we got back in. I just saw Showtime just said booby traps engage.
Okay.
You got to be a little more specific than that in terms of booby traps. But yeah, let's get a crypto update from Madeira. Spoiler alert, Bitcoin is not up.
Okay.
Bitcoin continuing here, this pretty epic descent here, rounded top. Now we're continuing to these lower highs, lower lows. Yesterday, we seemed like we were poised for a little bit of a reprieve. This nice bounce here off of that 76,000 area. Sharif this morning was talking about how Bitcoin has a lot of support in the mid 70,000s. Fortunately, though, as of right now, pushing a bit lower. Some crypto tickers, including MSTR, are actually at their day's lows. It's worth noting as well, reading this Bloomberg article, apparently U.S. Bitcoin ETFs have lost $5.5 billion in 5 weeks. That is the longest losing streak for these ETFs since their inception last year. It's worth noting overall crypto ETFs, apparently, from what I was reading, lost just over $6 billion. So lots of losses here, lots of outflow with regards to these ETFs over the last week as crypto continues to be a bit weaker. Bitcoin technically still about flat on the day here. Ethereum up about 0.5%. We have XRP up about almost 2%. BNB doing great here, up about 6%. Dogecoin 2, Cardano almost 3. So really mixed performance here, as we've seen quite a bit now for these crypto tickers. Worth noting, though, Solana is red on the day. And make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
Yeah, Solana. I only really like Bitcoin right now. I don't know. I have some ADA. You guys
Same boat.
I have some Cardano, but
it's all about the big boy. What do you like? What do I like in a bit of a bear run on crypto? I'm gonna like Bitcoin, and
let's go.
That's pretty much it. Doesn't mean to each their own. I just try to keep it simple. Haven't really looked at MSTR or anything in the like this morning because I think it's been about the chips. First thing first, AMD's at VWAP, so we're into it for the first time today. I said it would get there before Intel did. Tight stop and a wick out on Affirm. Remember, it's $1 from VWAP, so if I'm going to short it at that level, the second it showed any kind of a break, I'm just jumping out and waiting for a chance to get it where we like it a little bit better at 44.5. On that name, Intel, if AMD is going to get there, Intel now breaking away from 26. So this is the first hefty dip in Intel since, what was this, at about 950 or so when it bounced off VWAP. 25.5, kind of the target area to look for a continuation long on Intel. The market's trying its best. The NASDAQ just held green. Yeah. It's underneath VWAP, but it just held sort of red to green and right around those Friday highs. So you're still managing to hold out some slight upward trending, but you're underneath VWAP. So I got to be careful. I want to make sure that I'm not long stocks that I think are a little bit relatively weak. And Tesla, I don't know what to tell you guys. It's making another bounce here. I think if it can get to just underneath 240, that might be a spot because VWAP's a little far away to try to jump into that short on TSLA. But right now we're long AMD in front of VWAP, and Intel might be our chance to get it with the market coming back in here. 25.5 is about where VWAP is on that name. But yeah, gotta be patient here with that Tesla. It's a trap, Tim says. Everything seems like a trap, but you just have to be patient waiting for the right levels. NVIDIA to me was...
Spring the trap.
This was a trap. It looked strong. It was the strongest chip name. It tried to hold the prior day highs. Hindsight being 2020, I guess when it lost the prior high, that could have been a short. But I wasn't looking short on NVIDIA. The best I can do is just get out of the trade when it loses my level. So if AMD does the same thing up here at VWAP on this trend, then I jump out of it. And it might even be a reversal, actually, on AMD. Got to look at that daily chart. The thing about AMD is it's actually breaking out of this trend line on the daily. Which it's done it before, but look, it wicks it and then comes back in. This is one of the stronger breaks on AMD. So this is worth watching the next couple of days because I think the second it shows enough strength, a move into 140 makes some sense to me, the 200-period moving average. But it's wicked this before on AMD, multiple times. And this has been going on since October of last year.
All right, we're going to put an offer at 86.20 here on. We didn't get our ultimate low on Palantir, waiting to get this low right here, 85.20s. But we're back into 85.50. We just got a bunch. We not a bunch out. You can see we're not up on Palantir. Someone asked if we were. This last trade was flat. We were able to get some decent moves out. But right now we had just bought this dip right here, 85.50. There's an 85.77. There's an 85.90 or so. So we're like. Again, but we're only out of like 20%. Each one of those is only 10%. So if we continue to fall down in, then yeah, we do have to get hit on that play. We did reload the futures down here as well as we got stopped out and bought it right back. Didn't realize we didn't have the right stop. Should have been a little bit lower down there. We got stopped out at 61.80. Looks like the stop should have been 61.70. So that's where I'm sitting right now. So we're taking basically 10 handles worth of risk. We're now in the money 25 handles. So let's take out some more here at 02 if we're able to get it. That's been our best out on this play recently. We did get a nice bump back up into 10s, but right now you can see the market is trying to fade out. QBTS still underneath 11. I mean, that one's going to have to go. All right, you've been looking at Affirm. Okay, so SMCI does hold that level again. If there's any, what else you guys want to look at right over here, man? Bonds going up. Yeah, Celsius holding. Celsius.
Merging with Pepsi, you think?
No, probably not. The thing is, Pepsi did buy Poppy, so we already talked about that a little bit there, not a public name. But if Celsius is merging, that could be fine as well. A big, big name. There's $40.80. We talked about that on SMCI. Looks like that wants to hold down there as the bottom. It's only 10.36 right now.
CLH is strong today, though.
Yeah,
I think it's just up on sympathy.
Probably up on that play, so that would make sense there. So, yeah, all right. Palantir, guys, we drop below $85. We're out of this one, so that's going to be our next point of concern right now. We'll try to go long in the teens, and then that's it, man. Give this one like 20 cents. If it loses it, because Palantir just basically coming in like nobody's. There it is. Look at this. There it is. Did it even break there? I don't know, but there it comes in. So one more time, man, our worst stock today is Palantir, and we keep on trying to catch those bottoms. Doesn't look like there's a bottom in, though, for PLTR. So see you later. Well, as the whole futures are losing everything.
Yeah, the second you said that, AMD lost its local bottom at VWAP. So we'll slap the loss on AMD. It was the last one that we waited for it to pull back into VWAP like before, but it just lost a bid there. So unfortunately, we'll slap an L on that. It doesn't necessarily mean Intel's done. It's still up 7%, but it's still, I mean, what are we, we're still 1% away on Intel from it getting down into VWAP. So let it fall at this point. I'm guessing, I just heard in the back, get to VWAP. So that's a 99% chance that Obi took this reversion, I'm going to guess, because he's the only person back there. And there's a double top and a trend break on Intel at 26. I think that can get to that 25.5. That's where I'm looking for the bounce here. And then QBTS, haven't made a trade in QBTS since it got to that bottom, and it's trending right back down to that low. So the entry that I want would be hold that low, break this little trend that it's got. So lower highs here on QBTS. Either we get back into the bottom or we break that trend. That's the only way I'm getting in. I just got out of AMD and showed you guys that out. I guess it's taking a second to refresh, but that lost VWAP, so I'm out of AMD for sure. That's no longer a position for myself. I see people talking about Reddit as well. I know you were mentioning that at the 122. You just got to be careful picking your bottoms. Ooh, bit of a spread here on Reddit. That's spready.
Yeah.
Daryl probably likes this name. I just saw like a 30-cent spread on this stock and bouncing off the 120 level. The thing is, that bounce here, that 60 cents, half of that is just the spread of the stock on a bounce. So not really much of a bid yet. It's got to be patient, wait for Intel here. That was about as clean as it gets off VWAP the first time. So we'll just look for a similar setup. I don't even think I was that patient on VWAP. I got it on the front end of that move. Could have had all the same fills when it bounced, actually giving you the wick bottom. So allow it to do the same move for us in here and try again. Doug asking about Apple. Apple wasn't on my radar this morning. You got to pick and choose the names you like.
Was it up?
What happened?
Apple's been doing
I
great.
hit enter. No, I hit it twice. All right,
As
there we
of
go.
late.
No, it's a big fail on Apple.
Oh,
today.
okay. No, that's
Well,
okay.
okay, well, fail of the breakout of the high.
Right.
But it's not really doing a heck of a lot. But like a very clean breakout trade that failed underneath at 214 on Apple. And I don't necessarily love this one underneath the 50 period, the 200 period moving average. You're failing Friday's high on Apple as well. That might be a stair step to the downside. Intel's the one I want long. It's holding strength. It's up 7%. Can't even get to VWAP at this point. Did I miss a call to Adara?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
We're okay.
I don't think so. I think we're good.
Yeah, we're okay. All right, so 85, 71s or so here. We're going to try. So Palantir has just ripped up against us right now. It looks like it does want to stop out if we break through the 70s. A very, very aggressive play off the bottom. We got stopped out. We were trying the short right now. It looks like we'll get stopped out again right now on Palantir as that's continuing higher as the futures do bounce off of those levels. So, all right, let's go find out what Adara's up to at the green screen.
It's interesting, I think, is a lot of the names that immediately look red compared to the rest of the market are going to be in that Mag 7 or big tech space. Broadcom, Nvidia, Meta, Amazon, Tesla here as well. But a lot of the other names that are not these Mag 7 tickers are doing incredibly well. These sectors really reflecting that here. Utilities, with the exception of NEE, nicely up on the day. Consumer non-durables being led by PG. We mentioned Pepsi as well with that acquisition pushing higher. Health technology looking great. Finance, consumer services, producer manufacturing, commercial services, any retail trade name that isn't Amazon looking pretty good as well. And within electronic technology and tech services, once again, we're seeing non-Mag 7 names really step up to the plate. Netflix, Oracle looking great here in technology services. And of course, AMD actually looking quite nice here in electronic technology, even though Nvidia was really expected to be the star of the week with their GTC 2025 conference, guys.
Man. Yeah, I mean, my number one name is still going to be NVIDIA. And yeah, oh, wow, bounced off 120 again. Okay, well, that's where we're at. I mean, bouncing off, I don't think that's accurate. It's down to 119.50 was the low. So we did not play with fire on this one, man. I mean, good call out there because of the week that they're going to have, and maybe there's something there. But AMD, Intel, Broadcom, I mean, Broadcom off that bottom was monstrous, right? I mean, well, it's come back in a little bit now, but that's 187. Oh, yeah, we talked, oh, yeah, that's right, because I got frustrated on this chart in the first show. There it is right there. So we were talking about if it got into some of these wicks, it's making that little bottom wick again there today. There's definitely strength in Broadcom. I mean, I just look at like these bottom wicks, but blast up to the upside. You can sort of see here with the selling, you don't have as many, but that's because we did have some pretty aggressive plays last week to the downside. So we'll see if Broadcom can hold, and last week's levels were 190 that held. So it looks like today you do get that little bit of a gift down there into 187. I feel like if you caught that, good for you. You may just want to hold on to Broadcom. I mean, that's not good news, man. Losing that bid to some Taiwanese company and Google saying pass, and still okay, up 1.57%, or down, sorry. But we don't even have really negative news for Nvidia, and they're the same mark. So yeah,
I guess it's just.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
With Nvidia, you have to guess that it's just they have the event and they're selling the news because. I don't know. Like they got their AI event thing, and one of those. Yeah, they're just going to sell it off because you have the event starting, and it rallied into it on Friday. So we're not. It's not at VWAP on Intel, but it just did a hold of. Oh, it's fixed. There we go. Position board was
okay,
for
good.
a second, but it is fixed now. It just did a hold of the prior low, which is 25 or prior high 25.64, the opening range top.
Back to 86.
Just did a nice little wick there, so I just got long. Just in front of 75, and I'll give it to that prior high. So if it breaks that, we'll wait for VWAP. But if you're going to consolidate off the prior high, that'll work as well for Intel. Looking very strong. Tom Anthony's saying, look at MSTR.
Leave that bounced
But every time I look at Bitcoin, it's not moving.
83,000.
So if Bitcoin's not doing much, but MSTR actually was moving quite a bit, trending back to the upside at least now. I'm just not very bullish on this name. And I know I say this every single time, but it's like, look at what it's been doing since just right in here. It was like January, like late January. You lost the 50 period. Look at all the resistance anytime it gets close to it. Would I want to be buying this thing up at the top? No, let it break back out the 50 period. It's almost like sell it every chance it gets close to the 50 period and then look away. But MSTR, right now, I guess VWAP if you wanted to trade it. I'm going to stay away from that bad boy. The other name that we're looking to get back into is QBTS. It hasn't really gotten back into that prior high from Friday for a second salvo at it. Still worth trending. It's still trending down. The market's starting to come back though. And the other way I wanted to get in would be there is consecutive lower highs, break this trend, and then just look for a long in here off like a 1080 break on QBTS or D-Wave, I should say. So if this one can break this little trend, just sort of connecting the dots since the open or the lines in the chart, and we'll look for a bit of a break of this trend for a long in QBTS. But not much happening, on this name since that initial pop that you got. It dropped, gave you the pop. It's just been trending down since. So I want to make sure it's breaking that trend before we get back into it. Patience, patience, patience. It's still up on the day, obviously, but there's a difference between something which is trending up and something which is trending down. Let's see if Intel can hold it. NASDAQ's had VWAP, though. This is a pretty big point. The NASDAQ loses VWAP. I got to look for a short somewhere because we've only been in Affirm. It worked, but that's the only short we had. I feel like Tesla is the missed opportunity. Yeah. And that could be at VWAP the same time NASDAQ is testing it here.
All right. So we did basically exactly that. We were testing VWAP up here on the TQs. So we got stopped out at the very bottom. We're still up on this stock. It's still going to be my #1 stock. Did we just get a bid down there? Yes, we did. So there it is, man. We just went short at 31s, and we just got right at the bottom. Oh, here, I can zoom in a little bit. Right at the bottom there, what is that? 62.10. So a good fill there for us. Let's see if it continues lower. I'm going to take another fill at 13s if we can get it. Another 5%. Oh, we just missed it. Oh, maybe we'll get it. But at the end of the day, nice little retracement back in. We got more than the 200 period. There we go. We got, did we just get 10s again? Yeah. So now we'll see if we can play back. I mean, that stop out sucks. We will see if we can get something else down here, 61.85. I think that's worth putting a bid at least down there. So we'll see if we can get something down there, 61.80s, and let that continue to work out for us. Maybe I'll put another 5% at 62.03s just to get out ahead of that little wick down there and see if we can support those prices. I don't think it really matters, though. I mean, when we look at TQs, specific prices, I mean, we're really looking at the NASDAQ. This is a triple levered, so if you think the NASDAQ can get back down into here, it'll chart the same as the TQs. So I would say just use charting as your levels. You don't have to say like, okay, it's an option eligible price or anything like that. Most people won't trade TQs like that. So we'll wait to see what goes on there. We do have, we'll talk about this when we get back from 10:50. We have our What's for Lunch segment. Now that we get those every single day, we'll be able to cover that. Google still downside again, another name that, we've liked for the long side of things, but not really today, down 0.4 as right now Google, I think, looking back, I think this is going to wind up being a great price for Google. It's just, cheap. You got to get into it first, right? I mean, I just don't know if we want to buy that falling knife, but I feel like it's maybe leveled off. We'll wait for 165, like the play there for Google. All right, the TQs have come all the way back upside now, which is fine. I mean, QBTS is really starting to go here. QBTS is actually now at VWAP, so oops, that's a New York name. We're going to have to get something out now that we're at 96s if we can. I just offered some 96s. There goes. Are we going to get them? I'm at 96, 97. There it is. Well, we're at 96, so there it is. Nice move higher there for QBTS as we just hold. We should have got longer again. I didn't even realize it was at 10:50 as we battle on Palantir and we battle with the futures. We didn't even realize that. That was a good reload spot there for sure. Let's see if this quantum name can get going. QBTS here, hopefully late. So yeah, that's about it for me. Just trying to chill out, looking at those names. Shopify has been bad recently. Mara.
Really?
Mara, $12. We'll have to figure out what's going on with Mara down there.
Did it hit 12?
Yeah, it did. It hit 12 a little bit to the last
Oh,
week.
no, I meant today. It didn't
No, close enough. Last little week there, 12.13. I like Mara. We talked about that. We actually talked about going long 14s and then watching to see what happens at 12. Well, you got that opportunity to see what happens at 12, and it was a hold. So nice hold there at 12 for Mara. And I think if you're going to do anything long safe in Bitcoin, I think Mara might be the one, man. I don't think it's that bad down there. So worth a look down at 12 if you can get it. We just took a little bit more out on the futures as we came right back into the 200 period. So looking for some love here on that one. Yeah, Sebastian, trying to have some diamond hands here, but I don't know if that's going to make any sense here. Not much happening. QBTS was a good out up there for sure. But other than that, man, yeah, diamond hands hasn't been working out too well for us. Palantir might be a short, but I don't know. 87 is where the 50 period moving average is, so I'm not trying to get too excited about that play. 1050 getting ready for a call to Adara soon with Money Talks.
Yeah, not quite yet, but just a little bit. Come on, Intel, go. I did not get that break of trend on QBTS. It happened a little bit quickly. This was the candle on the trend break. It was basically, it went like 30 pennies in one shot up there on QBTS. So this little trend break there, by the time it confirmed the move, like you're already chilling at 11 bucks. So there was no re-entry for me on that. We're going to go up to the desk, Money Talks with Adara. It's not VWAP that I'm long on Intel. It's just that prior high. So it's holding the morning range top. You're going to look for it out in front of 26 again because 26 is resistance. Let's go talk about the strength in the US dollar.
Yeah,
maybe?
Why not?
No strength to speak of here in the US dollar. This is actually looking pretty rough here for the DXY. We broke a 7-day selling streak last week here, pushing higher for Wednesday and Thursday, but Friday was lower. We actually have a bit of a double top situation in this daily chart. Now today we're looking to take out all of the gains that we made over those last 2 positive days. So it's hard to find any strength here in the DXY. In terms of economic catalysts, by far the largest one that we're going to be getting this week is going to come on Wednesday with the FOMC rate decision. We are expecting that there will be no cut. About 99% of participants expecting no change in the rate. So no hike or no cut. Here is, though, actually the odds for May. By May, we now have 24% of participants pricing in a 25 basis point cut and 0.2% of participants actually pricing in a 50 basis point cut. So we're still looking like we're not going to get any cuts for the March meeting, but now participants are starting to price in some potential cuts in May, though again, not significant, less than 50% of participants pricing in a cut. It's also worth noting here, GTC 2025, NVIDIA's conference, this is just more for the market. We'll be getting a keynote from CEO Jensen Huang at 10 a.m. So stay tuned for that tomorrow, about 24 hours from now, guys. Back to you.
Yes, we are very, very excited for Jensen. We're also very, very excited to let you know that we do have e-Signal on lockdown for everybody once again this month. It is your first month free. We are waiving all, well, we are not, e-Signal is waiving that first month fee. So make sure you trade smarter, not harder. Get that elite trading experience with e-Signal. Look, man, infinite data, chart up to 500 symbols at once, connect over 50 plus brokers. Check out the scans that they, again, it's the 500 symbols in the scans that really matters to me. No slowdown, nothing like that. Great technology, great support as well. The back testing, unbelievable. Tick charts, second charts, everything. 1 second charts, right? All for free. If you get that platform, it is e-Signal. It's an all-in-one platform. Do not forget about executing at the peak level, and you can do that using the best charting software around. That is e-Signal. So scan that QR code there below for the signals of E. But we have to figure out one thing first, quickly, because people are waiting and they want to know.
The signals of E.
Yeah, the signals of E. Yeah, it's lunchtime. All right. So this morning, people would be very, very happy to know that we had hard-boiled eggs. Fresh fruit salad, whole fruit. Yeah, they're just bringing that. You got to like crack it yourself, and you know you got to put that work in there, Mr. Roberts. Whole fruit, pastries, and bagels. Man, they got some nice. I'm going to put something up on Instagram, I think. I sent it over there to the wife. She wanted to put some behind the scenes up. Oh, there it is right here. Here it is right here. So it is up on Instagram. Join me on Instagram. Hey, what's up, Mr. O'Leary, a cockroach? We'll get that guy in a minute. There it is. So this is what was for breakfast. Here, you see the green pants? We have there's the hard-boiled eggs that Neil has right there. We've got some pastries, and then as you see what our friend Randy brings through as well, and there's the fruit salad. So go follow me at Trader TV Sean, also on Instagram. But many of you are wondering what's for lunch. I mean, that's the whole point of what we just hit right there. So today's a pretty good one, man. I mean, I'm excited for it. I don't know what's going to be on the salad, but it is jerk chicken. So we'll say what's up to jerk chicken today. Rice and peas, seasonal veggies, and island coleslaw. So that should be really good as well. I'm assuming island coleslaw is more of a vinaigrette based, so we'll see what happens right there. But that is what is a tasty for lunch. So yeah, go find me there on Insta and you can see that. So that was a nice little piece put out there. Thank you to Marisa for that one. All right, QBTS, let's go, man. It is a hot dog kind of a trading day there for QBTS because that's starting to go back upside. Can we get the 200 period moving average? Despite what these futures are trying to do, it's QBTS right now making them sing to that level. We did get a good fill as we were talking about E-signal down there at 62. It doesn't hit me at 80s. That's what we're waiting for. Next fill down here, we're actually waiting at 87. So if we can get that drip, that would be nice. 87s for, you know what, I'm gonna take a 97. There we go, we'll just punch out a little bit right there as we do get this move down. So I'm bidding 87s, hands crossed. There it is. Did we get it? No, we did not. Give me that. Yes, sir. There it is. So a nice little trade there for us on the Qs, trying to get that back into our glory days. Number one stock for me still, well, actually, it's now TQQs. So there it is. So far, so good here. Let's see if we can get downside now on the TQs. NVIDIA and TQs good. Palantir, very, very bad for me today. So we'd have to, you know, fix that. But so far, so good here. As the NASDAQ, Neil.
Get the Qs back into the boss
Make
level.
the Qs great again.
You said glory days. Glory days, the boss.
Is that, Springsteen?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one there, man, yeah. Especially born in the USA. You know, we'll have to maybe take some US stocks. Hey, Palantir's a US company.
Oh, what was the one where there was a video and it was like the girl from Friends was dancing?
Oh, Aniston?
No, it was the other one.
Oh, Courtney, yes, she was on stage.
On stage.
Courtney Cox.
What the heck's the name of it? Dancing in the Dark.
Dancing in the Dark.
And she's doing. Did you know that the Carlton dance was based off of her?
Oh, really? Get down.
So I'm back short in Affirm. Look, we're going to take it. It's almost at VWAP, consolidating at the 44 level. As it's starting to work back in, we're going to short this one for the third time here today. Technically the fourth, although same price. I call it, it's the third time, because this was just a reload at the same price. So we're in it for the third time. Intel, we were able to grab it the first time off of 25.65. That prior high got some out at like 82, but now it's trending back into VWAP. So if it loses VWAP, I want to be out of that name. And then QBTS, third one, and we have a couple minutes to go. This is not a VWAP trade. It broke that trend line. I'm looking for the hold of that 1080 area. So this was, I didn't get the trend break. I'm going to pull it right back in and then go long off the prior bar high here on QBTS. Yeah, it's one of those days where it should be short more because the market looks weak. But we're back into the one short that worked out best for us. I'm going to make sure that we stick with it. The low of the day is 42, but I'm looking at 43. Pre-market low and all kinds of resistance down there. I want to be covering out in front of that $43. We're short at 43.88 here on, oh wow, Tesla just broke another low again. Yeah, I think the short's going to be just fine. Tesla just went 5% down.
Oh boy.
It's a nasty day overall in terms of reversals. NVIDIA just broke low of the day, but I think the shorts are going to start to work. Got to take some profit on the way down though.
Yeah, good. Let's go. That's exactly what we've been doing. We've been taking a lot of profit on the way down here on some of these names. So let's see if we could just sort of keep that vibe going. We do want to get lower. We are at the lows of the day right now. We've just been taking out some levels here. I don't mind these prices at all. If we can get out, then that is great. We do know that there's the ebbs and flows in this market, as we keep on saying, and like I don't take that lightly. Like there is awesome opportunities to get back going. And we talked about this. Congratulations, OB, again. Like we talk about taking size here, and that's the one thing that we got a lot of respect for OB last week, putting on some shares and actually going for it. So shout out to OB there, shorting Intel as we talk about that name. I know Neil mentioned that earlier, so shout out right there, man. It makes a big difference when you're here to trade. And we had a great week. We're glad to have Neil back OB last week, Joe last week, absolutely great. Joe did all day twice, so shout out to Joe. All day, baby. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. So shout out to those boys who are getting ready for the midday coming up one more time. All right, here we go. The TQs, well, every day, right? Every day midday time. All right, the TQs continue its march a little bit lower. Quantum name, we're light on this now. We have about less than 10%, but more. Let's call it 7%. I don't know. Random fills here, but nice move to the upside there. We would take advantage of that at 11. And again, you got to make money where the money lies, right? I mean, you can't try to force things right there. What we did, though, is we threw our whole day away pretty much trying to force Palantir. And it just, the bids weren't there. The short, we got stopped out of the short as well. It looks like 86.50 is going to be a key level. So when we get back from the gym, we'll have a look quickly at Palantir and figure out what's going on there. But still, 70 handles in the money. Futures looking weak. Hopefully we can break a little bit lower. That'd be nice if that was the case. So that's what we're going to wait for here. And yeah, let's hope for a continued push downside for my positions anyways. Quantum's not really going to follow the market. We only have one trade on that is short the futures. And honestly, we were going long the futures until we broke VWAP. And have that ability to flip up your game. Like we were long. It's going to be the number one name. P&L, it's not even close for me today. It's going to be TQs. And so that was a huge move there. Nice move to the downside right now. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. But it's QBTS, big one for me. TQ's big one for me. And then NVIDIA. Where our losers lie is Amazon, which thankfully we didn't fight this one because I like the long there, but do not fight it. Get out of the way there. And then Palantir is going to be the big one for an L today. So we'll have to wait for all of that. But yeah, good day right there so far. I don't know. What's your best trade today? Do you have one?
Well,
that's the best.
Affirm's been clean. But I have to say, like, Intel until just now was the cleanest one. It'll be dependent because we're back into it off of VWAP. And at this point, if it loses VWAP, then it's likely to be Affirm. QBTS was pretty clean this morning as well. Otherwise, I gotta still think about Tesla here because that's a big miss for me. So is the firm trying to bounce off VWAP as we speak. QBTS, we had the one reversion trade when it bounced off the prior high. But it's hard to be happy liking Tesla short and not having a single trade on it today. So, you know, it's at the low of the day. I never found my way into this stock. So I'm pretty disappointed by that. It never broke anywhere near 250 or 252. There wasn't like a clean-ish VWAP trade early. You could have pushed the envelope and just, after the opening range, should have shorted it off the prior day low, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. The best thing I can do now is maybe try to join the trend at lunchtime or maybe a little bit later on. Let's try to be a little bit patient with it. I see DJ Mix is long TSLL, so good luck to you.
Mix.
I think this has been one of the better movers today, Tesla. Unfortunately, just no executions on it yet. Want to try to get into this at some point, shorting those pops. It is 11 o'clock, which does mean we're supposed to throw to the midday.
Get down.
So
yeah,
it's Sharif the professor
they're born ready.
and the man who does not like pie or cookies. And that is going to be Joey Options. No, I'm just having
I know, it's cookies is okay. It's cake.
No, someone said he didn't like
chocolate
cookies.
chip. No, he doesn't like. He likes oatmeal cookies.
Oh, oatmeal cookies are the best. Okay, no, I'm down with that.
Yeah.
I'm down with that, Joe.
Good.
But you've got to try some key lime pie if you're ever down in Florida, Joe. Trust me, it's life changing. Let's go to the midday. It's learn to trade and learn to eat pastries.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy Joey Options. And in addition to not liking apple pie or any type of pie or cookies, he's never sold anything on Facebook Marketplace. That may not have anything to do with food, but it strikes me in the wrong area and I don't like it. I'm just joking.
I told you, I'm a donator, man. I'm a donator, man. Come on.
Shout out to everybody, guys. Thank you for joining Joe and I on this great Monday. It is a beautiful day here in Toronto. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. Shout out to the world's greatest mod, Kahlua, G-Talk, Fiddleback. Stock or put. I do like that. Haitam Yasan. We got Abhishek. I beat up a guy in high school named Abhishek. Derek Thompson, Phil Rich, Julie B, BJZ, the Corleone family. How about 1320 Wolf? Meta Trader, Racer X9, and Mohammed Mukati. We got Kenny D. We got Tiago, the Evolution Trader with Mike Jacques. Okay, I like that. Joseph, what's up to you, my man? We got Sixto V, Stuart Stevenson, Etienne, Native New York. Shame, he says. I agree there. well echoed there. Kirk D, DJ Reski, Charlie Card, SBP Trader. How about Cobra? How about Brit? And I'm not saying that name. That's gonna stay on the blocked list. Sean Drake, Antoine, Liam, Frank Hong, Andre Brooks, Escape Planet, Sports and Stonks, I love that. Apex House Cat, that's a good one right there. We got Riyadh, we got Mentally Unemployable. Rev Boost, Apex House Cat again, Normal Special. I like that, Normal Special. One more, we got Bugsy, I lied, two more. And Venado. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for joining Joe and I again in the midday over here. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Anything we want to mention before we jump?
Yeah. Let's get into a couple of things here. We know the quantum space is most definitely in play here today, guys. Sorry, just reading some of the chats. So we've taken 3 stabs at this trade. You can see that we entered in first, and then what do I talk about it all the time, just adding to those positions, especially when they're working. So just free rolling using unrealized gains. That all obviously lifts your stop up. I only took about 50% off here, unfortunately, and then we got stopped out break even. Same thing about around here, only about 33% stopped out break even. And then as I'm about to put in another bid here, it comes right back against me, and then we get stopped out break even because this downtrend was not looking too good. We have a lesson to go over here, guys, but I want to go over the top performing sectors this morning. And the majority of us are sitting in the green. So in first place, we got the real estate sector up about 1.6% there, guys. Consumer staples sitting in second there on the show slot, 1.3%. Energy up about 1.12. And then from third last to last, we got the communication services up about 0.4. Technology relatively flat, only up about 0.02% right there, and the consumer discretionary up about 1/3, or down about 1/3 there, guys. So that is the top performing. Consumer discretionary being the weaker one, being led by Tesla once again. So not a good look. I wasn't too sure about this rally being sustained, and it came into play here. So selling in Tesla, not a good look. Want to get out of it, want to do a little rotation, and that's going to be the game plan. But we got a hot lesson today, guys. Happy Monday. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Let's get right into it.
All right, Joseph, we are talking about the gap and go strategy again today. A couple more lessons left on this bad boy. So just to kind of reiterate, the gap and go strategy thrives on strong price movements. But what if you want to avoid the initial frenzy and secure a potentially better entry price? So price target entry, a variation of what we call the gap and go strategy, offers that solution. So this lesson explores how to set price targets and strategically enter trades based on them. So let's get right down to business, baby. If I can find the mouse over here, there we go. The challenge of the entry. So the standard gap and go strategy, as we discussed last week, involves buying or selling at the open of a gap. Okay, the gap, again, just to reiterate, is the difference between the closing price on the previous day and the opening price on the following day. Sometimes we gap up, sometimes we gap down, and you're just looking for the variance. You can take the percentage variance, the dollar variance, whatever. That's what we're looking at, the difference between the closing print and the opening print the following day. So the standard gap and go strategy often involves buying or selling at the open of a gap, aiming to capitalize on the anticipated trend. However, this approach has drawbacks. Number one, typically you might get an unfavorable entry price. So early buying might lead to a higher entry price than is necessary, especially if there are support levels that make sense to pick it up off. And there's also the issue of market volatility. The opening moments can be quite volatile. We all know how that 9:30 to 10 a.m. time slot in trading can be. So think just about that. So it makes it difficult to assess the true direction of the trend, whether we're going to move up or down. Sometimes you'll hear like the boys, there'll be $5 in the money on one trade, and then like literally 30 seconds later, they're flat or they're negative on it. The open is a wild time. Things are zigging, things are zagging. And there's also a little bit of a lack of confirmation. Buying right at the top runs the risk of a false breakout or a lack of continuation in the move. And we know that is an ever-present danger in trading, these false breakouts and false breakdowns. So the price target entry to the rescue, so to speak. So price target entry addresses these concerns that we outlined above by incorporating a specific price target for your entry rather than simply buying at the open. And here's the process. Step number 1, you want to identify the gap, right? So find a stock with a significant price gap up or a gap down at the open, accompanied by high volume. How you determine what is high volume, you may compare it to volume during that time on the previous trading day. You could look at relative volume, but I'd submit to you by, 9:30, by 10 o'clock, you may not be where you need to be in terms of having more than higher than one relative volume, right? Because usually you need the trading day to develop. So make your appropriate comparisons with what constitutes high volume or low volume given that time of day. So that's step number 1. Step number 2, analyze the trend. Use technical analysis to confirm the intended direction of the trend. You're looking here for support indicators like moving averages and trend lines that are pointing up or pointing down in whatever direction you have a bias on that day. So number 1, you identify the gap. Number 2, you want to analyze the trend. Step number 3, set your target. So based on your analysis and risk tolerance, determine a price target slightly above that bullish gap or below that bearish gap, because remember, we're talking about gappers here, right? For the opening price, the target represents your ideal entry point, okay? And then step number 4, you're placing your order, right? Don't chase the market price. Instead, place what I would suggest to be a limit order at your chosen target price. I rarely ever, if ever, I should say, use market orders. This ensures you enter the trade if the price reaches your desired level and not before or after that price. Well, after it could continue to go down. So the benefits of the price target entry, number 1, potentially better entry price. By waiting for that pullback on the gapper, you might get a lower entry price compared to buying at the open. You also help reduce your risk somewhat. You avoid the initial volatility of the gap, potentially limiting your initial risk. Again, we've talked about the lot of volatility that takes place typically within the first half an hour. And discipline and patience, right? This approach enforces discipline and patience, forcing you to wait for confirmation of the trend before entering. And last but not least, here are levels. Waiting to enter the level or waiting to enter the trade gives you a better sense of what levels the stock is respecting and what areas might make sense for stop losses and profit takers. So you can kind of gauge an intraday high and intraday low, at least in the first half an hour. So you can kind of understand, oh, the sellers are over here. They seem to be selling at 215. Okay, the buyers seem to be buying at 210. Whatever it is, okay? So just here's one consideration you can think of. Some considerations I should say you should consider before entering these trades. Number 1, missed opportunities. The price might not reach your target, causing you to miss the trade entirely. That's part and parcel of the game, especially if you're going to insist on a level that has to get triggered before you enter. The level may not get triggered. You may be just sitting there waiting. Volatility, even with a target, be prepared for short-term price fluctuations around your target zone. That's absolutely normal. And your order management here. Consider using a trailing stop loss order to manage risk as the price moves in your favor, especially if you want to lock in those profits. Also consider taking profit along the way in case the trend reverses. We see that on this desk. You see the Katina man doing it. Neil does it. Joseph as well, wetting the beak, so to speak, on the way up. That is the end of the lesson. I hope everybody prints up a storm.
It's a multiple storms, guys. All right, let's see what we can get cooking up here in QBTS. The space is in play. It does look like it wants to break out. We are having some issues, though. That volume is not really stepping in how we would necessarily like it to. So in order for us to hold on to this position, we need to get that volume to break through this trend line right here. But again, I'm going to get out at 75, just at the low of the range. But I just want to stick to things that are strong. We are up over 8% on the day, and we want to stick to that primary trend, all right? We want to stick to what is relatively strong and help identify that, especially if you're looking for the longs. Someone in the chat also mentioned Robinhood, and I was talking about this recently, just due to the fact that I want to get involved in this name. And we can see here from a daily standpoint, a nice recovery off of these lows, 36, and you're getting a 50% haircut, which I really like. So especially under this name, I'm going to look to acquire it, especially at these levels. And I think it's going to do a phenomenal job because we talked about the numbers last week as well. Just 700% in Bitcoin, up 700% year over year in Bitcoin transactions, options activity is up. Just overall user engagement is up as well too. You have more participants, more retail traders joining this platform. So I really like Hood for a long-term play there, guys. I think it's at a good value right now as well. But let's see. It doesn't seem like it wants to get the steam rolling. I think the market really has to start squeezing and participating in order for us to climb higher. The Qs are starting to trade towards the volume-weighted average price. Not quite yet there, but it is under it. Tesla not doing so good, down 5% again. But I mentioned we're going to hold on to this position until we get stopped out or we come back into the volume-weighted average price. Then I'll just get out, take a small haircut. These are all winning trades here, so you can see that we took it. We took a nice long here on QBTS right off the lows, added to the position through VWAP, and then took about 50% off there, guys. Went back in, 33% stopped out, and the same goes for this one. But it's hovering. We got to break through these pre-market lows from a previous session. I'll pull it up so we can see a little bit clearer. But you can see that we're struggling right at this base, and we need that momentum and those buyers to step in order for us to break through. So what was once resistance, now acting as support, and then now flipped back to resistance here, guys. So you can see we have multiple touches. That's a really good base. And in order for us to get through, I'll say it one more time, is that we need that volume and momentum to really kick in, and it's not looking too good right now. We're starting to form somewhat of a cliff on the 1 minute time frame. So yeah, if we break down, punch through the VWAP, then I think this trend to the downside might be fully intact. We're going to need the market to start to participate, but yeah, we'll hold on to it until otherwise. We're not going to get out of we're not going to jump the gun by any means by getting out too early or cutting the position too early, because we have a trade plan. We have a thesis and we're going to stick to it. And that was my game plan coming into this week. I'll show you guys even my notes here. And once in a while I'll do this just to make sure I get right back on track. Sometimes, and no matter how long you've been doing this, guys, you'll hop out of track. So just daily rules right here. Stop out when supposed to, have defined risk per trade, be patient on the entries, don't scale in until it starts working. We showed you guys that only 3 attempts per ticker and setup, be accurate. And when I mean 3 attempts, that's 3 losing attempts. So if you guys do anything along those lines in the morning just to get yourself psyched up, ready to follow the game plan, because I think that's what you need. Tough week last week, that's fine. It's already off my shoulder. You know why? Because your boy scored the game winner on Sunday, played some hockey, been out for a little while, played a couple weekends ago in the league game. And then, yeah, we were down 2-1, come back and win 6-4. So that was exciting. It was 4-4 tied with a couple minutes left. And your boy got the game winner, making it 5-4 there. So yeah, a nice little confidence boost, and that's what we want to see. Hopefully, considering that we're sitting on top of this range here now, guys, we can break out. But again, rejecting 11-10. Volume not stepping in just yet. It is starting to fall off a little bit of a cliff and start to come in a bit. But yeah, not a good look. If it breaks 11, then I'm assuming that we're going to come in here and touch the volume weighted average price. So we need to be wary. I mentioned that our stop. So here we go. Couldn't break through. Market wants to take another leg down here. 1075 is going to be the out. We are constructing higher lows, which is a positive sign. So if we can hold this trend, we get a little bit of price action compression. But if it breaks through VWAP, then I'm just going to get out of the trade altogether. Joey Crosby, yeah, exactly. Did I buy the dog? Yeah, we got the dog, man. We got the dog, Gorev. Yeah, we got the dog. I'll show you guys. Yeah, I'll show you, man. He's a sweetheart. We don't pick him up for another month or so. We'll pull up what we got going on. Well, we're not going to talk about that. It costs a pretty penny. We'll go by the 6 tires. It cost me 6 tires.
Wow.
This guy here, but when you see his little face here, I don't know if you guys can see, can we focus on
the other camera?
Yeah, maybe we can go here. Maybe we can pull up on this one.
There you go.
That's Milo, I guess, there, guys. So yeah, the caption is what got me. So yeah, there he is. So yeah, he's
Selena got what
adopted.
she wanted then, huh?
Yeah, Selena got what she wanted. It's not blonde, but yeah, I like the darker colored a little bit more because they won't get as dirty. So yeah, there he is. There's Milo, the new family member. Yeah, Doge. Yeah, there we go. The new family member. Happy to bring him. A little nervous too because he can't eat grapes. I love grapes. Dogs can't eat grapes.
No.
So
or popcorn.
yeah, and popcorn.
Yeah,
I've been on the popcorn train as of late as well too. So yeah, and yeah, I think there's a lot of things. So I gotta do the dog daddy due diligence and see what this guy can and can't eat. Even though I prefer to just feed them dog food, so they're not hovering around the table all the time. So there he is, Milo, the new member of the family.
Milo, that was coming. I was just about to ask. I'm like, what's the name?
Yeah,
bro?
Milo. Yeah, we were gonna go with Rupert. He looks more like a Milo. So yeah, we'll see what we got going.
Both would have been good.
Both would have been good. I want to name him Rocket because wiener dogs look like little mini rockets.
I was gonna say to you, I'm like, okay, so he's a little hot dog.
Yeah,
right?
he's a little hot dog.
There has to be some sort of hot dog play on the name.
You know what I mean?
So
Rocket.
Schnitzer, I don't know.
Schnitzer,
maybe, I don't know.
Schnitzer, yeah.
Schnitzers, whatever the situation is
that's
there.
funny. But yeah, his little legs are like that big, man. So yeah, a little dashing guy. So maybe we'll get him hunting weasels and stuff like that. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's a big step. Yeah, it's a big step. So I'm gonna take care of the evening duties. Selena will take care of the morning duties, and we'll take it from there. But yeah, here we go, guys. We're starting to break out in QBTS. This is why you stick to the game plan. You stick to that thesis. I told you where we're gonna get out. It's looking like that volume wants to step in here on the lower time frames. We keep punching through, but we're not having any continuation, which isn't overly too good, and we're starting to form this shelf here at 11. So I would really like to see us a breakthrough, and then that next pivot's going to be our target, 11.15, and then if we can punch through that as well, Sharif, we're going to look to tap into 11.40, which I think can be in the works. We've been accumulating for quite some time. Hopefully this level can break, and that's what we're going to hold on for.
All right, makes sense, man. Here's what we're looking at. A couple holdovers from last week, but there are a few new ones. We're talking about RGC. Looking real good. A bit more pricey in terms of dollars per share to size in at. We're talking about $18 and a fifth right now, $18.20. So a little bit on the pricier side, but you got to respect that look at that chart pattern there. Respecting the volume weighted average price, a couple of bull flags, good continuation, good percentage up on the day, everything in kind of on the up and up, so to speak. The spread, I can kind of see how it's trading right now. It's a little not great on the spread, but we'll talk more about that as time goes on. MGRM was good. Multiple higher highs, higher lows, good continuation. Now we're kind of on the tail end of the trade. We're below VWAP. We're putting lower highs, lower lows. We're trying to hold 3.5. This one is on my S list until and if it can get above that volume weighted average price area at 380. I like VWAP at this level, both as support and resistance for a couple of reasons. One, because it's VWAP, and I usually use that level for the small cap gappers, as well as that 950 pop. Look at that 950 pop. It goes right up to 380. VWAP right now showing me 377. So essentially one in the same. We're going to keep an eye out on MGRM to see if it wants to catch a bid. This one is having no problem catching a bid. I'm talking about ARQQ right here, up 38 2/3%. It's off the high of the day at 21.75, but look at this, above the 10 exponential, above the breakout area at 2050. I submit to you that is the area crest. On the closing basis, the wick takes it up to 21. I get all that. Everything's fine, everything's gravy. It comes back down into 20 after making that 21.75 pop and high of the day. Lo and behold, it holds 20, but unless you had a resting order waiting at that $20 area, or you're super quick and just were fixated onto the screen, you probably didn't get the fill because it didn't spend all that much time down there, which is leading me to my next point. Use resting orders for your entries and for your exits on these small cap gappers because they don't spend all that much time in any one level, and I'm slow. and kind of dumb, so I can't do anything all that quickly, so I got to get the computer to do it for me. ARQQ, certainly on watch. And then we're going to talk about these quantum names. We had the quantum kind of tailwind this morning with NVIDIA having their quantum day on calm down, bro. March 20th, with GTC starting today. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on Rigetti, knees are heavy, QUBT, QBTS, all the usual suspects for quantum. If they catch a bid, and we've seen this story before, they typically run together. The Katina man had trades on them. I know Joseph was killing it on QBTS today, or what was it, QBTS?
Yeah, QBTS.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
I saw what he was doing in the morning. It was a fantastic look, so shout out to him. We're going to be keeping an eye on these bad boys. Rigetti, knees are heavy still. Right now, having trouble with that 1120 level. That 1120 level is Friday's closing print, and it has been respected on the day, both as support and resistance. Let me make my case. So we close out, as I mentioned, on Friday, near the highs, by the way, at 1120. And then look at this morning. We gap up at 4 a.m. We weasel up to 1175. There is a seller of note at 1175, pre-market or not. And in addition to 1175 being the level on Rigetti, 1120 acted as a support level multiple times into the pre, both at 5:10, 6 a.m. multiple times, 7 a.m., then even the institutional print at 8 bounced off there. But that's the last time we would use it as support, that is. Now, in fact, we're using that $11.20 level as resistance on Rigetti, knees are heavy. And that is because it is the closing print from Friday. Chart the closing prints. It costs you nothing. Okay, so going to keep an eye out on that. If we can clear 1120 decisively with good volume and it's put in a good chart pattern, I'm all ears and eyes and whatever else. Okay, we're going to keep an eye out on that. Rigetti, good look right now. I don't have, sadly, too many others in small cap gapper world. It is a bit of a light day. I'm seeing GLMD, so let's load that bad boy on there. GLMD. No, that ain't it, homie. No, that's a piece of crap. It's ARQQ that I thought I was looking at there. All right, allow me a second here to see if there's others. Sure. Yes, QMCO. So QMCO, another pricier one, I want to say, because again, it's 18 and change. So much like RGC, we're above Friday's high as well on QMCO. So QMCO is a multi-day runner. It ran on Thursday. It tried to run on Friday, and then it ended up giving back the ghost, and basically closed out flat at basically at Thursday's closing print. Ended up closing out 1533, give or take. So it's above the level right now. It's at the 10 exponential. It's got a good bounce off VWAP right at that 1035 time slot. Comes right into VWAP. It gets bought up quite aggressively. For the most part, for the exception of this area where it breaches a 10 exponential moving average on a one candle closing basis, I'm talking about that 1035 pop down into VWAP, it has respected the 10 exponential moving average. So there's another area of possible support for here for QMCO is that 10 exponential. It does sadly have that 19 quadruple top. No, that's more. That's once, twice, OB thrice, and then 4 and 5 times. This QMCO has attempted a $19 break 5 times intraday, all 5 of which have not breached. That is the high of the day. It is putting in higher lows, 1875, yada, 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 in and around that area. It's a bit spready for a small cap gapper like stock. QMCO, technically, it's about $110 million, so market cap, so it is technically a small cap gapper. In any event, it is putting in higher lows, looking for that possible flat top break. We need an animation for flat top break. We say it so often now at $19. So QMCO will be on watch here, Joseph, in addition to these others. It's really, for me, RGC above $17 at VWAP. That's the prime trade. Rigetti above 1120 on a closing basis. ARQQ at 1950 for that VWAP trade. And then QMCO, if you can get a flat top break through that. Those are my money fills. That's what I'll be looking at today. We'll be looking at these small cap gappers, Joseph.
Nice work there, my guy. Yeah, here we go, guys. We're still holding on to this position. I told you we're going to hold it for the break. We are now on the backside of this trend, so we do definitely have to watch this. I mentioned that this cliff that we formed, and then we're now covering that. If the momentum goes to the downside, we crack 1090, I will get out of the trade a little bit earlier, because to me, that's just telling me that this trend here, the construction of higher lows is is going to be no good and not in play anymore. So we have to just kind of readjust and possibly get in a little bit closer to the volume weighted average price, up 7.8%. And I was looking at this thing from a daily standpoint, and it's been trading fairly well since earlier in March here, guys. We're up about over 120% in this name. So yeah, a really, really good look here on QBTS. And I want to get into this quantum space, 129, 140% roughly. I know it's a big variance, but yeah, that's the game plan. I don't want to chase it all the way up here. It looks like we're going to crack. We do have a support level right around 1090 as well. So let's see if this comes into play. Tesla's continuing to move to the downside, so not a good look on that front. I think that this name is strong and the space is strong today, so we're going to just hold off, wait for this primary trend to stay intact and see if it can anyways. But other than that, I know someone in the chat asked me to take a look at some names. Sorry, I had it pulled up, but then I forgot it. Just been concentrating on some other things. But yeah, we'll be really patient on QBTS. I do believe it's going to break out. Yes, on Friday session, we put in a really strong engulfing pattern, and then now we're sitting on top of the range. So that's a positive sign, and we're just going to look for the continuation. We're coming back towards my entry price, still hovering around 1095. Hopefully this can hold, and if not, then I mentioned that we'll just get out. Now, Hood. I mentioned that we were looking to get in this, but punch through the high day really well here, guys. Up to 1050 is where that high day was. Now trading at 4120. So really good look there in Hood. I'll pull that up real quick second because I want to get involved in Hood. I think especially with their numbers, that's what you want to see, especially in a company. I'm not going to compare it to NVDA, but with the growth cycles and everything along those lines, it's a positive signal, and with that, you want to follow it. So, and that's the thing with the quantum space as well too. When Rigetti reported their earnings, they're still not really making any money. So again, I think that's more of a forward-looking play when you're going quantum. You're a couple years out, as Jensen would like to say as well. So yeah, we'll hold on to that. Hood looking really nice for whoever pointed that one. Hopefully it doesn't dump. There is some possible topping signals up here, but again, a nice healthy pullback, about 40%, 30% retrace this move here, and then it looked like you can continue to climb higher and higher. I mentioned that it was down over 50% off of those all-time highs, traded really well after earnings, and then just sold off with the rest of the market. QBTS is breaking through VWAP, so in a couple of seconds, I'm just going to get out of that trade because I don't want to hold it on the backside of it, because it looks like the backside of that trend is working out really, really well, and some of these names. So yeah, there we go. We're all out of that one there, guys. So we'll go 3 for 4 on QBTS, and we're just going to look for the continuation and some of these stronger names. So Robinhood, I like that. We'll keep that in mind. And I also want to note, just looking at the options chain, there's high levels of open interest at 7 on QBTS for this week's expiration cycle. So take that into play, because in this market, those call and put walls are really, really coming into fruition there. So you want to look for the bounce and the rejection of them. We talked about them multiple times last week as well, with the Qs respecting high levels of OI in the options chain, SPY, and every name, even the Mag 7 as well too. And with that being said, before we send it back over to my guy, I'm going to take a look at Tesla, because it's so unfortunate that it's continuing to just sell. And we'll take a look at it from a daily standpoint. Yeah, it's already given back everything from Friday and then some, looking like it wants to take another leg lower. We'll take a quick gander at the chain to see if there's anything that stands out to us and might put in that magnet effect and attract us to a certain key level. So on this week's expiration cycle, guys, we're looking at 220, which would be not too good of a look here on the put side. So maybe a little bit of a support wall that can come into play on Tesla to the downside. And then if we're going to look up, 260 has the highest levels of open interest on the call side. I'm not too sure we get there just yet. We are trading around 235. I think 220 can come into play quicker. That would put us the base of this level than what we can get at 260 here in Tesla Street.
All right, Joseph, we're going to take a quick short on Affirm over here. Let's see if we can get short. Why isn't it not letting me in? Oh, here we go. Okay. So let's go ahead and get short on Affirm. My move, okay, it's still not letting me in. That's bizarre. The bid is 73s. There we go. So I'm basically feel here that Affirm has been rejecting the 50 exponential moving average on the 5. So I'm going to give this about 45.20. So let's go ahead and put that order in there. So we're going to look to cover if this breaks 45.20. So it's kind of going against me right now. I didn't anticipate it to just tank right away. So that's what we're looking at. Affirm. I'm going to wait in the mid 60s over here for the first peak weather. Let's see if we can get it there. And then let's set up some orders to the downside as well to see if we can get some of those bad boys on Affirm. Also long RGC at 17.17. This is a really good trade right now. So we're going to try to take out some over here. It's kind of spready. So we're long 1777. So it's showing me 1820s right now. Let's see if we can get something out at the whole dollar. There it is. So now we're going to wait a little bit higher now. Let's see if we can get something at 10s. We'll set up 10s there, and then we'll set up 25s up here. Let's see if we can layer the orders and get something out on this monster. So that's a look right now. RGC long, Rigetti knees are heavy as well, long. My thinking here on Rigetti is a VWAP retracement and the possible retaking of the high of day. I've given it a little bit of room. I'm long 11.11. I'll just give it to 11. So we're going to risk about 11 pennies on this monster to see if we can do anything substantial over here. Wow, that was really quick on RGC. We just took 50 pennies just like that on it, but that seems like a really bad trade having executed like that, quite frankly, because I think it could go up much higher. So that was a bit of a mistake. Good trade, but a mistake. No question about it. And the reason I made a mistake is because I only got partially filled here. So that means I have to go in and clear up the remaining order, the buy order on RGC, because it's no longer valid for me now that it's come into that price. So the buy order of the gets filled. That's, oh man, that was a mistake, Joseph. That could have been a much better trade. That was a bit of a boo-boo there. All right, now waiting here on Affirm. Where are we short? We're short 80s, showing me 73s. I'm waiting in the mid 60s. Let's see if we can get a move down here on AFRM. And then the other one, as I mentioned, Rigetti, we're going long. We're trying for a VWAP hold. Let me make my case here for the Affirm short, because I think I didn't really explain this one all that much, or if at all. So I perceive Affirm to be getting some resistance here at a level we don't typically look at. Wow, and I just printed a whole bunch of prints to the low side there. Let's cover some more over here on AFRM. Very happy with this trade. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit lower now. We're going to wait in the low 40s on this, okay? Now, let me make my case here for why I felt this was a good short on AFRM. And I looked to Neil because I thought maybe Affirm would be a pay for shorts type situation today. It was not. The reason why I felt it was an interesting area is because we kind of obviously tanked right away in the morning on that 7:15 headline news that Klarna was going to basically take their spot with Walmart for buy now, pay never kind of situation. We move up. Look at this. The closing print below the 50. We pop back up. We continue to remain below the 50. That 50 exponential moving average on the 5 will always be the red solid line on my charts. We reject the 50. We come back to it, right? And so this is what kind of got me short. And that's why I placed my stop at 45.25, because I wanted to give it to at least the 50 exponential. I'm just trying to put the odds on my side. That's all I'm doing right now. Put the odds on my side. I'd like to be able to cover the majority of it into the volume weighted average price. I perceive VWAP to be support, not just because it's VWAP, but it does actually have price action support in and around there. Look at all these area pops over here from essentially 9:35 to 10 o'clock, all came in right into that 45 or into that 44.33 VWAP area. In addition, when we tried to take it, that is VWAP, when we tried to reclaim VWAP, we were kind of rejecting it from the downside over here. So if we pop back down, I'd like to be able to take the majority of the position into the volume weighted average price. That's going to be my move, hopefully, on AFRM, but it's already coming right back into my entry. I de-risked already a few outs over here, so I'm in the money on it. Don't want to give back too much. Now, the question is, now that we got that pop, do I give it all the way up to 45.25? How many shares do I have left? Yeah, I have more than I thought I did. Okay, so I'm going to have to decide here whether I allow it all the way up into 45.25, because it's already, well, we're already kind of flat on the remaining amount of this trade over here. I should have been taking out more on the dips down. That was my mistake there. I'm gonna let it cook up to 45 and a quarter. So we'll see exactly what it does. If it takes out 45 with some vigor, I could reconsider that. So let's look back now at what's this one called? Rigetti. Still no prints on this one. So it did defend 11. So it did come down briefly into 11. I had my stop below 11 by a couple of shekels. Now we're flat on it. And again, I want to see if we can get something up into around 18s. That's the first area I'm waiting. Then I'm waiting at 25s there, Joseph. So we'll pack our patience, see if we can get anything on Rigetti. Knees are heavy. Showing me 16s now. I'm waiting at 17s. Still no prints there at the level, so we'll just pack our patience and see if we can get it in a little bit.
Yeah, nice look there, Shreve. I'm looking at some staples. I know a couple people in the chat mentioned Walmart. Really strong here today, guys. So good look, up about 2.3% on the session. So yeah, really, really good look there on Walmart and Hood for whoever called those ones out. So yeah, proper stuff. This is going to be my last attempt on QBTS. So I don't want to ruin the average too much. Got in at these highs, but it looks like it wants to break. It is holding this trend line. So if you can see, if we just draw a basic one from here to here, constructing higher lows, which is a positive sign. So if we go on the back end of this trade, then that's it. I'll take in 3 wins and 3 losses on it. So about a 50% shooting rate and then still staying green. It does look like it wants to break down, which isn't positive. I've seen that Rigetti was trading half decently. I know Shreve's in that from 111.12. It is sitting above the volume weighted average price. Good sign there. And it's kind of been lagging what QBTS is. So if this space really wants to pick up the steam, then I think we can break through some of these resistance zones and continue. But again, if we crack this downtrend to the if we crack this trend to the downside, then I'm just going to hop out of that space and look for something else that may be extremely weak or really strong. I do like Walmart for potential bounce as well off of the volume weighted average price. It is only 11.30, so we want to see that come in around 12, and then that can give us a little bit of momentum to continue that top side move. But yeah, not looking good here in QBTS. Look at it possibly going to break down. Still up about 7% here, guys. Hopefully this support system holds. If not, then that's it. You won't see me trading this name anymore just because I want to stick to the rules, right? So 3 for 3. It's looking like the case is going to be. Yeah, Amazon. I was thinking over the weekend, I was just doing some due diligence on my own and looking for that next play where I can go a little bit heavy. And I was contemplating on buying some Amazon calls. But again, there's nothing here from a daily standpoint that tells me that price is ready to completely turn around. And I think that's the case. You can see a lot of these big names starting to come in. So gonna have to be a lot more patient. I know a lot of analysts are still saying, hey, I don't think the downside momentum has complete. Like when we've seen pullbacks like this in earlier last year, whatever it may be, there are still tailwinds for the market to continue to climb higher. And I don't think that's necessarily the case here now. What is going to drive us higher at this point? And I believe we have to wait for Q1 earnings. We have a lot of headwinds in the market right now. We know that we have the FOMC meeting coming up as well. Keep that in mind. But I don't think a pause isn't going to be enough to send this market to the top side. So yeah, I'm going to be patient, wait for the right time to get in. We are constructing higher lows. That's a positive sign. But there's nothing from a price action standpoint that says, hey, Joe, go heavy in some of these names that may be short-term oversold. All right. So keep that in mind. What else are you guys looking at?
Joseph, let me
Cover. You want to cover something?
Baba's breaking out, guys.
Ooh.
So flat top breakout here on Baba. Fantastic look on Alibaba. Yeah, Joseph. I mean, this thing just keeps doing better and better every day. Good move up right from that open 930 pop-up. We get that bull flag, and we get the most beautiful bull flag in my humble submission. The ascending wedge bull flag, showing you buyers picking it up at higher and higher and higher levels, but the sellers remaining steadfast in their conviction, or the profit takers remaining steadfast in their conviction at around 146.5. That is, of course, until they were overwhelmed by said buyers who took them basically out, and now we are up almost 4.5% coming into that 147.5 level. So what I'm talking about here, bull flag, ascending wedge, flat top, all that stuff, if you're a newer trader, what we talk about is a big move up and then a sideways consolidation. We call this kind of pattern the bull flag. It comes in many different variations. It doesn't always look like this. Sometimes it's more a diagonal, the pull, rather than being completely vertical. The point is, there was a seller, and you could see that over here over and over at 146.5, all the way up into 146 3/4, maybe even 4/5. We kept getting the sell, but the most notable part about that is when we got the sells, the buyers were picking it up at higher and higher and higher and higher levels every single time till we got that flat top break. Now we're not even looking back. 147.50 high a day. We're about to take it out right now. It's 4.5% in the clear. Look at this one go. Ali dang Baba. Fantastic look. And I see you guys in the chat talking about XPEV, moving up as well. I haven't had an opportunity to look at XPEV quite yet. We'll get into these ADRs in a hot second. If they're all moving, I think except for the exception of Liato, because it had a downgrade today, as you guys saw on the big boy screen with Adara this morning on the upgrades and downgrades. So gonna keep looking here at Alibaba. My initial thinking about this one was place an order at the flat top break. Place it at 146, and 3/4. Maybe if you want to even be more aggressive, place it at 147. But it's getting away by this by $1, bro. Yeah, you're looking at this as well. I mean, I don't blame you. It's on the way to 148 right now. Ali dang Baba, fantastic look to the high side. Good look there. I mean, I don't have an entry on this until and if it comes back to test that flat top breakout level. I perceive that level again to be between 146.5, essentially to about 146 4/5, 3/4 in and around that level. I got stopped at a Rigetti. Knees are heavy on this one, so we gave up 10 pennies quickly, just like that. We have to draw the line there somewhere. Yeah, this one was negative on the day, so I should know my lesson not to take these bad boys when they are negatory. Affirm, we're going to take some more profits, or are we on this one? I just want to take profits quickly there because this one did show its propensity to want to pop back up above my entry. So I want to de-risk a little bit into this area. There we go. Now we get the fill. Let's see if we can get the fill now below 50. I'm waiting in the low 40s AFRM. It's been a tough day for it, but still above the volume weighted average price. I also have a dip trade, guys, on ARQQ, and I waited for this one. I really wanted to punch in at the 10 exponential moving average, and I was even feeling more FOMO at this $20 area because it overlapped with the 20 exponential moving average. So I said, no, wait for the volume weighted average price dip, 1950 on ARQQ. It's a spready name. It's also a bit more expensive than the ones I typically trade for these small cap gappers. I'm trying to front run VWAP on ARQQ into the 60s. This one already popped or dropped down into 1974, but it's being bought up now again above 20. So I'm really banking on the fact that this does actually touch the volume weighted average price level like it did over here with the double bottom. We'll have to wait and see if ARQQ wants to give me that entry. I've been waiting here, and I will continue to wait either to get filled or to get shafted. So we'll see there. Still waiting, Joseph, on AFRM. That's the only position I got in right now. I just really want to mention that Alibaba thing because it really did pop up. Okay, we got a super chat. My main man there. Never met him before, but he's my main man. John Ziegler. I hope I didn't butcher that. Ziegler. First ever super chat for anything. You guys are a great listen. Quick thoughts on AAL, American Airlines, if you have a moment. Of course, John, thank you very much for the nice comments. Obviously, goes without saying, we appreciate you and we appreciate everybody in the chat, no doubt about it. Let's have a look at AAL. I know it was a tough week for them last week with them basically guiding down demand. And you can see what the market did to them there. So we were at area lows back in August of last year. Kind of a funny time to have an area low with summer demand, this, that, and the other. And then everything was fine. Everything was gravy. We were up over 100% from the area low in August to the area high in January. And that's as good as it was going to get, at least for the moment. For all the way from 19, now we're trying to hold on for dear life at 10 with a 10.5 hold. So we're down 45% from these area lows. So AAL is a bit of a tougher look right now. Look, my understanding is that domestic demand for domestic travel in the States is falling off a cliff. The only thing really keeping these flight or airline companies afloat is number one, international travel, as well as premium. Anything like premium economy, business class, first class, where they make their margins. And we saw, especially with Love coming out last week saying that they're going to charge baggage fees. So if they kind of move up the standard, I'm just wondering if you see more fees, new types of fees coming in from these airlines that were already charging baggage fees, like novel fees, stuff that we haven't seen before. So we'll wait and see there. That would obviously be good for shareholders because it'll be more of a revenue source and not good for travelers. So this one is right now, it's above the key level. Okay, so this area over here, August 5th, we can kind of write off this area because that's the unwind of the yen carry trade. So my humble submission to you that this $10 area has been defended for quite some time. I'm going all the way back to the only time we were below 10 for any discernible amount of time was COVID, the beginning stages of COVID. I'm talking about that March till May of 2020. Since that time, $10 has been an absolute buy on AAL. Again, for the exception of this one area, we've never been below 10, but again, that is the unwind of the yen carry trade. So I don't know, I feel it might be an interesting area here to buy AAL at 10 bucks. You don't know, maybe there's a hedge fund that likes it, a sovereign wealth fund that's picking it up at $10. Yeah, so $10 is an interesting level. It looks like today we got down to about 1083. On Friday, we got down to about 1047. So I like that $10 level with maybe a stop in and around 9.5. However much you're willing to let it go against you, that's going to be specific to your risk appetite. Mr. Long Shorts, Baidu also went through 100 with news about beating DeepSeek. Let's have a look at BIDU, another Chinese name that is, been okay. I mean, it's definitely not Alibaba. That's the weekly chart on it. Let's go to the daily over here. Yeah, it's still not a good look. I mean, they had a couple of good Apple headlines. They're helping Apple with the Chinese Apple intelligence, this, that, and the other. But when the chart speaks volumes, okay? And when you look at the chart on Baba, it definitely outperforms this chart on Baidu. So I don't want to just look at the headline here. It is the chart that has to convince me. And we are still in a downtrend. So when you look at this, the highs are lower, the lows are generally lower, with this $75 area being an interesting area of support going back weeks and weeks, maybe till last August. So BIDU, not really my cup of tea right now, but maybe an intraday trade. Let's have a look at the 5. Yeah, we are at highs certainly on BIDU. So good look intraday, but from the daily, from the weekly perspective, not so good. And I see your point. This one blew through $100.99 high day right now on BIDU. Joseph, it's up 7 1/3.
Yeah, nice look. Yeah, I mean, these Chinese ADRs are significantly outperforming the NASDAQ and the S&P here, guys. So you want to stick with strength. You can see that Alibaba Group is starting to punch through some local highs as well. So punching through that, really good look here in Alibaba. 150 might be in the works. What we will do is we'll pull up the options chain as well. KWeb, FXI, all trading higher. So you want to be involved in these names that are relatively strong. Just find those stronger markets. Euro's trading well, and so is China. So yeah, I mean, it's drastically outperforming what we got going over here on the western side of the world. What are your thoughts? We got another $5 super chat. What are your thoughts on TTD? It's been a port killer, biggest green day in a month. Yeah, let's take a look at TTD. Excuse me. Yeah, nice look here from an intraday standpoint, breaking through that high a day. Let's see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. This is the issue, right? Like 114 all the way down to 142, all the way down to 55, 61% haircut. Like, that's so tough to just watch, and hopefully you're not a shareholder at the top or you're buying trade desk around the top, but it's going to take a lot for this thing to kind of get the ball rolling again in TTD. So yeah, don't beg hold if you're going to get out. If it breaks through 55 and looks like it wants to continue lower, just get out of the trade and get right back in. QBTS didn't work for us. It's unfortunate that we went 3 for 3 at the beginning, and then as soon as we tried to take some here, it just didn't work out. So Those 3 worked out, then we go 0 for 1, 0 for 2, 0 for 3. That's it. Sticking to the rules. 3 attempts, doesn't want to break out. Just because from a data standpoint, we know that around attempts 1 to 3, we have the highest probability, and after that, it just falls off a cliff. The chances are significantly lower for my style of trading to get it on that 4th try. So I'm really key on precision, on where exactly I get in. This trade could have been a winning one, to be honest with you as well, if I got in exactly where I wanted to. But what I was waiting for is the break of this downtrend here. And then once we broke it, I'm like, okay, let's see if this can be sustained. And then we go and test the high day. And that would have been the target, right? We start taking some out right there around the high day. But it is unfortunate that we got stopped out 50% of it right here, and then 66 here and 66 here. So it is what it is, but still green on the session. So that's a positive note. That's why you want to make those winners as big as possible. And we'll just give thanks to this ad right here as we climbed higher and higher, broke through VWAP with that momentum. Yeah. I mean, the last three weren't. We didn't get the breakout that we were looking for. And you can tell what this is, where the momentum really starts to kick in. As we break through this support level, then this is just stops getting wiped out. Boom, 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 all those long stops having to sell, and then now we just climb right back up. So you can see that outlying volume signature as well. So again, keep in mind, you break that level, you break that system, stops start to get triggered, and that's where you can kind of squeeze back in. I would love to take another entry, but I want to set a good example. And with you guys, that being said, I will not be trading this name anymore. I know you want to cover on something here real quick, Sharif. I want to touch on KWeb real quick because I know that you look at this name as well. So this is the Internet ETF, the China Internet ETF, and it's also trading significantly higher. We're going to take a look at it from a daily standpoint. Oh, it's Amex. I'll pull up here, Sharif. Give me one moment, and then we'll send it back over to you. But again, so all these names are trading really, really well. We're going to punch through this pivot, especially you get this engulfing candle right here. 39.40 is that price to break, and with this type of momentum, I think it's going to happen here shortly. Sure.
All right, so BYD news, guys. Very interesting look here. BYD is tradable in North America under a 5-letter ticker, BYDDY and BYDDF. They are a low volume, but they're up on the day. I'm looking at BYDDY. It's up 2.5%. Here's why. BYD, China's leading electric vehicle maker, has introduced a revolutionary charging system that can charge their Han L model with 292 miles of range in just 5 minutes. That's insane. This innovation addresses a major barrier to EV adoption, long charging times, that is. The technology will be integrated into BYD's upcoming models, potentially attracting a broader range of buyers and strengthening its position against global rivals Tesla, obviously. Despite this breakthrough, BYD's Hong Kong listed shares remained flat on Monday. They are not flat right now in North America anyway. They are up. I'm talking about BYDDY. I didn't look at F. It's up 2.5%. Big news here. I'm looking at Tesla. It's not really reacting. Well, I mean, it's down 6%. I don't know if it's down 6% as a result of this trade over here or what the situation is. But this is very, very big news from BYD, my humble submission. Just because that's a lot of miles right there. 292 miles in 5 minutes. I don't even know if that's solid state. I mean, I think they would have probably said it was solid state there. So big look right now for BYD. Again, not really traded heavily in North America, but I thought I'd bring you that. All right, ARQ, we're long at 20.03. I just wet the beak there at $0.25. I'm waiting next at 55s. It's showing me 40s right now on the ask. I'm waiting at 55s. Small position. I front ran this, okay? Full disclosure. I front ran it. As you can see, my order went unfilled there. I was waiting at VWAP. It didn't give me VWAP. I still like this order, okay? So I'll leave my order outstanding there at 1960, give or take. If I do get filled at 55s, that will be the end of the current trade, and I'll wait for this one to get triggered. So that's my look right now on ARQQ. But I'm going to keep my eye on these Chinese ADRs because there's a lot of tailwinds right now coming out of China. And if I want to take something to the long side, as Joseph was just looking at, he was looking at KWeb, FXI, lots of different names you could look at there. So ARQQ involved with right now. I'm still short Affirm. I still like this trade. As it's still continuing to dance below the 50 exponential. If it breaks it, it breaks it. I mean, I can just only put the odds on my side. That's what I'm doing right now with AFRM. As you can see, we're still hanging out below that red line like we did over here. Again, this was in the pre-market. This is regular trading hours. You know, they're not the same. But I still like this setup, and I will add into it if it's appropriate to do so, if I like what I see on the book and whatever. So we're going to keep an eye out there. RGC, another trade that we had that I was involved with earlier to the high side, just came into VWAP. So this candle right here is a bit of a double bottom on the 5. We have a very similar looking candle at 1050 that had a low of 1651. This one has a low of 1680, so it's a little bit higher, actually, but what's common to them is that they both bounce off VWAP. Now, the problem with this one is it's a 15 penny spread currently on a $17 name. I've seen it way wider. I've seen it like 50 pennies. Okay, so you're gonna have to be careful. So it's zigging and zagging right now. It's at the volume weighted average price. Let's see which way this one wants to go. I don't know if I want to punch in at these levels. It's just way too spready for me. I don't feel comfortable getting in with this kind of a spread on RGC, but it is at a very interesting level, that a volume weighted average price where it found support previously. Let's go to the other one that I'm involved in right now, ARQQ. So this one did pop into 50 pennies, didn't get filled. So I'm waiting at 55, so I'll have to continue packing my patience there. And then AFRM continues to weasel on up a little bit higher than where I feel comfortable. It's at $45. I'm giving this to the $0.25. Let's see which way the cookie crumbles there, Joseph. What do you got?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm in some RGTI. Oh, you're out of the RGTI right now, Sharif. I'm looking forward to break through the volume-weighted average price. We did get a little bit of a pop in QBTS and in that space, so gonna hope that this thing can break through and hold above the volume-weighted average price. But you can see that we have this short-term, the secondary or tertiary downtrend. We need volume to step in order for us to break through it, and it's looking like it's about to come here. So if we can punch through that, then I think we can hit that next level, would put us around 1120. If we can break through 1120, then we can possibly run into the high day. I'll zoom out and see what we got going on from a 3-minute time frame, so you can see a little bit more distinctively. Again, so this is just the trend line, and that was just another thing I noted. Just make sure you have those intact, and because these support and resistance levels are really, really coming into play in this environment. So yeah, keep that in mind. Draw your basic stuff, multiple touches, primary trend lines, secondary trend lines, whatever it may be, and then look when they come into play. All right, guys. But we got another $1 super chat from TS. TS doesn't say anything for behind the chat, but thank you once again. QBTS is having a crazy month, normal special, because it is up over 130%. So really good look there on QBTS. It was trading around $4 or $6 last week, and now trading around 11. So that's doubling your investment in a span of a couple of days within a week. So yeah, really good luck. Hopefully we can break through it here. It does. Volume is starting to pick up, and one thing to note is that the pullback volume is starting to dwindle as well, so that's a positive signal. Hopefully we don't get that flush. I mentioned QBTS just being nothing short of a liquidity grab right there, guys, and that's what it was, because we broke out right after. So we'll pull it up from a 1-minute time frame and see what we got going on. Oh, this is RGTI, sorry. Okay, so here we go. So this is all it was. Considering we couldn't go higher, it needed more liquidity to push. So I'm in right here, liquidity grabs, nice volume signature, and then just goes back right above the entry. So that's nothing short of a lick grab, and that's what you want to be able to identify. But RGTI continuing to climb, looking really good here, Sharif.
Okay, sir. Here we go. I was going to mention something, I totally forgot. Yes, QMCO, big boy breakout, one of the ones that we had on the side chart. Didn't have any trades on it. Quite frankly, I wasn't liking this until that 17 3/4 area. That's where VWAP was. But it seems to have a bit of a line of best fit here. And I don't often do this when a line kind of flips between both support and resistance, but this one feels like it is being respected on the day. Again, both as support and resistance. If I can kind of just increase the thickness over here, you can kind of see that a bit better. Yeah. So initially acts as resistance up here, support up here, support up here. I will try to take a trade off this trend line or observe, see how it does. If it does come back down and test it. So QMCO, 25.5% Just got into the day's high, 1935, showing me 19.25 right now. Let's see what it does when it comes back possibly into that 18.5 or wherever this upper trend line or this bullish trend line is showing us at the time the price comes down. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. QMCO, fantastic breakout there at a time where we're not getting much in the way of breakouts. So that is the look. I'm still going unfilled over here on ARQQ to the high side above 50, and that's basically because of my stubbornness of insisting I get a print above that 50 penny area. It's come up to 50s multiple times. I'm talking about that $20.50 area. Multiple times we could have taken the print there, and we did not. Stubbornness is kind of the look. I'm doing real well, though, on AFRM, and I added into this. And if you've been watching the show for a while, you know that has been my Achilles heel. I appreciate you, Joseph. Just trying to take after you, brother.
Hey,
I see you add in every morning, and it makes me angry to no end. So I'll play it.
Yeah.
Right? I quite frankly, it does get me jealous. I'm like, why can he add and I cannot add? I'm like, do I have a physical impairment that I cannot add? So it's obviously a mental impairment there that is preventing me from adding. So I'm trying to get better with it. You're not going to get better overnight. Anyway, so we added into 45. I wet the beak there into the low 60s. Now we're still showing 60s. I'm still waiting out for hope over here that we get into the volume weighted average price, which is currently 44 1/3. But there's a lot of buying around this area. But we saw this kind of same song and dance. Again, we saw it in the pre-market where we kept hanging around 47s, or essentially at the time we were hanging out south of the 50 exponential, only to end up making a big boy low. It is not the same story. It is not the same setup. So I'm trying to be cognizant of that and not overstay my welcome. So I am taking profits when they do come in. Next one that I've got outside of that 60 print that I just got is in the mid 40s, right up into 45. Again, it goes. So there are buyers there, whether I like it or not. So we'll keep tabs on that. Again, ARQQ, again back into 50. Again, I go unprinted. So does my resting order to defend the volume weighted average price. It doesn't look like that one's going to get filled, quite frankly, because it looks like we're putting in 4 candle green setup now back into the high side. Only problem is that 4 candle green setup can't breach the 50 penny area. So I'm caught in between a rock and a hard place at the moment. So keeping my eye on those bad boys. There's really not much else I like. Someone was telling me ANTE. I told them awfully consolidative at these levels. I'm talking about ANTE. Aeronet Technologies. Here's the 5-minute look. We zigged, we zagged, a little above VWAP, a little bit below. I hate these type of patterns. Show me a consistent pattern. Show me key areas of support and resistance that are being respected, and then we can have a conversation. John Del Segno, one of the chat OGs, was telling me about Trade Desk. Here, that's a really good look, John. If this comes in to that 54.90, 55 and holds up, this is TTD. A couple of weird looking arches there, not a pattern I would have anticipated to see on TTD like that, where we zig up, zig down, move back up, move back down again, kind of bizarre. I want to see what we do at 55, the whole dollar level, as well as at 54.90. That's where the volume weighted average price is. I'm going to throw an alert for that. Show me, punk. There we go. Now we're going to, the meaning of being lonely. Bro, I can't help it. I can't help it. So TDD, Joseph, we're putting an alert there at 55 to front run the retracement, the possible retracement into that volume weighted average price. Diggity Jacobs, Xwell. All right, let's have a look. I hope that's not like a joke or something. Xwell. Ooh, boy. Okay, what the hell is this? All right, we need more information because that's a big boy move up, but I need more. $6.3 million market cap. It's light on volume, though, Diggity. That's the problem with this one. Okay, great move up, 21%, low float. It's got 70,000 shares printed. The Katina takes more shares on Tesla than that this one's printed the entire day. So it's light. It's real light on volume there. It's not going to be for me if and until it can definitely get some more volume under its belt. But thank you for calling that one out. Wouldn't have shown up on my scanner because I filter by volume to prevent any of these low volume names from trying to bamboozle me. So that is the look there. The Midday boy band. Yes, the Midday boy band is back. SBP Trader, Sharif, can you check another country Ticker on the daily, thanks. What? Coalinda? Is there a joke that I don't understand there? Because I'm an idiot.
No,
right?
man, wait.
Can you check another country ticker on daily? Lindia? Okay, maybe that's a company I don't know about. Throw the ticker in there, SBB Trader. Just give me the ticker because I don't know the ticker for that one. Here we go again with ARQQ. I just want to show you guys this. Look at the movement into 50. No size posted on there. We have one lot on BATS and BITZ. And obviously, you know, we have a hidden seller around here. If we're being kept down, there it is, and there's the break. Very happy. We took that trade well. The only thing that I can kind of complain about this is I didn't get my full position at the volume weighted average price. That's my problem, not yours. But the trade is sound. Let's see if it continues moving on to the high side. Let's see what people are talking about. Zeke, could you please check Steyr Motors? Bro, what are you? Give me the tickers. What's going on with you guys? For sure. Thanks for looking.
You just got to guess, man.
I don't know, bro. I'm not typing them in. You're going to have to do a little bit of work for me. Diggity, for sure. Thanks for looking. Been a crazy bag holding ride on XWall since the bat flu. Interesting, my man. Thank you for putting that in there. I'm not going to obviously try to wax poetic or tell you anything you don't know, but I don't typically hold these small cap gappers overnight. For me, they are intraday trades only. And as part of the rules here at the firm, we got to be flat by the latest 4:15 every day. You can't trade after that. So needless to say, I don't do it in my personal account. I don't do it on the floor here. These are intraday trades only for me for these small cap gappers. That's just my rule. DJ, 2 a.m. What's your filter for volume set at? Is there a number? Absolutely there is. And it may not be a number that you like. I put 250,000 shares. I wouldn't trade it if it had only done 250,000 shares by 11 a.m. The reason I put 250 is for the pre-market. When I get here in the morning, I get here typically around 7 a.m. I look at my, or a little after, I look at my scanner. And so not everything's done the full amount, over 1 million shares. So if it's done decent volume, I'd like to know about it in advance. And the way I do that is by putting it at about 250,000 shares. Doesn't mean I would trade it if it had only done 250,000 shares, though. That's just for my scanner so I can be made aware of it. In addition to having a volume filter, I also put a price filter. I used to put $1, but Neil gave me the great idea of putting it at 85 pennies. Reason being, you want to be made aware of those ones that are approaching the dollar so that you can decide whether to trade them or not. It is a different trade north and south of that dollar. I hope that helps. So that's the look there. Let's just... Zeke, brother, you're going to have to tag me with the ticker of that. I'm not going to Google the ticker. Just tag me for that Steyr Motors or whatever. Diggity Jacobs, for sure. I didn't know what I was doing in 2020. Oh, brother, you and I both, right? And held way too long past going 30x on my money. Now it's just a lotto ticket. Thanks again. Absolutely, brother. We're hoping you print up multiple storms on that. I did that back in 2020. I did it on a Canadian stock of all stocks. Not that Canadian stocks are bad, but they don't do nearly as much liquidity on the TSE, on the Toronto Stock Exchange, as we do on the NYSE or the NASDAQ. And I held this bad boy for months, Joseph. And I had 1,000 shares of this 67 penny stock. I was I'm not losing on this. So I waited, I dropped down to 50, held 50, popped up to 65. I was like,
and then you're just gonna get out. Longer. Yeah, exactly. Just get out of it. Yeah, good plan there. Okay, so Stevenson had a great question. He said, Joe, can you elaborate more on just your adding, how you your system wise and how you add into winning positions? Sure, and I would love to do so. As we climb higher here, this is where I would look to add. So we're going to use something live, an example on where you want to add. I don't Shreve DCAs. I free roll. It's just how different systems and how we operate. So what I want to do and why I want to do this. So right now I'm risking about half a risk unit, okay? And you hear Sharif and you hear Sean talk about risk units. So now I'm in at half a risk unit. Where's my stop loss? 10.95. If I get stopped out at 10.95, then I lose half a unit. Now, if we continue to climb higher and we break through key resistance zones and the volume is supporting it, as it slightly was here, this is where I would want to add into this position. But what happens when you add into this winning position? Your stop loss goes from 10.95 up to 11. right? So if I were to have added right there, I would probably get stopped out relatively shortly. That's okay, but why do we want to do this? So in theory, right, we got to take this into consideration and into effect that what can possibly happen. So you can see that we're in this trade. It starts to climb higher, and then we break through the volume weighted average price, but that volume is slowly starting to pick up here, candle after candle. And that's what you want to do. So in this example, I have a stop loss below the low of this range. I add into a winning position to make it larger and to go for the test of the pre-market lows. That stop now comes up into the middle of the range. What we talk about, hey, Joe, you don't necessarily want to put your stops in the middle of the range. You're right, but you also have to be forward looking in the anticipation of the breakout. So that is exactly what I do. Now, I didn't add into any of these positions because why? The tape wasn't strong and the depth of this previous pullback. So what I was looking for, I go in half a risk unit, and then I'm looking for the high day. If we consolidate here and form that ABCD type price action, then I would add with the confirmation of tape into that position. So hopefully that helped. That's what you kind of want to aim for. Obi's great at it. A lot of these guys here on the floor are absolutely fantastic on adding into winners, Brankles, and Wayner. They're really, really good at it. And I was doing it slightly before, but I needed to hone in on it more to just make those winners slightly bigger. So yeah, that's the game plan. You want to let the thesis start working for. Understand when the underlying asset is taking breaths or when it is pulling back. So you can see within these breaths, I add into them, and then we start to slowly partial out, okay? So I think it's just you got to practice that, like Sharif said, and what someone else in the chat said as well. Rome wasn't built in a day. You got to continuously work at it, find what doesn't work. It's essentially a long process, a long trial and error process. Something that would be significantly longer than what you anticipate. If you think, oh, okay, well, I think I'll get this down pat within a span of 3 to 6 months. Okay, it's going to take you a year or two, all right? But just keep working on it. And one thing to understand, and what I was just I went on a nice long walk along the lake here in Toronto for all my Southern Ontarians. And I'm like, hey, just get back to the fundamentals, get back to what you know you're good at, and stick to it. And that's the case right here. So we're starting to squeeze in RGTI. It's unfortunate that I couldn't take any more stabs on QBTS, but I told you I'm gonna set a solid example, a really good example here for you guys, and abide by the rules. I showed you my rules and my game plan for today. Did I just go to a different ticker in the same space? Yes. But again, I like the setup here. It has been lagging its peer, and I think that we're going to get this continued breakout. 1120 is going to be the next target here in RGTI, Sharif. So that is my look. Let's see a lot. Yeah, Stevenson, you're very welcome. Pathic, yeah, I know. QBTS is breaking out really strong. One of the stronger names, up 140% since last week and continuing to climb 10% on the day. RGTI is still negative, Sharif, so not too good of a look. If you want to stick with strong quantum spaces, hopefully you didn't fire all your browns and you still have some magazines left to take those additional shots here in QBTS.
I like it. Yeah, good trade there on Rigetti. Joseph,
Thanks,
I think that you're going to get that 1120 break quick as you like. QBTS, another name that Joseph was involved in today, this morning anyway. Look, good luck right now. It just broke through area highs. I'm talking about that 1120 area. And yeah, I'm not talking about Rigetti. Rigetti and QBTS have very similar prices. They're both in that $11 and teen area. Like Rigetti's 1116, QBTS 1120. So yeah, you're going to have to be careful. Make sure you know which one you're trading there because very similar prices and obviously the same industry. Both are in quantum. So QBTS got a big boy break there. Not a big boy break. Well, a break through that 1120. It got all the way to the extremely high price of 1125 and then now is retracing again. So all these quantum names, I'm going to keep an eye on them. We got QUBT, we got RGTI, QBTS. We got all of them lined up, and we'll see which ones are going to trade in the right way, and I'll pack my patience for it. RGC has been kind of hanging out at VWAP for a while. So I'm starting to wonder if, I really am missing my entry, or this is going to end up being a kind of a break through VWAP and an aggressive move down. I'm concerned about this one because it's a little spready. So if I get in here and I place my stop below VWAP, there could be substantial amounts of slippage. 15, 20 pennies, depending really on what phase it's in terms of its spread. So RGC has been hanging out here. I see VWAP at 17 and a fifth. It's showing me 17.46, so 17 and a half. Let's load up RGC. No, that's ARQQ. So that's the $17 area here on RGC. We had the initial one, we had an initial long on it there at 17 3/4 with the beak all the way at 18 1/4. But you can see that's not a green triangle. That's kind of like a dark blue triangle. That means it was a partial fill. We didn't get the entire position. Trust me, I don't take huge positions. So the fact that we got a partial fill there just shows scarcity in that particular level. So here's what I'm going to do. I like this. I'm going to put a resting order at 1720. So let's go ahead and put 1720. Get it, Katina, man. What's going on over there? Oh, I appreciate you, brother, always. So we're going to put 1720 right there for the VWAP dip, and then we'll put the stop right below this area low. So that's 1681. So let's go ahead like that, and then we have to give it a bit more room there for the spread. So there we go. So we've got that on board now. Let's see what comes of it. The current position that we own, the only one that we've got on right now, is the short on Affirm. So we've taken out the majority of this, and I did add over here, and I did add wet the beak on the way down. We are out of the money right now, though, as it's hanging out above $45. It's at the 50 exponential. So if this one continues on its way up, I've moved down my stop now from 45 1/4 to 45.15. So if it breaks and holds above that level, that's going to be the end of the trade for the little that we have left on AFRM. I'm still waiting to wet the beak there in the 44.40s, but we haven't gotten anything below 50. So the way I see it, I likely get stopped out here for the last remaining amount in a minute on AFRM as it works its way up into that 15 penny area. That is where I'm looking to get all out of that position. So we'll pack our patience. RGC still going unfilled at the 20 penny area. Let's see if that one wants to print. And then ARQQ. So this one was a really good entry. I got, not bottom wake or anything like that, but we got that $20 fill. We went the beak up all the way into 20.55. The problem is, though, now we have a 2-candle red setup on the 5. And technically a lower high. So this area here, if we start retracing off that area, that's going to be an area high, that $21 area. And where did we see that $21 area before? Oh, I know. Right at the opening. Well, not the open, at 10:15. We move up into 21. We drop all the way down to 18.5. And then we take out 21. We don't even take out 21. We take out 21.5 all the way up to 21 3/4. But this is starting to look like it could be a bit of a head and shoulders pattern. Now, it doesn't have to be. It could just be a lower high, but the lower high with a higher low. So that's the thing. If you don't end up making that neckline break on this ARQQ trade, then it won't be a head and shoulders pattern. It could just be a lower high over here, lower than that 21.75, but then this area low ends up being higher than the previous area low. That means you still got an uptrend. Right? You still have that possible ascending wedge, so to speak, or that higher low situation for a flat top, whatever. So I'm going to wait at the volume weighted average price, which is where my order has been waiting, the one that went unfilled. I think I'm going to move it up a little bit because I had it at 1960 because VWAP was at 1950. I'm going to move it up to 19 3/4. A few reasons for that. So VWAP's great. Yeah, we all know VWAP is being used by a lot of people, intraday traders, big money, blah, blah, blah. But I like this here a little bit better for price action support and resistance rather than just VWAP. So I'm going to move up my order from 1950 into about 1970s, maybe mid 70s, high 70s on ARQQ. I'd like to be able to catch a bit of a trend on this one. It looks quite good, especially if it can hold that VWAP area. So that's my thinking right now, Joseph. Still short Affirm, waiting to get stopped out. Still haven't been stopped out. RGC, we got a dip trade here on RGC for that volume weighted average price at around 1720. It's been very tight range though, RGC. Look at this. Ever since, having huge, wide, range per candle on almost every 5-minute candle, look at this. Since basically 12 o'clock or 11:55, the range per candle has really dropped off, and so has the volume. The volume's dropped off, the price ranges have dropped off, so now you're in a very tight consolidation. So be careful here, because if a big seller comes in, make sure there's a big buyer that could backstop that big seller. Well, how do you find that big buyer? You need to scour the level 2 on the left side to see if there's a big sized order waiting here at a posted gateway. And I can't see anything that amounts to substantial size on the buy side, on the bid side. So the answer to that on ARQQ is negatory. Let's have a look at RGCs or anything big boy on the bid side. Nothing, dude. Nothing. In fact, the heavier size is on the right side of that level 2, waiting at 19s with a bit like more than like 40 lots or something like that. Not really much there. So that's my thinking right now, guys. Still waiting on Affirm. Looks like I didn't get stopped out as we're below 45 again. And still waiting on RGC to either trigger me at 17 and a fifth or not, and ARQQ at the volume weighted average price, which I said I was going to move up, and that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. So we're going to go ahead and wait at 19.75. Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir. Yeah, guys, this is a prime example of a breakout not being sustained. So I'm so happy that we got out of this position. I posted up at 11.20 in the paint there. Excuse me, but I didn't catch any fills, and then I posted a little bit lower, and still it just decided that it wanted to tank. And then when I seen the book flip and that volume really start to pick up to the downside, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a failed breakout. Get out. And then sure enough, as you can see exactly where I got out there at 11.08. So even I took 2 cents on it. But again, I wouldn't want to be holding this, because now I would have been stopped out break even once it broke this support level here and then continued into 10.95. So that was a really nice winning trade that just turned out into a break even one, but that's okay. We're flat. We're in the exact same position. That's exactly why you don't hold on to losers for too long. I love that Neil says it's okay to be wrong, but you don't want to stay wrong. Just make sure you stay within those in those risk measures. And I'm glad that, I don't know, you weren't here, Sharif. I was just saying, when I went on my walk this weekend, I just really tried to hyper-focus, get back into my game and what I know I have the ability to do so. So yeah, just said a little prayer by the water, as I tend to do, and just kind of hone in on what needs to be done. So yeah, I know you're big. I know you like I know you're really religious as well. So
oh yeah.
Yeah, guys. So looking at this, Katina Man says he's short the Qs. I like that trade from the Katina Man himself. Rejection of the volume weighted average price, and then continuing to the downside. Looking forward to test that low of the day, and then maybe run into those pre-market lows as well, guys. But if you want to stick with names that are strong, Hood strong, Walmart is strong, and the ADRs are really, really strong. We have Pinduoduo coming up this week as well. Micron is coming up this week as well too, Sharif. So those are going to be some really good names that I'm going to be looking forward to. Nike's going to be reporting. So, yeah. So it's like a B-list class.
Eh?
Yeah, Nike's this week. Yeah, so we're going to see how the retailer is doing. Hopefully those inventories are starting to come down, and people are starting to pick up some steam. But I mentioned this to you before and we talked about it. I'm still not seeing the Nike ads on some of the social media stream. I don't know what it's like on TikTok, but I don't see it on X. I don't see it on Snapchat. And I see everything else on there, whether it be Aloe or Gymshark. Like my Snapchat feed is littered with Gymshark. And then I don't know if you noticed it at the gym. Do you notice that? I think a lot of the youth are wearing Gymshark these days. I don't know if you...
No, bro, I don't. Not my gym anyway. I gotta tell you the truth. I used to see a lot more Gymshark. You want to know the truth?
Yeah.
Like 2018 to 2020.
A little bit more.
A lot of Gymshark. That's when I'd see them a lot more. I used to follow them on the gram. I still haven't been seeing that much, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, maybe my air is just a little bit different.
Yeah, maybe. I guess now that I mention it, you'll probably start to recognize
Did they change their logo?
No, but it's the same logo, but they're starting to come out with more designs. So it's not just like the shark. You're seeing it in writing and more like the lifting team and stuff like that along those lines. But yeah, guys. So yeah, that's my thought on Nike. Alibaba is still hovering around. Let's see what we got going on from top volume as well to see if there's anything standoutish. I can already tell you what's going to be at the top of its class from a volume standpoint, and that's probably NVDA. It's unfortunate that it didn't continue Friday's move, but from a daily standpoint, you just look and be like, okay, I know Gorev and I would be like, yeah, Joe, there's nothing distinctive that says we're ready to turn around. I take that back. NVIDIA has traded significantly better, 17% off of those lows. So this is a regular move, all right? So a nice bounce recovery compared to the other Mag 7 in NVDA. But yeah, let's go over some of these names. 131 million shares traded on the session with this name. INTC sitting in second place. OB traded this one. I haven't looked at the chart. When I ran my scans this morning, it popped up and I'm like, oh, I do like this. But then I'm like, let me focus on the quantum spaces, something new. And there's a couple other tickers that I had in mind. Tesla in third place with 61 million, and then Palantir. Now, let's take a look at INTC from an intraday standpoint to see what we got cooking up. A nice daily breakout. I think this is going to be the next target here on INTC. Some positive news for it, which is really good for this name. Now, here we go. OB either shorted it right here into VWAP or we shorted it right here into VWAP. So good look here. It hasn't constructed a new high a day. Another positive, but a double bottom right here below VWAP at 25.43. So that bounces really nice and then it breaks through this pivot high here. So that is a good look. If you want to stick with strong names, always taking into account the 5-minute opening drive. Does it work all the time? No, but it can give you a good direction. Like, hey, if that drive is really strong, then look for those pullbacks in strength, lower volume on the pullbacks, and then you'll see that volume step in as we start to take a second leg in strong assets.
Ina Altaf, Sharif, why aren't you doing small caps today? I swear to you, I am. The position that I'm in right now, I know, are not small caps. I'm long trade desk for VWAP. That's the only reason I'm in TTD at VWAP. That's really, we're going to risk very little over here to try and catch a VWAP bounce. I mentioned this one was strong. It's up 2% at that $55 area. And Affirm, short. Yeah, I know that's obviously not VWAP either. But I was trading RGC, I traded ARQQ. Those are, for me anyway, kind of very small cap gapperish. I guess maybe you weren't around when I was trading them, but RGC, ARQQ, those are my favorite, as well as QMCO small cap gappers. My only issue with RGC, it's not letting me in at the volume weighted average price. It's going away from me right now. It's almost up to 18. I'm waiting at 17.20. It's not letting me print. I'm also waiting on ARQQ at 1975. I want a VWAP bounce on this one. I am concerned though about ARQQ. Let me tell you why. We have a lower high over here. So what I perceive to be, this is an area high, that's an area low. That's another area high, this is another area low, and this is an area high, and then if we break below this, that'll be a lower high, so high, lower high, and then low, and then this will be another lower low. So that does concern me. Now, it doesn't mean that you're just gonna tank off there all the way straight to the downside. You could find some support, but eventually we could probably lose the volume weighted average price on this. So I'm waiting, I believe at 75 pennies on ARQQ. This one came down to 1991 on the current 5-minute candle. We'll have to see how far it wants to come down before we get printed. So now I'm still waiting on AFRM. I know you guys are asking me about this, but like, what the hell? Why isn't this coming down? It's really taking its sweet time. But what the thing is, it's not clearing the 50 exponential. The only reason I'm into this trade on Affirm is that 50 exponential. I perceived resistance here. I perceived more resistance here, and then look at this. I mean, it's closer to it than it's ever been, but it's not clearing the 50 exponential. And it hasn't been since I got in at 1120. It's been really straddling the 50 exponential from the high side. But the problem is we're not even getting a VWAP retracement. So somebody's buying up a storm on Affirm, preventing this from coming down anymore for me to getting any better prints than the one that I've gotten so far. I'm going to pack my patience and see what comes. What else can I do? So that's the situation. Here we go. Now it's showing me 60s again. I'm still waiting in the 50s, and I won't move up my order. I just won't. So that's the look there. RGC, we went unfilled, as I mentioned. That one, no good. ARQQ, we're still waiting. Over here, I'm waiting at 75s. It's showing me 93s now on the ask, so we'll see what we get there. Trade desk, I wet the beak at 55.10s. Now I'm waiting at 55.20s. I'm only in trade desk TTD for the VWAP dip. I want to make that very clear. My stop is right below that area VWAP line, so I'm getting out of this 54.88 if it does breach. So I'm literally giving it to the area low. Prior bar low is what we say around these here parts. Shout out to Real Dang Trading, the best prop firm around these parts. Joseph, love that.
Yes, sir. Let's go. I got nothing going on, so I'm just gonna put the J Powell
answer a
recheck.
couple,
Yeah. If you want,
mind,
yeah. I see. There's one from DJ 2am in there for you.
Sharif, is there a number I should have my momentum indicator at, or how many minutes should I wait? I just jumped in on one, and the indicator went south really quick. Well, explain to me more about what you're doing, brother. I mean, you didn't give me enough information there. I want to know what your move is. Are you looking at these small cap gappers? Are they above or below VWAP? Are they above the pre-market high? What's the RVOL on the day, etc.? Is it a former runner? Have you seen these wicks, these huge moves on the daily, only to give back the entire thing? Give me more information, brother. I'd love to help you out with these small cap gappers. So much do I love them, but you got to give me a little bit more for me to help you out there. Tag me again so that I can see that you're asking me the question there. I do appreciate it. Diggity Jacobs, Sharif, taking TTD. Are you seeing this rounded bottom on the 5-minute? What more do you need beyond VWAP to add? My man, are you not looking at the position board or what? We're long TTD. And we just took another print right there, Joseph Wilson.
Oh, man.
All right, so we just took out 20. So very please as dang punch, as Adair would like to say, usually sometimes. She hasn't said it lately, but it's fine. Now we're going to wait at the $0.25. So TTD, we got long 55s. Let's see if it holds. We just whipped the beak there at, I believe, 20s, and now we're going to wait a little bit higher. So that's the look right now. But Alibaba, guys, I don't know what the hell is going on with Alibaba. I know you're involved in a trade, Katiman, but I got to bring this to your attention. Bull flag breakout on Alibaba. It's up like a rocket. So I know you guys have been looking at these Chinese ADRs, so I thought I'd let you know that. Yeah.
Like a rock. Remember those old, remember those old Chevrolet.
Yeah, bro, those are, they always play through the hockey.
Yeah,
the hockey game, like
and then you see the truck,
intermissions.
it just comes up on the.
So joking.
Yeah, that's
it's
funny.
anything but a rock.
Yeah, exactly.
Things made out of jelly, bro.
Ooh, okay, I see it. So now we know how Sharif feels about Chevrolet.
If I had to choose, my old man was a Ford guy growing up.
Ford, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a Ford guy. If I had to choose, I wouldn't buy a Ford now, but Ford over GM and Chrysler.
Oh,
That's
okay.
just
I like the the Warthog.
I don't know how you feel.
The Ram.
Ram,
Yeah, I like the
Ram's
Warthog.
good.
Yeah,
my
the
buddy's
Warthog.
got a Ram. He loves Ram, bro.
Okay, let's see. Okay, sir. Paper hands, we'll call them, all right? Had a rough weekend accepting Joseph doesn't go for pie and cake, but appreciate what everyone on Trader TV does. I started out at WSB, thank God, found my way here. Thank you. Hey, don't lose sleep over me in the pie game, all right? That's not something that we want to have nightmares about. It's funny, my buddy was talking to me over the weekend, and his girlfriend was telling him that he was sleep talking. And he's like, oh, no, don't go in the closet. He sleep talks. I've known him for a long time, and he sleep talks, right? And he's like, no, don't go in the closet. And his wife was messing on him, and she's like, no, it's Jake from State Farm in there. And he's like, yeah. So he's just having nightmares about insurance.
And in the khakis.
Yeah,
and he wears the sickest khakis, Jake from State Farm.
Yeah, so that was funny. I mean, sorry, my friends.
So good.
No lemon meringue pie. I know they were talking about that, and all these other pies. It's just it's not your boy's style. You know what I mean? Try to keep it relatively healthy. But yeah, here we go, guys. Haven't talked about IBIT that often here today. And I want to take a look at it from a daily perspective, is that you can see that we're putting in somewhat of this inside day, and I think that's what we were going to look at. When I ran my scans earlier this morning and I did my early morning technical analysis, I'm like, okay, I believe it's going to be an inside day. We had the inability to open up and sit on top of this 48 level, and from where we were just sitting on a Camarilla pivot structure, when I look, we were just mid-range, right? Or sorry, we were at S4, but then we were trading in the pre-market just to mid-range, and that can insinuate like, hey, yeah, you're going to get a little bit of choppy price action. So yeah, that's my look on IBIT. Gonna wait for a hold of VWAP, and then maybe we'll participate, and hopefully that breakout can come, but we're gonna need that volume to be sustained. It is starting to pull back, but again, these ADRs are really strong. BABA going to go and test the high day once again, up a multiple percentage on. Actually, it wasn't when it was this high, it gapped down. Okay, yeah, so it's gonna be positive now. So yeah, good look there on that one. K-Web still waiting for this pullback. Not getting it, guys. We're holding these levels really, really strong, and you can see how we're respecting VWAP the whole way. And if I wanted to mark out some moving averages, you would have the 9 coming in through here, right? Then you'd have the 20 coming in just a little bit below that. And I remember when I was reading my first TA books, you can you can just learn to gauge them after a while and not have to necessarily label them. So if I didn't even have them on there and I would have put them, I would be relatively close because you can see that the 9 hugs price action a little bit more, and then the 20 would be next, 50, and then the 100, whatever it may be. So let's see if that continues to hold. Nice, strong trend line in KWeb. XPEV, okay, so yeah, XPEV reports tomorrow morning. I think this is going to be an exciting one for whatever it may be. We'll zoom out from a daily standpoint, and yeah, wow, like what a really nice run we've gone on. So these Chinese names trading really well. We're a little bit off of that 27.23 local high there, but I think if it has a solid report, we can punch through it because the space is relatively strong there, Sharif. So I'm going to be looking forward to XPen's report tomorrow around 24.41 trading right now. Going to be patient, wait for VWAP to come in on IBIT, and then maybe we can get a bounce.
You feel like with that run up that you just showed there, Joseph, they either better below this earnings report
right,
out of the park,
or it's going to,
you know what?
Stuff's going to hit the fan.
Yeah, something's hitting something.
Something's going to hit the fan.
That's the look right now. Yeah, look, I'm going to show you guys what XPEF's car looks like. Where we have time on the midday. We'll do like that whole build out.
Yeah, can we build one?
Yeah, we'll see if we can do the Hong Kong website, get it in English, right? Like we did with the Tesla Juniper when it first came out. Guys, I got to tell you about this one. Shout out to Buvin, man. Buvin, you always come through. I can't keep my eye on the scanner at all times, but you're my secondary scanner, Buvin. QNTM. It's a quantum name. It's a quantum name, and the thing about this one is it's moving up big. So you've got like the, it's in vogue right now with all these quantum names all moving up at the same time. And we've got March 20th, NVIDIA's quantum name, and then you have the best ticker, possibly QNTM. I think it's better than QUBT, QBTS, RGTI, and all the other ones. QNTM, the one with the best ticker, breaking out 65%, just broke through 8. Good look right now, 843 HOD. It's doing the dance with no pants with that $8 area. It is a bit of a spreadier ticker. I'm talking about 13 pennies. Now, wide, 13 pennies, now 8. So it's zigging and zagging right now with that $8 level in addition to that wider and narrower spread. So be careful with this one. While you're being careful, you can listen to me tell you a little bit about it. So it is an $18 million market cap, having traded only 1.6 million shares on the day, but I'll submit to you the volume just started coming in. This is a trade de novo. The volume just started coming in at 12.25. It did volume before that, but it was light volume. The float is around 40.2 or 0.3 million shares, with the short float being, I don't have it here, okay. Well, by the way, Trade Ideas is telling me 1.6 million share float. My platform is telling me 40.3 million share float. So be careful with this one, certainly, okay? Because we don't even really know what the situation is with it. So QNTM, big boy break right now. We're going to keep an eye out on it. We're killing it on Trade Desk right now. We just popped up into 30. We're doing real well on this one. Just wet the beak there at 30. Now I'm going to wait into the high 30s. We're going to wait there to see if we can get some more out on TTD. Again, Trade Desk, I know I don't typically trade these small cap or these larger mid-cap names, but this one was brought to me by, shout out to John Del Segno at Chat OG. I happen to like the pullback into VWAP, and that's why I got into this monster. So we're going to keep an eye out there. Randy, XPEV reports tomorrow, and I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at the chart on XPEV. It's a dang rocket ship. It's almost at these pandemic levels. Like we're talking $25, $30. Possibly into that level. So we're going to do a midday EV build out on the. We're going to try to go to the Hong Kong website so we can get it in English, so everybody can follow along. Obviously, we can't compare the prices because that's pre-tariff, pre-destination, all that stuff, right? By the way, kind of digressing a little bit there with you. I was actually doing a bit of a comparison there. The BYD seal. I know you've heard of it.
Yep.
So I was looking at what they sell it in China for and how much they sell it in Mexico, Randy. Markedly different. It's literally double the price.
Okay, but they have to get it there.
I know.
They're not building locally yet. There's implications, but yes, I know. It's shopping elsewhere has its benefits.
That's what I said. I said ChatGPT explained this to me. It's like, well, there are several reasons, my friend Sharif. There is the destination. There's the tax on it. Also, Mexico has a, you can say a bit more of a premium buyer, especially if you have the Americans coming into Mexico to pick up these cars. So they got to think of that and price them accordingly.
Of course. No, interesting shot. I want to see this. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to do it. All right, let's do this. So let's get, Joseph, you good with that?
Yeah, of course.
All right, anything you want to add before we start?
I'm in some RGTI once again. Nice recovery. It is chopping around in this zone. If it continues to do so, then I'm just going to leave the space because it doesn't want to break out just yet. We're going to have to curl over a little bit more here in order for us to look like it wants to break through. It can happen today. Just have to be a little bit more patient, I think.
Okay, keep going because I'm.
All right, you're gonna set it up there, yeah. And also IBIT as well too. No worries. Also IBIT as well, guys. Coming into VWAP, positive sign. Hopefully this can be sustained. But again, we're just rejecting a lot of resistance zones and coming back into the space, and that's what's looking like is happening here on RGTI. So I'm just gonna hop out here, guys. That's it for quantum today. It's chopping around, multiple failed breakouts. Got to find something that's relatively strong here. Again, be patient, sit on our hands for a little bit, and wait for that top-notch setup to come into play. Now, what's everybody else looking at? QNTM is over. Bye. Yeah, it seems like it's done. A nice little pop, and then wasn't sustained. Sellers came back in and won that battle. Pizza Rat. Why is Hood so moving today? $41. Yeah, I know, Pizza Rat. I was looking at that. Someone in the chat mentioned it really early, and it's trading well. I mentioned how good this name is. The Q4 numbers were fantastic. So yeah, stick to those strong names and strong reports, and that's what that Hood is. So Fintech. I told you I'm going to look to liquidate some Tesla and then rotate over into some Hood. But again, we can't get this move on Tesla. Down another 7%. That is, it's mind-boggling how negative everything is in this name. And if we zoom out from a daily perspective, are you ready? Yeah, okay. All right, cool. So again, I think it's going to break 220 there, guys. That's where we have the most levels of open interest, only 14 points away. So. All
right, doesn't look like we can build this, Joseph, but we're going to have a look through it here. This is the G6. So I think this is kind of like their best SUV. They have multiple, as you can see. They have the G9. But this one is kind of like that coupe-looking G6. 550 kilometers worth of range, 10 to 80% in 20 minutes. And we should probably take the opportunity quickly here. Randy, are you still there? No, he's not. He's gone. So, guys, this headline did come in earlier today. BYD has introduced a revolutionary charging system that can charge their Han 8 model with 292 miles of range in just 5 minutes. That did come in midday from BYD. The reason I'm talking about that is I thought it was appropriate to mention that since we're talking about 10 to 80% in 20 minutes. 4.1 seconds is the 0 to 100 time on this monster. I happen to like this shape a little bit more than others. I don't know how you feel about this. Let's see what that midnight black looks like.
Yeah,
okay.
that's
how
me
about
right
that
there.
orange?
No, I think that can age. I think that doesn't age well.
Right?
Yeah,
silver's okay.
Well.
I don't know. I like these. Have you seen these matte gray colors? They call them Nardo gray.
I like them.
Yeah, some of those ones are really good.
I like that midnight black too, though.
Let's see what else we got here. Power up with precision, surrounding comfort seats. So you've got air-conditioned seats, ventilated, I should say, heated, and it looks like these ones are massaged as well. We're not able to build it out, obviously, so there's not much I can show you other than the pictures. We'll just look at some of these pictures. Good storage in there. This is my favorite one that XPeng has to offer. This is their G6. Let's see what they got. The X9. What's this one look like, Joseph? Let's find out what the X9 looks like. It's a van. That's not going to work out for me. Bye. All right, let's go to the G9. Okay, that kind of looks like the B-Class of the Mercedes, all right?
It does.
A little bit like the Li Auto, too.
It gives a little Range Rover vibes a bit, too, there. I think.
Velar, Range Rover Velar vibes. Good call on that. Let's see what the P7. They got a P7 up in that bad boy. Okay, so that's a sedan. Kind of looks like the Xiaomi SU7 for anybody who knows. That looks definitely like the Xiaomi. How about that P5, Joseph? Let's see what the P5 is all about. Probably another sedan. A little bit smaller. Okay, I can get behind that.
Nice
too
trunk
bad.
space there. It looks like it got some.
Looks like it's a hatchback, right?
Yeah, yeah,
You can probably
something
open
like
up that bad boy into the back there. All right, last but not least over here, the G3i.
Need a better angle of that. There.
Yeah, what the hell is up with that? Let's zoom down. Okay.
I like that.
I see that.
I know we like that in there, Sharif.
Oh, no question about it,
was-
Joseph. Let's see what we got. Yeah, okay. This one looks like their smallest car. This looks like the smallest one that they have to offer. But I got to tell you, that lineup is not bad. That is not a bad lineup. If they can make those in any significant number and try to take on Tesla in terms of volume,
I like how the newer cars and the newer models are starting to transition to that light bar across the front there. I like that. Yeah, I like the light bar, man. Yeah, I like the light bar. It's a little bit different, more standard than you're just two there. And I know Ford has some nice ones as well on the F-150, some nice light bars. And yeah,
it's very EV-ish.
Yeah, exactly, very EV-ish.
I just want to mention this TTD, trade desk, guys. Best out we've got was 30s. It's coming back down now. You better believe that I'm moving up my stop on trade desk from below that $55 area. I will look to defend 55. I don't want to deal with a lower high. Okay, that's not the move here. If we get a micro pullback, like say a 2 candle pullback on the 5, fine. That's normal. 3, then we get 3 green, 4 green, then we get 2 red, fine. On our way up. But if we're going to put in a lower high and flat bottom break through a previous area of support, I'm talking about 55, then this is not the trade for me. So I'm going to move up my stop from 54.88 into 55s on TTD. Let's see how our other trade is doing. The short that we've had on Affirm, keeps coming down into 60s, but that's as low as it can get. So I think I will move up my beak wetter now from mid 40s into 60s. We're not able to break above 60s on AFRM, break below 60s on AFRM. So I've already moved down my stop. So if this breaks above 45.15, I get stopped out for the last remaining amount, but I will move up my order on this one to try to get the print, and then I'll leave one little order for the piece for the dream, so to speak there. So that is what I'm looking at on AFRM. Eddie, Sharif, if you change your Jag for one of these cars, the myth will fall for me. Oh, wow. Really, eh? So if I go EV, that's it. There's no dialogue between you and I anymore? Like, what is that? Like, is that all our relationship is based on, even though we don't know each other? Shout out to Eddie R. His name is Eduardo. He was quite impressed with me how I said Eduardo last week. Yeah, he was happy about that. Shout out to Eddie R. Look, Eddie, man, I mean, I like EVs. I'm just going to be super selective about the car I get next. And, a lot of the EVs that I quite frankly can't afford. I'm talking about the R1S. It's just beyond my price range anew. And some of these other ones as well that are not even available. I'm talking about the Lucid Gravity. Is not available either. So I'm going to be super picky, or I'm going to have to wait to get them used, right? A few years used gets into my price range. So that's my look there. D. Westermeyer. My 2024 VW Taos has a pretty cool light bar and wicked bright lights that move around. It's just a four turbo, 4-cylinder, no EV. Doesn't matter, man. I think that's kind of what's in vogue right now with the style of cars. You even see it on the Juniper. I know that's EV. You know that's not even a light bar at the back of the new Model Y? No. It's like this light effect that they have shining on like a reflective surface that makes it look like a model, a light bar
on the back. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's something new, right? So got to take that next stop. So I don't mind it at all. Okay, I don't know what you're referring to.
What happened?
Nathan Penna. He says he's I don't know. Anyways, gonna ignore that. The guy, the guy wants to no more beak wetters. He said, but we can't promise any of that, there, my friend. Exactly, we both hit it.
I love how there's prints in that. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, did that well, eh? Look at the prints in there.
Yeah, I wonder why's the fluid in there so dark? Is it some rum or something? Maybe.
What'd you say? Look at his charts, because he copied my charts for that. Yeah, shout out to Fabian.
Shout out to Fabian. Guys, let's see. Holding view up nice on IBIT. Thesis is if we crack the low, this pivot on IBIT, then we're just going to get out of this trade. Rallying nice. The market wants to get somewhat of a bounce here. Tesla down 5 to 6%. I'll get an exact number. But again, surprisingly that the Qs are holding up relatively strong. So 6.5% here on Tesla. Not a good look. I'm glad that the overall market is still holding up half decently steady. I know Katina Man short, but we are just range bound, and you can see that we have been trading in essentially inside of Friday's session. We broke through it, but then just came back right back into the range here, guys. But yeah, IBIT starting to break out. Want to stick with these strong names. Good look here. Couple pennies, couple cents in the money. Let's see if this can be sustained. I'm going to look for that higher low or the break of this high. It may take some time, and as long as we don't crack 47.25, thesis is going to be valid, so I'm going to hold on to this one. We'll take a look at it from a daily standpoint and just what my idea is. So if we can sit on top of 48, I do believe that we can continue to climb higher and then get into 48.50, 49, whatever it may be. So that needs to hold, the VWAP needs to hold, and a lot of things, especially the market, need to come into play. Los Pollos Hermanos, my guy, I am an IBIT 2 near the lows. Let's go. Nice work, my friend. Let's see where you're in at around the lows. So if you're on around 46.90 or the 47s, I think you're sitting pretty, and hopefully that we can sustain this move. We are constructing higher lows, which is also a positive signal here, guys. If it breaks that 47.30, then there might be some more downside. Hopefully, Bitcoin can really get the ball rolling. We've been patiently waiting, and how much longer do we have to wait, Sharif, until this breakout really comes in? Let's pull up the actual underlying assets to see what we got cooking up from a daily standpoint.
Down,
yeah, I know it's tough.
To 70,
but this
bro.
is
I'm good
you
with
think
that,
you're
'cause
good with
that's where I'm
70?
gonna be waiting.
Okay, I love it. He's going to be waiting in at 70s. That's right back into this breakout range that we got from November of last year, Sharif. But again, I'll say it multiple times, this consolidation phase was a little lackluster in considering the period, the length of period, right? So from March all the way to November, then we get that breakout, and then the move wasn't necessarily sustained. You got a little bit of a new high here, but then we just failed it and just came back into the range. Again, and I was reading some more Bitcoin stuff over the weekend, and we know that Satoshi has 1 million of these things. I'm curious as to why, so if he has 1 million and you can read the ledger, how come you can't identify which wallet was his or something along those lines? I don't know if I'm saying that right, but you can identify transactions, so why can't you identify his 1 million Bitcoin?
But isn't that what always happens? Like when I read articles coming from Benzinga or wherever else, like, oh, some whale, some dormant wallet that's been dormant since, I don't know, like 2021, all of a sudden woke up and sold or bought or whatever, and they never attribute the name. They just always say this wallet, that wallet. So isn't that how it always works?
I think so. But again, there's not necessarily always a name behind the wallet too, right? For the know your customer ones, obviously you'll have a name behind it, but then that's where I guess what's the word I'm looking for? The privacy comes into play, and the decentralized aspect of Bitcoin. You can't really know everybody's wallet. You can just trace it to certain IP addresses.
Yeah, and
stuff like that.
If I start my own coin too, or on the Solana network, right? Is there like an identifying number that everybody has to have on that Solana network that kind of makes everything traceable for that particular wallet?
Maybe. I'm not familiar with Solana too much. So yeah.
So one of these individuals, let's call him that. He's a gym individual that I used to know.
Oh yeah, I think you were telling me.
He started out his own meme coin, which I'm not even going to mention, but I always see him pumping that on his gram, and he's always giving the number out. So I figured that was probably something.
You know what's funny? We never really heard from that Huktua girl after all of this.
I'm shocked, Joseph.
So she just took it and ran, I guess. Does she have is she still doing it? Oh, okay. So she's sitting on some pretty pennies.
I don't like that, man. I told you I felt about Trump coin. Apparently, Melania coin's up big today.
Is it?
Don't know why Melania's coin's up big, but I was doing my BTC review this morning, and they were like, Melania coin.
That's funny.
Fantastic.
But here we go, Sharif. We're cooking up here. 47.50 was that target that we ran into here on IBIT, starting to climb higher. We're going to wait for this break of the high a day. Is it going to come to play? Maybe. But even if we have a little bit of a higher low, that'll be fine. That'll bring me into 47.50, and then maybe we can climb into 47.60s and then reject that level there, Sharif.
All right, we're in QNTM now. So this one did pop down into the 10 exponential, and when it did, it got bought up really aggressively. So we're long 83s, just went the beak there at 95s. Now I'm going to wait at 99s, and then I'm going to wait a little bit above 8. My out is the break of the $0.50. 70.50 has to hold. I will not trade this. I will not DCA into this one. This one is kind of it's dicey, and the reason I say dicey is because it's a midday mover. It popped up midday. The volume started coming in at around like 12:15, 12:30. It started bull flagging at around 8, and that's what I was watching this one for around 15 minutes. Multiple topping tails of indecision, both higher and lower, high wicks and low wicks. So we'll see which way this one wants to trade. Let's go ahead and throw the stop in right now and see what comes of this one. So we're involved with QNTM at the moment, trying to look for a move back into that $8 level, looking to back with the beak there multiple times on the way up. Here we go with Trade Desk. We're going to take the print there. Boom. Oh, man.
No. You did it.
I got the print, and then I took out the last one. So that was a mistake. Fat finger there. Trade Desk, profitable trade, poor execution. Took it out there at 40s and 39s. A bit of a mistake there. This one was a VWAP retracement on TTD. It's up 2 2/3%. Let's see if it can get back into that $56 level. I was a little worried about this one because we definitely had that move back. It was like very V-shaped retracement-ish on the day. We pop up at the open, we retrace right back into that pre-market area consolidation. We make a new high, we drop down below VWAP. So it really hasn't. It's been a bamboozler on the day, put it that way. We'll see how this one ends up trading. All right, so QNTM, the only one I'm involved with right now. Let me give you the levels on this one. Let's talk a little bit about it and what my plan will be on QNTM. So we obviously have multiple topping tails into that 8.5. All the while, we're still above the 10. We're still above VWAP. The 10 just got above VWAP right now. One of those anomalies where VWAP was trading above the 10 for a moment. That's changed since then. We're break even on it. We're long 783. It's showing me 86s at the moment. So we're going to see if we can get something above 8. QNTM, anything below that volume weighted average price, which just fortunately is also at the $0.50 right now, 750. Anything below 750, I'm gonzino on that one. So QNTM with the best ticker in the business for quantum names, in my humble opinion, looking to take out some levels. All right, we just got another print there as it got into 8. Now we're waiting at 8.15, 8.04s, 8.06s, 8.10s now. Let's see if we can get the print, 64% and going over here. The volume coming into the high side now showing me 11s. We're still waiting though, so we're gonna have to pack our patience on that one. Joseph Wilson, we'll see if we can get the print on this. QNTM, good look. QBTS just lost VWAP. Okay, so let's talk about this one because there is bamboozlement right now in quantum world. QBTS has been very respectful of the volume weighted average price most of the day. There have been these times, as you can see here, this is the 1 minute on QBTS, where we've breached the volume weighted average price, but in large swaths of the trading day, we actually defended it. I mean, you can kind of see where the white line is and where the price bounces off. We just lost the volume weighted average price right now and obviously lost $11 on our way down. So bit of a tougher look there. Keep your eye out on that one. Bang, we take out QBTS there to the high side. Joseph Wilson. Hey. So we'll see if we can get some more on this. We're exhausted now in terms of shares. Definitely looking for some more. Let's put another dip trade on this one though. Where does said dip trade go? I'm going to try to catch the money fills below $8. Let's see if we can get something in the low 90s there. Some money fills there possibly for an 847 high day break. We have a double top right now on QNTM at that 750 area. 850 area, 847 technically. Let's see if we can get anything in and around there. D. Westermeyer. Sharif, take a look at the Dow contract. Keeps rejecting 41.8. Say less. Let's pull out the YM. YM is the ticker for me for the Dow March contract. Let's go pull that bad boy, eDow Mini Futures. Show yourself. There we go. Oh, great. Look, D. Westermeyer. Wow, that's a flat top break if I've ever seen one. And here's the deal. You know, not very obvious, but the lows, D, are a little bit higher on every successive trough. Let's take the one that starts at 9, or this is 10 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern time, 9 a.m. Central. Look at this low over here, 41.6. That's the low. Then over here, we kind of defend 41.650. That's the low. And now it's 41.7. That's a low. So we're incrementally higher lows all the while. 42,000, an absolute line in the sand today for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's up, Joseph, 2/3 of a percentage point. So not a bad look there. Let's type in Dow Jones, like Mike Jones. We're going to throw that in there.
I think everybody went. If there's one universal phone number, it's Mike Jones.
Mike Jones. I like
281-330-8004.
Wow,
Everybody knows Mike Jones' phone number,
done
man.
there, Joseph. Well done. Roland Joe. Got to do something with this fat fingering, my man. It's affecting your trading. Brother, what can I do? I suck as an individual. I suck as a trader. I will look to do better. I always make these mistakes, entering in size a little bit differently. I do apologize for those mistakes, but hopefully those don't come on to you guys. The stupidity will stay on this side of the screen. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, we're starting to piece out here, guys, in IBIT climbing higher, so working out pretty well. It looks like we're putting in that lower high right now. I posted up at 47.55 to take off the majority of the position. Hopefully we don't come back into the break even, because then I'll just have to cancel that and then get out of the trade altogether. And Bear versus Bulls, thank you for all those points. I beat you in the duel. So there you go. I was like, hey man, I'm like, here, I'll bet somebody for all my points, and then BBB did it, and I beat him. So yeah, here we go, guys. Back into these markets. Walmart continuing to hover around those highs, 87.33. That's a strong name. K-Web was slowly grinding higher here, Sharif, and almost put in a new high a day, but we failed up there. It doesn't seem overly liquid. So just keep that in mind. It was earlier in the session, but then the liquidity just started to die down. I know someone in the chat asked me to take a look at Monogram Technologies. That is MGRM. And I try to please the people that we love to hang around with every day. So yeah, let's take a, okay. So Siren, nice Katina, man. Let's go, Siren. But here we go, guys. Nice look here. Nice breakout volume on Monogram Technologies. I know they're involved with 3D printing and something and AI technology. Looking good. This is what you want to see on this style of breakout. Let's take a look from an intraday standpoint to see what it's got going on. See, my issue is it's just all this overlapping candles here, and then again liquidity issues on the 5-minute time frame. If we were to zoom in onto the 1 minute, and we would see the same thing. So not necessarily something I would be involved in from an intraday standpoint, but if you believe in what they can do, then by all means take a swing at it. Hopefully that breakout can be sustained for you guys. That volume is there. If it fails, just get back out and then look for a secondary entry. I do like this IBIT trade. Nice climb up higher here. Am I going to add to this position? I think so. Feeling it today, Sharif, so we may as well get involved. There we, oh no, why did we do that? Okay, let me see what we can do. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Now we're adding for the break of this pivot, guys. If we can get up to 47.55, then I think 47.60 is in the works.
All right, QBTS is continuing to lose the bid here, guys, at VWAP. We were talking about this one, losing VWAP. We are not at area lows quite yet, so technically still a higher low. If you're looking for a pattern on QBTS, we certainly still, do have higher lows. And I'll submit to you guys that I think the money fills on QBTS today have all been below VWAP, because we keep breaching VWAP. VWAP here kind of reminds me of a line of best fit where it's neither support nor resistance for the most part. It may have times where it acts as support and resistance, like you can kind of see over here, kept bouncing off VWAP, but it does feel like the middle line of the price action, the line of best fit. So I'm going to get in. I'm going to get into QBTS long here like a psycho, and I'm going to put my my area out below this area low. I'm talking about this 10 2/3 area where I perceive there to be support. So let's go ahead and load up this over here, QBTS. Let's go. Oh, QBTS is on the New York. Okay, yeah, forgot about that. That's okay. Everything's fine. We're going to go long here. And I'm going to place my stop, again, like I mentioned, below this area low. So I will give it to 10.59. So we're going to go ahead and throw that stop out there right now. And we'll put it just like that. Okay. Where did we get along? 76s. So then you know how we do. We're going to layer our orders for the pop-up. This is how we do. All right, so we're gonna go just like that. Let's see if we can get the print to the high side right now on QBTS. It feels every bit of Monday. My brain is functioning as I would expect it to on Monday, which is at a snail's pace right now. So we'll see if this QBTS money fills below VWAP is just a pipe dream or it's the real deal. We're showing 82s. I'm waiting at 82s. It's not crossing, so we won't get the fill quite yet, but I did layer the orders. Let's see if they come into play. I'm also keeping an eye out of Affirm. So this is a mistake by me. So the flat top break came. That $45 level, that was obvious. So I stopped out, not a big loser on that one. But the problem with me is I wasn't quick to flip long. Why not, man? This was a level of resistance literally for an hour and a half. It got taken aggressively. Why are you not looking long? I'm talking to myself here. Now it's at 46. That's a dollar winner. And I was trying to eke out 30 pennies on the short on this, so I got that one wrong. $46 right now on AFRM. It's only down 8 1/5. And by saying only, I'm being funny about that. Here we go. Back to QBTS. We got the 82 fill. Now I'm waiting at 88s. It just showed me 88s, but it didn't cross. Let's see if we can get that big move up and then a move into 11 bucks. Again, the only reason I'm in QBTS, I perceive the money fills to be a little bit below the volume weighted average price. We'll see if we get that or whether we get this one wrong as well. So showing me 88s or, yeah, that's the situation. AFRM, let's talk a little bit about this one. I digressed from it for a second. Let's talk about where we could expect resistance now that we have that big boy break above that flat top at 45. So we're into 46 and this current 5-minute candle has a high of 46.10. All right, so I perceive there to be all sorts of resistance at 47, and that's not just a shot in the dark because, oh, the 200 exponential on the 5 is there. No. Look at this area. Crest over here, all the way from 8:35 a.m. till 9:30 a.m. There was all sorts of selling at $47 on a closing basis as well. Nary a print above that $47 level. So if we do work up into that $47 level on AFRM, which would necessitate a high a day breach, by the way, because the high of the day right now is 46.79, because all this action here was in the pre. I will be looking to go short AFRM at 47. Let's see if that level comes. In fact, I like that level so much, we're going to throw an alert there to be, I like, but I'm not, Katina, man. So we're going to throw it a $0.25 to be made aware of that move in if it does come. Let's see if we got the prints there. We got all sorts of prints here on QBTS to the high side into 90. Appreciate you, Katina, man, but we're still not clearing $11. So one print, went unfilled, and that's the one at the 10 high 90s. I'm moving up my stop now, guys, from that 1059. It will go into 1069 come what may. What do you got?
Wow, we're cooking up over here.
I like that. We need something. You got that cooking animation, Katina Man?
There we go. We're cooking up. We're chefing up. Katina Man, guess who scored the game winner on Sunday? Your boy.
Hey!
There we go.
I was like thinking of the Leaf game. Like, did they get smoked?
Your boy did. Yeah, no, we did.
Good job,
man.
bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
Good job, man.
Appreciate it, especially coming off some injury and off for some time. Feels good to get back on the winning side of things here, guys. And here climbing a little bit higher. No, we don't got the game footage. The opposing goalie was filming it, but I don't know him, or I don't want to ask. Be like, hey, buddy, let me see how I got that game winner on you. Live Barn, yeah, for my league games, yeah, but this was at McCormick. This was a different league. So Live Barn on Canlan, and then some guys just film it at that. But here we go, guys. Nice trade here and a nice ad here at 47.5 on IBIT climbing. It looks like we're gonna go and test this high a day. If we do fail, then I'm just gonna draw a trend line, and then maybe we continue to the downside. But let me post up on the bid right here, guys. Gonna take a little bit more off. And there we go, we caught a fill, so nice climb. One thing I want to note is that I wasn't overly excited about this ad because of where I'm at. I would have liked to get in a little bit lower, like 5 or 6 cents lower, but that's okay. As it broke through that pivot, we just continued to climb higher. Yeah, Stevenson, thank you guys. About to come back to that first. Yeah, well, hey man, I'm just chilling on the minutes, right, just due to the old knee there. So I'm not playing as much as I want. I always just let people cycle in front of me, and I'll just go out every other shift.
Nice.
Was feeling pretty good on Sunday, so I took it up. So we got the Playmaker coming up as well, too. Can't find you on Elite Prospects. Yeah, not yet. That's funny there. Drop the highlight reel. Yeah, we're going to have to put that together for the people. That would be exciting. But, guys, we got something that we have to do, Sharif.
Oh, I'm ready.
You're ready. I'm not ready quite yet. We'll pull that up. Here we go. All right, guys, it's time for the Playmaker poll. What were the statistics, Ramin? Who won this one? The longs, I'm going to assume here? The longs, all right.
64-36.
Hold on, give me a second.
Two-thirds to a third.
All right, 63. All right, let's see what we got. What are we in at here, Sharif?
564.85.
564.85.
We're going to take profits above the high of the day, man. 566.85.
That's going to be a tough one there to get the ball rolling, my friend. And then we're going to stop out at 563.65. Here we go, guys. Thank you for that. We are in at 110 there, folks. Well, Mondays really do fly by. Let's see what today is the 17th, right? Hopefully I got that time right. And it's going to be a nice week here in Southern Ontario, apparently. So it's going to be nice to get back outside. I'm like, what was going on out here when I went for my walk on Saturday? I'm like, why is everybody wearing green? And what is going on? And people out on their patios, it's St. Patrick's Day. So yeah, there we go. Did not partake in any of those shenanigans.
See the police in some of these university cities?
No.
Like Guelph, I think also St. Catharines. Dude, like the police is like, or the cities are declaring states of emergency and getting crazy. Police on there putting curfew.
Well, I mean, Katina Man and Neil went to Laurier, and did you ever party at Laurier?
I went to York.
You guys went to Laurier, right?
You went Katina Man, so they were in the same city.
Yeah, you know what it's like on St. Patrick's Day in Laurier. They didn't do this back in the day, though, bro. Dude, the streets are flooded. One of my buddies was a Golden Hawk. He went to Laurier when I was in school in Guelph, so we'd always been each other, and we would go to each other's houses. And man, Laurier, it's like you can't walk anywhere. People are on the roofs. It's crazy. Guelph is a little bit more tamed, but that one strip in Laurier, I forget what it's called. It's just absolutely insanity. You can't even get anywhere.
What's that university in St. Catharines called?
Brock. Yeah, Brock. Brock. I had a buddy that went to Brock as well. A couple buddies went to Brock.
Best party school, Adara?
Western is obviously the best party school.
Yeah, but Western's a good university.
Yeah,
too. Like
exactly.
If you want law, it's really good. Yeah. Dentistry is really good at Western.
Didn't Jay Bieber go? Justin Bieber did a little. I think he did a little spin. Yeah, but he didn't go.
He's going through some stuff right now. Yeah, I've seen videos of him online lately.
Yeah,
it's really breaking my heart. Bro.
Yeah, I know.
I think he might have a condition.
Pardon me.
He has a condition.
Yeah. I think the media also makes him look pretty bad too.
They love to make him look bad.
Yeah, so it may not be. But he doesn't, like facial expressions, he doesn't look too good.
Yeah, it's not. It's tough, man. It's tough.
Really tough luck being it. Well, look at Britney Spears.
Why we brought this whole thing into consideration, or even to talk about it, is like to say that Canadian police are super overzealous right now. I think when it comes to these university parties, it's just like they shut down the entire city. They got cops walking with horses, like basically, it's like riot police out. It's like, calm down, man. These are just university kids for one day, but they do get a little rambunctious.
Do you remember the London riots? Bro? Do you remember the London riots?
I don't remember.
Oh, man. So my buddies were in school at Western and at Fanshawe, and it was St. Patrick's Day, I believe, one year. This is probably close to a decade ago now. Okay. And they like flipped the cop car, set it on fire, just complete chaos in the university towns, guys.
Yeah, it'll be a lot different if I had to clean up after these people. Right? I might feel a little bit differently.
Right? You'd be on the other side. Like, they were telling me it got crazy. Thank God I wasn't there or anything. But here we go, guys. IBIT continuing to climb higher. We don't got any much left here, guys. About 5% of this position. We'll wait for this higher day, but a really nice trade here on IBIT, Sharif.
All right. Sports and Stonks. I love that name, by the way, dude. The college town I grew up in has its own holiday called Fake Patty's Day that got so out of control, the whole town shut it down. Yeah. Hold on. How did they weasel that? Like, what was it in relation to, I get it, obviously it was St. Patty's, but why did they create fake St. Patty's Day? Like, how did that all come about? I'd love to know that story, man. That sounds really interesting. And if you don't mind, if you don't want to share your location and everything, completely understandable, but what school did you go to? I'd love to know. Shout out to sports and stonks. I definitely love that. All right, guys, I'm looking at ARQQ over here. And the reason I'm looking at ARQQ is because it's at VWAP. So this could be an interesting one here on ARQQ at the volume weighted average price. I see VWAP at 1964. It's showing me 59s on the ask, on the bid, 74s on the ask. So it's at VWAP right now, but it's been a plethora of lower lows and lower highs. This one feels awfully flat bottom breakish with what we know to be a descending wedge, lower highs with that flat bottom. I'm a little concerned punching into this one, quite frankly. I don't mind this one bouncing off VWAP and then giving me proof that it's going to hold up there, and then I could get involved in that one if it does set up in the right way. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at ARQQ for a possible long entry. QBTS we're still involved in. Nothing to write home about there. We got a bunch of prints to the high side, but this one now is having trouble taking out the volume weighted average price. And that volume weighted average price now has moved down into 1090. So that's exactly where we're going to take this print right here. Good look there. And then how many more shares do we have? We still got a couple more. So we're going to let this one cook on QBTS. The reason I took it out there is because it's shown its propensity to reject off VWAP now from the sell side. It's done that twice on the 1 minute chart. I'm talking about this attempt at VWAP that rejected and another double top over here, again, albeit on the one, at the volume weighted average price, which is 1090. So that's why I'm looking at taking it out there. And then if we clear VWAP, then we can have a discussion above that $11 area. But currently QBTS straddling the volume weighted average price as a resistance level. As I mentioned, I moved up my stop on QBTS from that area low at 1059. So I saw the area low be 1060. So I put it a couple of shekels below that. I've moved it up now into 69. So it will stop me out if we lose that 70 penny level. I'm talking about QBTS. But another one has weaseled its way onto the scene that we knew this morning to be a good small cap gapper. I'm talking about RGC. Now, it's got a fantastic looking pattern. It's up 50% on the day, just printed the day high at 1950. All that is great. So what's not so good about it? Well, it's got a prohibitive spread. And it's really trading lightly. Look at this. I mean, this candle over here had about 75,000 shares, and now we're talking about each 5 minute candle having 4,000 and 5,000 shares. That is just not going to cut it for me. We need to be doing several 100,000 shares per candle here for me to be interested. This one is very light on volume. We haven't printed more than 6 digits of shares since... Bro, this one doesn't have any 5 minute candle that are over 100,000 since this one, 1040. There has been no 5 minute candle above 100,000 shares traded since 1040. That's almost 2 hours ago. It's an hour and a half ago almost. So this one, even though it's got a fantastic looking chart pattern, I put my alert there out for the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to trade this given the amount of volume that it has and its prohibitive spread. So RGC, if you're interested, it's doing things, but definitely not for me at these levels. Let's go back to ARQQ because now it's continuing to hang out at that volume weighted average price. So it hasn't popped up off that VWAP level. It's at it, but I'm looking for that first 5 minute candle to make a new high. I'm worried about the flat bottom break coming into fruition here on ARQQ. So the way I'm going to get around that is to wait for a new 5 minute candle to close above the previous candle high. If I get that, at least we can say, okay, maybe area trough here with the new candle making that high. We will see what we get. Let's quickly go back to Affirm. I was waxing poetic, to use an Adair term, at that 47 level. I said I'm going to short up a storm if it goes into $47. Well, this one's having trouble with 46. So it can't even really clear 46 with any vigor in order to even start talking about 47. So AFRM having all sorts of trouble at this $46 level, and it has been for the better part now of 20 minutes or so, kind of putting in a possible rounded top. I want to see what this one does. I mean, because we could take Affirm short 46-ish, possibly into 45, where we know we'll encounter support at 45 because it was resistance to no end. That's where I was involved in the short because it was acting as resistance. So if we come back in from 46 into 45 and Affirm, I'm probably a buyer. but I don't mind trying to short here if 46 shows that it's going to reject. What are you doing over there?
I'm doing it for Payco, our guy, man. Yeah, that's all he does. He doesn't say too much in the chat, Payco OR. I just notice him, and he's in there all the time. And when he's doing good, he always will just type in the ticker, some dollar bill, some bill signs, and then the rain. So when I see that, I just do that for Payco because he's an OG and just always just contributes when he's doing good. Apple G King, yeah, I was looking at TSLA as well, but the thing is though, I don't want to buy it at the top of this range. I see that you're in from 801. That's a significantly better entry, but we'll pull up and do some TA on what was I thinking? CA, yes. Some CA, some TA on TSLL. So you're in right here at 810, but in order for you to really be wrong, you kind of probably want to hold it till 806 or into the middle of this range or even at the lower end of this range. But then again, if it holds the 798 base, then you can get right back in at like a significantly better price. My only issue is that I don't want to chase it at the top running into resistance. I mentioned time and time again that in this environment, when we run into resistance, we seem to be fading quite often. And here we go. We are rejecting that 818 level in TSLL and coming back into the middle of the range. So the risk to reward isn't there for me in order to chase it up. And you can see from a daily standpoint too, that Tesla is really, really weak. And so I'm surprised that the market is holding up as well as it is right now. Now, let's take a look at some of these other big names. What is Meta up to? Haven't talked too much about it. Hopefully it's not down 6% like Tesla, but okay, here down about 1.25 here, guys, is Meta. See what our friend Goggles is up to as well. But see, that's the thing, Sharif, and I was talking about it last week. You've seen that the Mag 7 got a relative bounce in the market, and then everything, all the indices followed. Some of the moving averages followed, right? But now that they're weak, we're seeing some more chop around. But you also mentioned today, you're like, Joe, the Mag 7 isn't trading higher. So why is it trading in the first half an hour of the session?
Bang.
Why is it outperforming everything? Well, that's where market breadth comes into play. And some of these mid caps were trading half decently well. So yeah, that's a good look. I know some people asked us to take a look at CRM and CrowdStrike. We will do that momentarily. Yeah, okay, Kiri. Yeah, I guess I had a CA, TA, same thing. But yeah, guys, let me know if you're looking at anything in specific. Laser, we can go over some Austin Powers real quick. Laser. Oh. Laser. Let's pull up LAZR. Lasers. What does he say?
Freaking laser.
Yeah, what does he say? He's like, yeah, $100 million. And they're like, it's not that much,
$1
doctor.
million.
He's like, yeah, it's not that much. Yeah, it's not that much. He's like, $100 billion.
I love it. 100 fajillion. Oh, Dr. Abel, this is 1969. That money doesn't even exist. Bro, I love that movie,
exactly. That's funny. But here, Luminar Technologies, that's a classic, man. They don't make those like cult classics anymore. Bang, siren for Shreve. We'll zoom out here a little bit, guys. It's not looking too good here on lasers. So yeah, we're not going to get too deep into this one. I wouldn't want to be owning this from a daily perspective. You can see that we're not breaking out. So yeah, this isn't working. You're not going to get the nod from me on that. Tesla seems relatively strong, and we're continuing to climb higher here, guys. And I'm all out of that trade. A nice view up hold. We now broke through that high day. Let's see if we can continue in this breakout and go positive, Sharif.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, baby.
Sorry. We got the fill there at the 1110 level on QBTS. So my inclination that the money fills were below VWAP. For the moment, we're right underline that for the moment. This one is kind of, I feel this one might be breaking down. All right, it's putting in lower highs, got higher lows, so it's a bit of a compression pattern, but the trend that preceded the compression pattern is a downtrend, even though it's still up 8.5% on the day. Let's see which way the cookie crumbles. I'm all done with this trade. I'm talking about QBTS. There was a level there that I liked at 75, punch long 75, took it out there in front of 1110s. Now, we're involved in a new trade. We're back in, believe it or not, like a psycho on QNTM. Wet the beak there. Get it, Adara. Wet the beak there. Where am I long? 797s. We wet it there at 807 for a 10 penny winner. Now I'm waiting at 15s, and then I'm waiting at 25s. I'm talking about QNTM. QNTM. The quantum name, within my humble submission, the best ticker in the business for quantum. I mean, it's QNTM, not QBTS or some other derivative there. So this is the one I'd want if I was a quantum name, and they've got it, baby. And they're up 63% and change, but they're going to have to hold above, number one, the volume weighted average price, and number two, I would love, just love, if it can clear 8 and use 8 as support. It is not doing that. It has not been doing that. In fact, it's had a lot of trouble staying above 8, which is why I've layered my orders for any price spikes into the high side. Now, this one doesn't have a prohibitive spread, much like some of these other ones that we've talked about today. RGC included, ARQQ included in that conversation. However, it doesn't have the best spread either. So it can be like right now, 7 pennies at times. That's not great on an $8 name that's printed about 4.5 million shares, 4.25 million shares. And, you know, it hasn't been print in volume for all that long. This one started popping up about 20 after 12. So it's a trade de novo, a new trade. It was not trading in the pre-market. So let's see if this one is able to catch a bid. It's kind of putting in higher lows from what I see here on the 5. And here we go. Now we're waiting at 15s. It's showing me 10s. Do we get the print? Bang! We get the print. Let's see up here. Now we're waiting at the $0.25. Give me that print. Bang! The $0.25. So QNTM to the high side. Now it's got 847 high a day. We still haven't cleared that high day, baby. So I'm going to be looking very closely here for that 847 break and take, and then I will use that $8.50 level as an area support once we take it. That's if we take it. So keeping an eye here on QNTM. Definitely interested in weaseling back into this bad boy, Joseph, if it does set up in the right way.
Yeah, nice look there, guys. The IBIT is continuing to climb higher. We broke through that high a day, guys, and the volume being sustained. That's a really positive note. So now trading at 47.80, you're never going to be satisfied with the trades, but I can't really complain. We got the VWAP hold, and then we got the majority of this leg higher, and then as you can see, we breached that high a day here on IBIT, especially after all this choppy mess. I was like, let me risk the low here. So let's do this from a risk to reward standpoint. All right, let me pull out my old trusty tool and see what we got cooking up. We want to make that a little bit lower. All right, so you can see this is one risk unit here. All right, so from here to here, one risk unit. Okay, so that's a couple cents. So we're in at 35s and it's 10 cents. So you go from 35 all the way to 70s. So that's a 4-to-1 essentially there, guys. Right, with the risk 1, 2, 3, 4. I know, sorry for the pencil mess, but that's kind of the general idea. Can we get heavier? Always. That's the intention. Eventually we'll definitely get there, but I like what Katina Man was telling me last week. He's just like, in order to break through barriers, you just need to punch through them and continue to just level up. So took that to heart, took that to mind, especially what I was referring to you guys on my walk. I was just like, all right, what do you got to do to break through those barriers? Is just continue to push, continue to trade, and that's the name of the game. So yeah, good look there. How was lunch, Katina Man? Yeah, did you have the jerk chicken or no? This a little, all right, we'll season it up a little bit, some more salt maybe on the old salmon. I got some salmon in the freezer, maybe we'll fry it, but I'm pretty sure it's not Tuesday, but we're going to throw up the fajitas this evening. So if you're ever curious what's for dinner, we're gonna go with the steak fajitas. Oh, Joe, she told me steal the wet. Don't take the wets for lunch, so we're not doing the wets for dinner. But yeah, nice look here on IBIT, guys. So Junior Fuentes, what do you think the market will look like for the rest of the week? Great question, Junior. I really, really like this question. And I'm going to do something that I feel extremely comfortable with, all right? So for the rest of the week, what am I going to do here, Junior? Let's pull up the options chain and see what the market is telling us, okay? I think because that is a really good and highly respected indicator, all right? So let's go to this week's expiration cycle, which would be March 21st, 4 days from now. And let's see what the market might be pricing in. So what do I see from an open interest standpoint? 485 on the call side. Okay, 485 on the call side is the most open interest that I see on this weekly expiration cycle with 24,200 open contracts right now. Ooh,
What?
I like this a lot, Sharif.
What happened?
What do we have on the put side? What happening? What happening? 480 with 48,000 open contracts. Now let's take a look at the lows here on the day. Where is 480? Right here, we did breach that down to 477. We got to take that low into account because it wasn't as respected as I thought it would be. But 485, I think that could be in play here sometime this week in the overall market. Let's see if that comes into play. Still waiting for this oversold bounce here, guys. Is that starting to come into factor? I think so. We're up about 4% off of those lows. A nice bounce, not necessarily something that we would be looking for. We want a little bit stronger of a recovery. Are we going to get that? A lot of analysts say we're not going to get that bounce that we're looking for. We still have those headwinds in place. Q1, I think, is going to be really big from an earnings standpoint, and I think that's going to dictate where we go in the future here in these markets.
All right, we're just keeping an eye on Affirm still because it's kind of doing that $46 dance, very similar to the dance that it did at 45, where it just kind of gets into the level quite vigorously on the way up to that level, and then once it gets to that level, just kind of consolidates a little above 46, a little bit below. I don't want to be quick to jump into the short here and get bamboozled, right? Because kind of that's what happened with the 45 short. We ended up being profitable on it, but we never got the breakdown that we were looking for, at least that I was looking for. I can't speak for anybody else, but I'm keeping an eye on this 46 level. It's been quite consolidative here, but what I notice is not by much, we do technically have higher lows. Each successive candle a little bit higher than its predecessor, not much in the way of higher highs though. In addition to that, watch how the book and the tape trade. Once we dip below that 46, is it being met with aggressive buying? In the sense that, do you see a whole lot of green, a whole lot of orange come in on the time in sales? When we do dip in below that 46, that usually means hidden buyers are picking this up. Because look, the level 2 shows me nothing on any gateway of any discernible size. And trust me, I've got all the gateways, right? Shout out to Real Dang Trading. They've given me all of them. So I should be able to see all these gateways if there is a size or if there is substantial size posted at any level. And there isn't. So, this has me feeling where we got hidden buyers propping this up below 46, maybe in a similar way, if not the same way, as we were being propped up propped up above that $45 level. So this one does feel kind of, bullish in that sense. So that's kind of my thinking there. Now, I've weaseled into another trade over here. I'm talking about QNTM. I'm punching in at highs, and I realize that's kind of not my thing. We already wet the beak there through the break of 50. We're long 45s. I took out some at 56. The next level I'm waiting at is 63. Just the front run, or not front run, actually, for the high day break. It's an 860 right now, high of day. I've given this to 20s, so it's gonna have to hold up above 20. If it doesn't, then I've got the trade wrong. I'm taking half the size I took initially, and I've got even less because we did wet the beak there. So QNTM, I'm trying to take this continuation trade. I don't want to give it too much in the way of room, and I'm not going to dollar cost average into it. It just doesn't have enough volume. What? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So this is perfect timeout time now. We can definitely take a timeout for this.
Yeah,
so give us a little bit of a backstory, just like the whole thing.
It's actually, okay, yeah, for sure. All right, so yeah, we'll do a little sneak peek. So it's funny, one day Celine and I were at Farm Boy, and there's this lady sitting.
Tell them what that is first.
Farm Boy is a grocery store, okay? So it's a local grocery store here in Canada, kind of like your Sobeys, whatever it may be. So we're sitting in, we're coming out, and there's this lady sitting with a dash in the lobby. Selena goes, where did you get this puppy? And she says, this lady on Instagram. Selena goes, wow, I follow her.
So she already knew about her. So Selena already knew about
this breeder. Yeah, breeder. She knew about the breeder before, and then was like, okay, just keeping an eye out. And then she sends me this picture. She's like, I want to dash it. I'm like, wait till the summer. And then she sends me this picture. And the caption is what got me, all right? It's like, unfortunately, my puppy parents had some health issues and won't be able to get this guy, so he's looking for his forever home. Please DM me. I seen the eyes. I seen the caption. I said, email her
Over.
and see what's going.
Katina Man's like, it was already over.
It was essentially over. So we had the meeting with the breeder on Friday via Zoom or whatever it was, and then we locked in this little guy that I believe we're gonna call Milo. So
I love it.
Yeah, he's cute. I don't know him yet. Hopefully he's not a pain in my rear end.
He's gonna be
yeah, but that's okay. He's a little baby. You can't. The thing is though, you can't stay mad at these eyes, right? Like that's the big issue. Is like okay. And I'm already freaking out because I'm like,
hey,
what do I do?
I'm pumped for this,
So
dude. That's
yeah,
sick, man.
That's it. He's cute. He's a cute little guy.
Are you gonna do? So have you thought about this? Are they gonna be?
Training for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So is it diapers or is it outside?
Yeah. Puppy training. We're not gonna do diapers. We're gonna take them outside. Just get them comfortable with always going outside. None of that balcony garbage, obviously, due to like with condos and everything along those lines.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean,
just obedience and manners is really what we're aiming towards, right? Especially with puppies. And like you obviously everybody has that one friend who has a dog, and as soon as you open the front door, it's gone, like it doesn't live a good life, and it's just like on to the next. It's like where are you going? You're fed, you're loved, and everything like that. So where are you really going? Yeah. So I was never about that.
I love that, bro. I mean, love it. And do you have any dog parks in the area?
Yeah, they're close. Yeah, like I'm in Liberty, right? So there's a dog park on every corner. But he's little, so we don't want him getting around too big of dogs yet. Told Selena, you got to be careful of the coyotes as well, just in case you're walking.
Man, what the hell? Liberty Village is the last place you'd expect for there to be coyotes.
But
they had
everywhere, right?
entire news story. People, one lady was walking her little, I don't know what it was, a
little dog.
Yeah.
Fluff. So now the little dogs are wearing spike jacket. Yeah, I know.
It took it from when she wasn't looking. She had it on a longer leash, and it got
just sniped it.
That's
crazy. It's really sad. So now you got to get all the spiked jackets and everything like that.
That's the move against the coyotes
the spiked jackets,
that's
right?
Brilliant.
So yeah, but he's just like he's probably already this big, and I don't think he's gonna get any heavier than 6-7 pounds. So it's just
long
like,
and
man, he's gone. Yeah, exactly. He'll be gone in an instant if a coyote.
Man, I'm excited for you, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I love my dogs. I don't know what I would do though. My dog's I'm so fixed in my life and my routine and everything around my dog.
Yeah. So
I get paranoid when I'm late because they gotta eat.
It's gonna add to the environment too, right? It's like a kind of like a little live ornament running around the house all the time and stuff. So yeah, we'll have
love to hear it, bro. Love to hear it.
It's IBIT, man. Look at this. I'm all out of it now, Sharif. But just nice breakout. Broke through that high a day here, and then that volume really stepped in. Yeah, I didn't have any shares left to hold on through this break. But it's trading really nice here.
Good look there, man. We're still involved in QNTM, break even on it right now. It's zigging, it's zagging. We've got one beak wet there through the break of the $0.50. I'm looking for a continuation, guys. We'll see if we get it. I've given it a super tight stop. I just won't give it to anything below 820, so it's going to have to hold up at this 820 area. I'm looking for the next print there above the high of the day at 62s. The current high is 60. D-Loaf. Tell Joe not to bring him to dog parks until he gets all his shots.
Yeah, exactly.
So fair, obviously for the safety of your own dog as well, and then for the safety of others. Yeah, that's what I do. Adira, what do you got?
I have a lot of comments coming through about the economy right now in the market from Caroline Levitt, repeating her comments once again that Main Street and Wall Street will be happy with the actions of President Donald Trump. But she did actually, interestingly enough, cite the CPI. Around when we got that note on the CPI, the market pushed higher. So she said, basically, the CPI we got last week, in addition to lower egg prices, show that inflation is going down. So these comments came out. She also said, though, with regards to tariffs, that anything is on the table and that April 2nd will continue to be a big day. As Donald Trump has said previously, that's when we're going to be getting those reciprocal tariffs. So some tariff talk and CPI talk here from Caroline Levitt. Back to you.
All right, we just popped into the high of the day there on the ask on QNTM. I didn't get the fill because it didn't cross. We're above the $0.50. It showed me 62s on the ask. Here it is again. It's showing me 60s now at the ask. Let's see if they're sized. They're sized at 60 over here. So there's about a few hundred lots, but none of them are getting taken out. That means that hidden seller is definitely selling up a storm in front of that. None of those lots are getting taken out, man. We keep zigging down from 60 into 58, 59. So I'm going unprinted here on QNTM, but you know, we're really close to the high. So I'm gonna leave my order exactly where it is. I'm not gonna move it down. I've layered my order above that as well for that 75 spike. If we do get a 75 penny spike, the current high is 60. We're still rejecting 60. That is technically still the high. We're hanging out at these levels. So I'm trying not to paper hand this trade and take it out a little bit too early, but you always are concerned is what if that's the top and we don't printing higher? Here's 60 again. Look at us, not taking any size off 60 right now. So that 60 penny level, a line in the sand at least seems for the moment on QNTM, unable to break through it. Here we go again, showing 60s again. No, nothing breaking this time. So, all right, bit of a tougher look there, and then we reject, come back down into 50s, true to form. Kind of not surprised by that. I'm going to pack my patience here for QNTM, see if we can get anything above that. I won't take it up below that. Simple as that. I'd rather get stopped out. Wow. Okay, Affirm. Thankfully, I did not short at 46. Affirm is almost at 47, and I've got my order that's about to trigger. Sorry, not order. Alert. 46.75. That's what I put my my alert at. We are very close to the technical high of the day. The technical high of the day is 79, despite the fact that we were above that in the pre-market. So great strength right now on AFRM. Coming into 47 is not quite there yet. 46.75 HOD on that bad boy. Back to QNTM, still rejecting 60, but it is putting in higher lows. So if I'm looking for a reason to stay involved, it is that buyers are buying this, QNTM that is, at higher and higher levels on every successive dip. Does that continue forever and ever more? Likely not. I'm just trying to put the odds on my side here, waiting for that pop into the level. We are not getting it quite yet on QNTM. A bit of a tougher look there. What the hell? This market recovered, man. Bro. Big time. This market recovered bigly. Right now, let's bring in, yeah, we're not going to bring these ones in. Oh, come on, QNTM, you little. Okay, let's bring in the site charts over here, the MAG 7. All right, we're getting great strength right now in the MAG 7. There's none of them that are at the high of the day quite yet. You've got Softy looking like it's the closest one to that high of the day. I'm talking about the middle top one over here. 390.31 high a day. We're at 389.50 at the moment. So this one's coming a little bit closer than the others. You've got some other ones that are predictable levels. Meta, VWAP. Who else is at VWAP? Goggles is at VWAP as well. Tesla working close to VWAP. NVIDIA too weak. It can't even get to VWAP. That's all despite the market, the NQ itself, well above VWAP. So it is not the MAG 7. That is for dang sure that's lifting up this market today. I will not be convinced otherwise. This is the look at the actual NQ March contract itself. Bringing that in here. Here's the volume weighted average price at 19,721. We're almost 100 points above that in the price action. Not quite, we're close. And yet there's only one stock of the 7 that's actually trading above VWAP, that's Microsoft. That's why I said to Joseph today, or to be fair, Apple's above VWAP as well, but not that much. I said to Joseph, I'm like, it doesn't feel like it is the MAG 7 today that are carrying this market. At least it didn't feel that way in the morning, and certainly does not feel that way right now. I've got to tell you the truth. So we'll have to see exactly how this all ends up. But
nice trade there, though, on QNT.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the print, though, bro. I mean, we got initially there, and this is my third attempt at it. We'll see if we can print on this one, but having all sorts of trouble with 60 pennies here, Joseph. Not sure what the hell is going on. Who's selling up a storm at 60 pennies? But it really, right now, is the story of the NQ. The NQ just took out 19.8, guys. Great look right now on the NQ March contract. The overnight high is that level that we printed at 940 this morning, 19,847. So basically a 50-point rejection. We are at local highs right now, having recovered below VWAP. Great look off the 200, it seems here. Exponential on the 5, and up we go. So maybe we'll close at highs and things can be a little green today. We'll see. The Bomba. I love that name, bro. The Bomba. 555. $10 super chat, my man dropping cash in the chat. Wow, should have held TTD. What's TTD doing? You're gonna make me feel bad about myself here. Let's have a look at, oh, that's what it's doing. Good look there. Shout out to you, my man. That's a good look on the trade desk. Again, I only got into this trade here for the VWAP dip at 55s, and here it goes, almost into 56. Shout out to you. Good call out there on TTD. It's a big boy move. It's about to take out day's high, guys. That day high is 56. We're at 97s right now. So great strength on trade desk today. Let's see if it can continue with the overall market really heading to the high side here. Joseph, what do you got on your side?
Good look there. A lot of people in the chat are calling out Acon. It's going to break through $1. I know you used to trade that as well too, Sharif. So I don't know if you would be interested in where Acon is sitting right there, right at view up as the convict himself starts to climb higher. But one thing, I'm going to get to Costco for you, Caleb, in just 1 second, but I like how Sharif was just talking about market breadth. So what do I do? These are the first names that I kind of look at, like CrowdStrike. You can see that we're climbing higher and higher, up 20% off of those previous lows, which is a really good look for this market and a good sign for potential bounce. And then CRM as well too, putting in another day. Really, even though they're in different spaces, just identical like price action prints here, guys. So you can see that we're putting in that ascending wedge, constructing higher lows throughout that with that flat top, and then you just break through it with momentum. Volume kicks in, and then you punch through the high day as well too. So a good look on some names that we don't necessarily trade every single day. Now, okay, that's what I was going to do. I'm going to look for Costco. You guys know where I stand on Costco. I think with Staples, I think this is one of the better companies, obviously, for sure. Really good look. Bouncing off of these lows here. 880 was that local low here, Sharif. Now trading up about 4% from that bottom. I do believe it can recover because we are down from peak to trough, from that high point to this low point, 18%. So I would look for a bounce, holding some nice support, some key support levels. If it does want to make another leg, I would look for 863 to hold and then look to get in on those longs. Let's take a look at Walmart because it is strong as well today. So nice look here on Walmart around 87.44. With that 20% retracement, now up a couple percent off of those lows, which is a really good look for a nice rebound. But the thing is, though, guys, I want you, and I want to see what you guys think in the chat. Is this bounce going to be sustained? Yes or no? It's that simple. Is it going to be sustained? Yes or no? I'm going to be in the latter camp. I do believe that this is just a short-term breath. I could obviously be wrong, maybe a hot take as well, maybe not so much. But again, I would want to see some more bottoming signals that would say, hey, the selling is done and we're ready for a longer sustained bounce. This is me just thinking, hey, we're going to take a breath in the market. You get that pullback on lower volume, and then you continue to chop around a little bit east-west. And then, and I like what Michael Noss said as well, too. I think he thinks that the market is going to close on the year up or down 2 or 3%. I think that's a really good take on that front, considering we have been trading higher significantly for the past 2 years, and every dip was bought. I don't think it's the same scenario in this case, nor is it the same market environment.
Fair enough, man. QNTM got stopped out for the remaining amount. It did dip below 820, so we ended up getting stopped out there for the last remaining amount of shares. I was able to de-risk a little bit, but that seller in front of 60 is just too strong for too long for me to be able to hold out. But the most important aspect of this whole trade is that I got my stop very wrong in terms of placement. So I placed it based upon where I could, basically take max tolerance and not give up a whole lot, but that didn't jive with the price action support and resistance, especially with the 10 exponential being awfully close to where I got stopped out. It's at the 10 exponential right now. It's holding the 10 exponential. Let's see if it does or doesn't, and then what happens at that $8 level. So I feel a little bit like I didn't trade this one as well as I would have liked to, especially on the last little piece. Still positive on it, still positive on the day. So we'll see exactly if we can extract some more profits here with about 13 minutes left onto the show. A lot of people are answering no to your question there. So that's actually quite interesting. I like what Raheel brings up there, Raheel Anwar, because MU earnings coming up. I have no idea what you're answering, Raheel, but what I wanted to talk about with Micron was its importance as kind of an adjacent play for NVIDIA. Why is that? Because all these different huge AI servers that are being put together by super microcomputer, Dell, HPE, and being sold to these hyperscalers all include DRAM or high bandwidth memory, HBM, right? And One of the biggest makers of high bandwidth memory, obviously is Micron, as well as SK Hynix. SK Hynix not traded in North America, at least not for my knowledge. It is a South Korean company, whereas Micron is here, so we can kind of always keep tabs on how it's doing. And so one of the things that sold off really aggressively in the second half of 2024 certainly was Micron. And the reason was the street basically was predicting that people had overvalued its worth or its price given its kind of adjacent look to NVIDIA. So this was a big move up that we had. Let's look at 24. How did 24 treat Micron? Well, let's take the first trading day, January 2nd, and take it to the high. Well, we were up almost 100% on Micron. That is until June 20th came in. And then all hell broke loose to the downside. From the high there, up almost into 160, to the low that we put in after, we lost almost 50% of the value, basically coming right back into those January highs, right? Or January lows, I should say. Now, the point is that Micron, since that big move up and then the move down, has been caught in one hell of a range here on the daily chart. There is a whole bunch of buying. Anytime Micron comes into 85, you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see this, that's for sure. MU has all sorts of aggressive buying at that $85 area with equal amounts of selling at around 110, 110 bucks. You know, most prints, they'll reject at around 110. There are some prints that go a little bit higher than 110, but that's normal. It's a $100 name. So the point is, Micron being caught in a bit of a range here. And if I had to choose, it feels like a bit of a bearish range. And here's why I say that. Because each successive crest, if you look at the area crest, and they're really easy to spot, is not all that much lower than its predecessor, but it is in fact lower. If you were to take the area crest at September of last year as your starting point, then the one in October a little bit lower, kind of a little bit lower than the one in November, certainly lower than the one in December, and then the one in January also a little bit lower, not by much, and then February also a little bit lower. So it feels like we are bouncing off 85 consistently, but we're not able to kind of make that same high to the high side of the range as we are to the downside. So Micron certainly locked in a bit of a range. I would say, again, $110 to the high side, 85 to the low side. I want to see if their earnings can actually take them away above or beyond this range that we've been in, guys, essentially since August of last year. That August 5th bottom, the unwind of the yen carry trade, that took us into the low of 85, did actually get defended on the day, and then we pop back up into, you guessed it, 110, and we have been doing that 85, 110 since last August, so over 6 months now of a range on Micron. I want to see what the earnings bring for this bad boy, especially if it can break above that 110 and then maybe catch a bit of a bid. So yeah, keep your eye out on that. I'm going to be listening to the commentary, obviously, on the call to see what they have to say about HBM demand, especially from, you know, other people trying to get involved in the advanced AI chips, not just NVIDIA's AMD buying. Are there any others buying? If there are, how far down the line? What do they look for full year 2025? We know that Blackwell is coming out soon, or already began shipping, I think. So yeah, lots of different unanswered questions for me. And I think it's very appropriate too that they report during NVIDIA's conference. That GTC conference is taking place all week today with Jensen, funny enough, gonna do the keynote tomorrow on the second day. Don't really know what's up with that, but that's how they scheduled it. And then the 20th, so 3 days from now, we're gonna have Quantum Day. NVIDIA's Quantum Day. So we're going to have to see what NVIDIA has to say about that, because Jensen single-handedly was responsible for the downturn in quantum after we had that big run-up after the election. So we'll see. Yeah, get it, Jensen. Adara's pumping Jensen on.
Easy.
Any infographics for the GTC conference? They're working on. Well, I knew you were up to something over there. I knew you were up to something. So stand by for Trader TV infographic for GTC, courtesy of Adara Dang LePage. Get it, Adara. Oh, that was perfect.
continuing to climb higher in these markets, Sharif. The SPY a little bit stronger than the Qs as we punch through the high day. Good luck on that one. We hit the 2-to-1 on the Playmaker poll, so good luck on that front, my peeps. And then, continuing to climb higher in the TQs. I wanted to get involved into it, hesitation. So there you go. I hesitated on the shot, and it didn't work out. But the RGTI, looking like it wants to break out, but we've done our attempts on this. So this is what we have on the day here, guys. This IBIT trade, nice little trade right there. Then let's go through what we got going on RGTI. I appreciate that, brother. We still haven't got the Get It animation. So we
bad, bro.
But here we go. So two. So there's 1 for 1, 1 for 2 there on the RGTI, and then QBTS NY. And then this is where we shot about 50% on this one. The second half, it just didn't work. You could see that we took an attempt here, didn't work. Once again, took another attempt and then took this one out. And then it just slammed, liquidity grabbed, and then climbed higher. But these were the nicer trades in the earlier hours of the session. You can see that we put in this triple bottom type price action, and then we climbed higher. So entry 1, add, now you're at full risk, and then boom, 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 you just scale out as you go. And then we got some... When it go bum bum bum,
you know exactly what I'm talking about.
But yeah, nice look there, guys. I hate it when I do that, point at the screen that you guys can see. But here we go, out there and then out a little bit more there. So IBIT, one of the better continuous trades on the session, and that's okay. This is what we want to see. But Sharif, we got a $10 super chat. All it says from Brian Herman, thank you, no, thank you, much appreciated, my friend. And I don't think we got a lot of money for these the super chat that we need to give
on Friday.
Did we decide what we're gonna eat or anything along those lines? What is the crew feeling like? Ram, what do you want? What do you feel like for food?
We got a whole bunch of super chats on Friday.
For the food.
And so we didn't really spend any of the money. Katina Man just got us a bunch of coffees, but that was like a fraction of what it was, of what the actual
we got the chicken wing type money this time again. We got like $100.
We're talking about food for Friday to order. That burger one.
But you know, I have a good idea. I have a good idea here, Sharif.
Go.
We should let the people decide. We give them 4 options. We toss the poll up, and then that's what we're gonna have for Friday lunch.
But how do we narrow it down? We can narrow it down to 4, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we can see who can send it to it. Oh, we can send it in there. So what do? Do pizza? Okay, they can send it to us. All right, so that is what we're gonna do. We're gonna let the people decide. Well, I'm saying this. We gotta let Katina Man confirm this. The people are gonna decide what we are going to eat on Friday.
I don't mind that at all.
I think that's a good idea.
On Friday
we can do a
of one of the
poll on
polls.
Friday. Exactly, and we toss up a pizza poll or something. Let's see what Adair's up to.
Sharif, you asked about any graphics here for the upcoming GTC event, and I forgot I made this last week, didn't get to post it, so here it is today, and it's one I think you'd like here. If you did not know it, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang and AMD CEO Lisa Su were actually first cousins once removed. So what I wanted to do here is I wanted to take a look at how their company's revenue growth has basically happened since Lisa Su took over as AMD CEO in 2014. So you can see here, they really wrestled for a little bit here. Then in 2022, you really start to see them veer off. We have Jensen Huang's NVIDIA pushing sharply to the upside as AMD is a little bit more flatter, more static. So take a look at this on X at TTV Research. Just post it right now. Back to you.
I love it. I just wonder why Lisa's smiling. Adara, her stock got shellacked last year.
That's
but
when
you know,
have too
she's
much
a good sport about it, though.
Do you think she could ever lose her job? You think she can? How?
I don't know how she was CEO of the year. That's not really the point. The point she was.
Yeah,
it happened. It's over.
It's
I
over.
mean, her stock got destroyed in 24.
Right.
She's a hell of a person, though. I mean, if you look at the stock price when she took over versus where it's at now, she's added plenty of value. I just don't think it was the right year to give her.
The previous 23 into 24 would be the ideal year to give it to her, right?
Yeah, so I'm all about that, but. I want to talk quickly here. We got a couple of more minutes. So, Joseph, you know I'm kind of looking at getting rid of the Jag.
Oh, stop. Right? So now we're
looking at possibly getting rid of the Jag, but
right.
I haven't emotionally committed to the sale yet.
The process.
But you got to explore and see what's out there. Right? If you're going to get rid of the car, we're going to need to see. So I'm an SUV guy.
Yeah.
But I'm starting to like a lot more these sedan wagons.
Yeah. They're sick.
I was never this kind of guy. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I thought they were super lame. They were like dad cars.
No,
Well,
these are
I'm the
sick.
age of a dad, not a dad. But the point is, I'm getting into my dad phase. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Katina, man. No problem. He's like, half
Dad.
kids tomorrow. Oh, bro, so do my parents. Trust me, I get heat all the time. A little musclehead guy coming with biceps on his head.
Puts a little creatine in the bottle.
What's wrong with a little creatine in the milk bottle?
Yeah.
A little BCAAs, not a big deal.
We get them out there, nice. Yeah, that's
But
funny.
I'm actually looking
Give us the
legit
side view of this here,
at
Sharif.
we're going to go into that in a second. There they are. There's the OGs.
There they are.
We're looking at the Taycan wagon here,
Yeah, I like it,
Joseph.
man. I like that.
And if we can put this up on the screen, there we go.
There we go.
So let's show the side view. I'm
Yeah,
really liking this
bang.
car.
Yeah, I
Number
like
one,
it.
it's electric. So this is a Porsche Taycan, which I kind of felt was the bite of the Panamera.
Okay.
It was
Yeah,
kind of,
exactly. I love
you know what
the
I
Pan-
mean?
yeah, I love the
It was their
Panamera.
version
Yeah.
of an EV
That's
Panamera.
nice.
And Joseph,
What year is
it's
this?
got screens up the yin yang.
What year is this?
I think it's 21 or 22.
Okay,
We're gonna have a look in a
all
second.
right.
But they're one screen, two screen.
3 screen.
Hold on, there's
right.
more. Wait, show yourself screen. Four screen, 5 screen. So it's
Lots of
got
screen.
screens up the
yin-
wazoo,
up the yin.
Joseph.
Yeah.
The passenger has her own screen. It's supposed to be all very cool. They're very nice. I'm showing you a really basic one. I don't like this color. To be very frank.
Oh,
with you.
I like these candy paint colors.
I don't
you don't like the gray and
I don't
and the
mind
beige?
this.
Yeah,
But give it to me on like a black interior, and I don't want that cream
And you gotta
interior, cream on
obviously
cream.
you gotta black out the windows.
You got to
too,
black out,
yeah,
no question.
Yeah,
and the wheels.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
The wheels have to get blacked out as well. But what I'm genuinely trying to tell you right now is I might start sniffing around one of these sports wagons. Which wagon I end up getting. So the beautiful thing is you have the practicality of the SUV and the kind of driving dynamics of a sedan, right? And so that's kind of what I'm sniffing around right now. The Porsche Taycan definitely up there on my list. Randy's very happy about that. He thinks it's a hell of a car. So. Anything else? Yeah,
Quick
Kanye
super
East,
chat.
pull up the Audi R6, brah. Yeah, I know about that Avant, baby. I know about the Avant. That's a badass car. A little too pricey, and it's an ICE engine. We're gonna have to look for something a little bit cheaper. But Joseph,
2 o'clock.
it's now 2 o'clock, past 2 o'clock.
Jerk chicken time, man.
Oh, I'm down with that. 100% down with
Starving.
that.
Let's go.
Before we send them
Yeah.
off, 199 super chat, Mr. C. Can you check H is a bull flag or no? We're gonna do that for you. Sorry, quickly over here before we send you to the big kahunas. I do apologize for that, guys. We're gonna check here for our man there, Mr. C. Yes, that does look like a bull flag pattern. It's dropping on volume though. Make sure you're picking it up towards the low end of the range. In addition to that, it seems to be respecting price action, resistance, and support. So it pops up into here. 125 is the top. And now lo and behold, it's using 125 as support. Let me know how it goes. I hope you print up multiple storms. But it is now time to send you the big kahunas. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad time.
Chicken. All right. Oh.
Joe, honestly, man, like
Man.
all this jerk chicken talk is like we got some dried up salmon. Like I'm about to put like
You're thinking about
I'm about putting a request in. Like I don't understand
changing
why.
to the normal lunch?
No, not changing, but telling them. Like honestly, no more dried up salmon.
Well, you know, the feedback
what?
I gave was we get a salad lunch and 40% of my plate is this pasta salad, which is like heavy carbs. And I'm like, and that was my thing was like, look, if I'm getting a salad, one of the reasons you get a salad is because I don't want to eat all those heavy carbs. I can live with every now and then, okay, fine.
No, but the normal lunch is better then because then you just get your own salad.
Yeah, that's I've been considering going to the normal lunch because of that. But I like the consistency of the old salad we used to get. I gotta say one thing about the jerk chicken though.
What?
There was a place we went to. Obviously in Florida, it's all seafood everywhere. They had like grouper and all the normal stuff, and they had jerk seasoning with it.
Wow, that's
what you're
looking for.
But until I got there, I hadn't realized I've never had any fish jerk flavored. Never in my life.
Really? Well, I mean,
Never.
Cajun flavored is pretty catfish.
Yeah, Cajun. I've never had jerk flavored fish of any kind.
Oh boy.
All different other types.
I'm in the wrong
of stuff.
chat. I just saw someone say, "Oh boy," there. What did the Playmaker win? Because they went long. I'm
If
assuming
you
that.
test Unity again, I think my Unity's not working because I can't hear any of
don't
that.
worry about it.
But the only thing, Oh, position board's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
What does
only
it
in,
show me in?
I'm in one.
What? Okay, I'm long Palantir.
Okay, well then it's not right. Well, this is right for me. I am in AMD right now, but the market got right to the highs. Super strong day for the.
There we go.
Relatively strong day. I shouldn't say a super strong day, up 0.5%, but the NASDAQ right back at the highs. The ES doing very well, but you just wicked the top.
Yeah.
AMD got to VWAP at 105 essentially. So I'm back into that one. But AMD early wasn't good because I lost on a long and lost on a short. We're just in it for the third time here. So now we're starting to try to get something back on it. But a strong day overall for the market. You heard Sharif and Joe talking about all these mags wanting green. Apple did get green. Strong move off of these bottoms here because Apple was languishing all day. However, Tesla still down 5%. NVIDIA still down 2%, even with this bounce. It is not all good everywhere. As a matter of fact, I was trying to get some 120s on NVIDIA. Don't think that's going to come into play. What was strong and gapping up and so strong on Friday, not leading the path. Today, the long in chips, it was Intel, Marvell was strong. There was a good recovery in Broadcom after a bit of a dump this morning.
Bouncing back?
But not so great for NVDA or Tesla. Tesla's the real one. Down 5% even after bouncing $5. It's at VWAP now and down 5%.
Yeah, no, Tesla, tough trade. Today, unless you were short, of course. Thinking long in this market up 0.6, that's nice. We switched over a little bit here. We're just into the long now on Palantir. We just tried it at that 86.20, didn't work. And I was like, you know what, these futures are blasting. We might as well just go long. So we'll take a quick L and then quickly get out. Again, it was working to the downside, stopped at 86, and now it's starting to get all the way back. We've done really well. My number one stock today is TQs. Same trade. We got a great short there when we came back, 12.15, dropped all the way back in, out at VWAP, and now, at the high of the day here, I've flipped over to Palantir longs, but, this TQQ here at the high of the day, it's worth the risk. I don't know, I'm trying to think that maybe there is more rally to come today as the NASDAQ right back to highs. Like, why are we here? We didn't even really retest VWAP. We haven't retested anything on the 50-period moving average. I could see us dripping in and then blasting off. But for right now, I don't really want to go long the futures up here when we've seen a pullback into the afternoon quite often. So we'll wait to see. I don't have any stats backing that up. It's just a feeling that I get, and we'll wait to see. So right now, trying to take out new highs. There it goes. So things like we're right on that one. Look at Palantir starting to go. We've got QBTS. QBTS is the same trade from the open, so we still got that on board. And then here goes Palantir up to 77. We'll take a piece out there, and 79s. So a nice little winner there. 40 cents. It's a chicken dinner winner, although... Joe, honestly, man, I'm looking over there, I'm seeing that jerk chicken. Go.
That's not even...
Did Adara have any jerk chicken? What was the spice?
Look at the volume he's got over there. Come on.
Bro, Joe, let me see. Did you just show Joe on there? I want to see Joe. I want to see him again. It's not focused enough. It's not focused. Put it at your face.
The rice and peas.
How many pieces of chicken you got there, my guy? What is going on over there?
And the real slaw.
That's it, Joe. You better stop.
First of all, he took 2 servings on that plate.
I thought me and Joe were friends. We have him on the show last week. Everyone's loving Joe. Now this guy's got more chicken than he's the size of his head over there. And we get a little piece of salmon that is I don't know. I'm not sure I'd feed it to my dog.
I'm still hungry. I think I'm getting a headache because I'm still hungry.
I'm just playing around. The salmon wasn't that bad. It wasn't.
No, but compared to the jerk chicken that this dude's going to be eating over, and by the way,
you see everyone in the chat.
The real West Indian coleslaw, and it's not about the vinegary coleslaw. It's the fact that you don't forget about the mayo. No mayo.
But it looks like there's mayo in this one.
No. See,
no, I know, but that's why I said.
Island coleslaw, no mayonnaise.
Right, that's what I thought. Remember, I was it's vinaigrette, but I think this one has mayo. Right.
It shouldn't have, even if it does, it should be really light mayo. So it's just a tiny little hint of it.
I went with the London fog today,
we don't deal with,
hoping to get some wins.
We don't deal with mayonnaise.
With a shot of espresso.
Oh, you're not playing around.
No, but that's Ramin style. She was
I screwed up having... Anyways,
when you get a free coffee, you can get a latte. So
first thing, AMD broke this resistance. Can you come to my chart for 2 seconds?
I won on the weekend.
This resistance, 105.10, we were shorted a few times in there, and it just kind of broke. Just now. So I'm out of AMD, not in any positions, but I screwed up because every single day, starting Saturday when I flew out till yesterday when I came back, I didn't have more than one coffee any day. And it's almost like my body quickly adjusted to it because I feel more tired than normal. I had my normal amount of coffee. I feel like I should have just stuck to the one because it's good to reduce my caffeine intake on vacation. Should have stuck to the one.
Sure, yeah. I mean, on the weekend, I don't even really have a coffee, I don't think, really. Unless we go to, a hockey game or something, we'll get a coffee, but I don't drink.
Timmy's.
I don't drink too much there.
Arm is having a party.
I don't even.
Arm is having a party.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, Sharif is ready. I mean, maybe Arm's on the list. We'll go find out about it. Amazon's going upside too. So we'll wait to see what's happening right now in this market as we approach day's high, Sharif.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're back and they're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers up there is to join us on the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs, and we're almost at the high of the day. Believe it or not, the NQ is actually the worst performing of the four major averages, with the ES up 0.8. The NQ a little at that 2/3 of a percentage point. The Dow up over 1%. And the Russell 2000, the best performing of the four major averages, up 1.2. Here's a look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you guys. NVIDIA still in negative territory. It's down 1.85%, a little bit off the lows. And despite the fact that it's got the GTC conference today, and we're all listening for that B300. The B200 is Blackwell. We want to hear about their next gen AI chip slated to be released in 26 and 27, guys.
All right, so yeah, I mean, I'll just take it here. NVIDIA is my number 2 stock today, and it's just following the rules. There's 120 long. We knew GTC was today. We thought there were some good opportunities for it to go upside. Stock tended to disagree with us. So we are just hit it and quit it, and it's going to be your number 2 stock. Number 1 will be the Qs. But right into there, there's $20 long, 120. There's a couple outs, 121. Our best outs, 121.50. It comes back in, we tried it again, and then we're out. And that's that. It hasn't taken 120 since. If and when it does, I think we'll push the long, but it's got to go. Got to get back to VWAP. That's where 120 is right now. It has never seen VWAP all day. So no VWAP all day for NVIDIA. Kind of disappointing, obviously. I would have liked to see it rally a little bit today. It's a name that I'm juiced up in, and I like it. We'll see if it breaks 120 long. That's the trade for me for NVIDIA. It goes down to 118. I don't know. I'm not dip buying anything on weakness, really. So I'm going to wait to see what happens with NVIDIA. I'll talk about why I'm in Palantir after, but for right now, yeah, it's still got to break that 120. Look, we wrote it down. It was a key level. If we take it upside, we can go long. So I'm surprised, right? I mean, NASDAQ at high of day, NASDAQ up 0.71. I don't remember the last time we actually, I mean, I'm sure it's happened. I can just chart it. But the last time there was this much discrepancy where the NASDAQ feels bullish and NVIDIA really feeling bearish on no, truly negative catalysts.
All the news is all I can think of.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about this one. So, yeah, back over to you. I'm just chilling out with NVIDIA right now.
I think I got it
There goes Palantir.
on a personal account. I either got it on Monday or Tuesday. I keep forgetting. I don't remember which day it filled. It was one of the 2 days, but it looked like it was super strong. It seems like it's just a sell the news event. I was just thinking pull back into prior high, and if it loses that, I don't want to fight it. And that was one, for me, that was at 122 level. It did battle, and as Sean said, it bounced, got to VWAP, and that was the first VWAP test after the open because it was above VWAP in the pre-market, and it's just been down ever since. So if this pulls in, I think I'm making the decision here. If we can take out the quarters and start getting maybe even the 40s and 50s, I think it's another long if it gets above the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, the market's breaking out the highs and continuing to go. If it reverts even a little bit and NVIDIA is underneath this 120 in VWAP, then I think it's a short at that price. We get to talk Intel again. It's the same order as the morning. So start with NVIDIA and then go into some Intel, which, if you add on your bingo card, NVIDIA down 2% and Intel up 5%, congratulations. I don't think many people were seeing that. But Intel they've got themselves a CEO. Let's get more to the story with Sharif.
A great day for Intel, Neil. Good segue there. Higher lows with that flat top coming in. Great looking chart pattern, very bull flaggish. Trading higher today after Reuters reported that new CEO Lip-Bu Tan plans to overhaul the chip design and manufacturing, as well as restart their AI efforts and examine further cost cuts. Guys, it looks as if, sadly, there are some layoffs on the horizon.
All right.
Yeah, you don't want to you don't want to cheer layoffs, but Intel, they got to make. They're trying to make some changes. Obviously, that's a good thing. I think this is par for the course. Get a new CEO, come in there, decide what the direction is going to be. So I'm short-term bullish on Intel, especially at least until it gets back to this $28 level here for Intel. So it held the 200 period. You broke it out today. It was a good long off 25. It wasn't. I had a bad out off VWAP, but it's just been trending. I want to look to get back in the long next available dip on Intel. I said up 5%, but it's up 8% today. So super strong day for them. Anybody that short this locally is running into some trouble. And I think until you get to these high 20s up in here at that 28 level, just look for it to continue that trend into the top. So good look for Intel on good volume. Rand, you don't think it's going to get there?
Intel 28? No, I'm trying to sell it immediately right now.
Short-term low.
All right, if you win again, there's going to be a problem.
Okay, first of all, Randy's winning. Randy doesn't lose at roll up the rim.
Right over here, man. It's over here. Use
that tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. We'll use it tomorrow. We'll have it. Rain and I connected outside.
Now you have to chug this so we can actually see if
No. He'll be done that soon. He's already halfway.
The week-long vacations. Yeah, but where are those week-long vacations?
Yeah. All right. So just really quickly here, Palantir. We're really happy about this one, man. We reversed that position, and there it goes, right up there to the upside, 87.40 for PLTR. And just to show you guys, we're starting to get out. This 87.40, that's basic. It's 87.50, but it's actually 87.40. There's that dropout right there, right? So, as Kanye would say, the college dropout. But we're not allowed to talk too much about Kanye, I don't think, anymore. That guy.
Nobody talks about Kanye.
Yeah, no one talks about Kanye anymore. But for good reasons, for sure. The guy's dropping clothing lines that are littered with swastikas. So, I'm not sure what exactly that dude's all up to. But there it is right now. All right, so Palantir right there, 87.50. All right, look, we were going long on Intel all day. It's just, we weren't looking at it early enough, and we should have been. We had talked about that VWAP right there. We should have hit it again. I think the trade's pretty easy. It's just I wasn't on it, and it's looking like it wants to break higher. It's just at 215 right now. I'm not sure it's the right play to break out right now. I know we're in Palantir, and I just tried to explain that a little bit why I think it's different. But I like it. I think Randy's probably right. Look, there's a hell of a lot of bag holders on Intel. I mean, it looks a lot, it's like AMD and things like that had these huge highs. Will Intel get to $50 again? Yeah, probably. It's just a matter of when. And if you have the time frame, maybe you just wait out for it. I don't know if I have 1,000 shares. I'm not sure what I have, but I'm going to get out of half of this at 28, play with house money, and then let it go higher. So that's my play there on Intel. Similar to what we've been doing on everything, try to play with house money. So I really like Intel there, up 8%. Let's see if we can get to that 27.50 and get out of half.
Let Intel eat.
What food? Oh.
He's crushing it, man.
Right there. Joe's killing it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. How was it?
You think?
Did you have it today? I couldn't eat it. Why? Too spicy for you?
Then you know it's good. Oh, you know it's good. Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, now I'm going to go get a piece of chicken very soon. And live on the air, you're going to see this white guy have some nice hot jerk chicken food.
But you can eat the jerk chicken.
I hope so. I'm surprised at Chilean Nightmare.
Come on, man.
What about Brendo? I mean, Brendo over there.
Brendan probably ate it.
He probably got the lame-ass salmon again.
It's fine.
All right, I'll be, after this rundown, I'm going to go.
How many chilies did you do?
I'm going right now.
At Salad King, how many chilies do you do?
Don't worry about it.
You're doing it live.
We're doing it live. I'm going to go to the other side.
No, the other side has plenty. By the way, guys, the market just made another leg here to the fresh highs. 1% on the NASDAQ, on the ES, and we're flying to the upside right now. He doesn't believe it. There's none left on this side. You got to go to the other side. So the trading floor, then the back office has a separate kitchen where there's more lunch, and there's never anybody in the back office. Well, there's always more food than you actually have. Like here, it actually gets eaten because you have the algo room and then you got us. But on the other side, there's always a bunch of chicken left over. There's no way it's that hot. I don't believe what Fabian said in a heart. Like, if it's a caterer that has to come to an office, they're not going to make the jerk chicken so hot that an average person can't eat it. Let's be real. But the market certainly is hot, and we just talked Intel. I mean, Intel is not really doing anything in this move. The big move just now was NVIDIA. NVIDIA just pressed into that 120 and is absolutely flying to the upside as we speak, like ES 1% and going. There really is none left. I thought for sure the other side, because there's not that many people here today. It doesn't make any sense.
All good, Fabian.
Wow.
Get it next time.
Stung?
Yeah, there's no more left. Yeah, I went all the way to the other side. There's no more left.
Usually there's tons left.
Well, Palantir's still going higher.
Oh, well.
That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Tesla, ouch.
You know, I asked Obi. So Obi, I actually, have some respect for his palate. Obi said it was a little spicy. So was it spicy at all? Yeah, a little spicy. Okay, so both Joe, obviously Neil didn't have any, or I'd ask him, but Joe and Obi said a slight kick.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, the Derek couldn't eat it then.
All right, I might. We'll get it all figured out. Next time there's jerk chicken, we'll take a little piece. We get it mailed every day, so we'll be able to find out this and then swoop in there and take advantage of that. So, all right, I got to fix my AirPod, but okay, let's go back over Tesla. Ouch.
Yeah, it's not a good look, Katina, man. The market's up. All four major averages are over 1%. And Tesla, yeah, it's down 4.5%. Mizuho today definitely not giving Tesla the nod, cutting the price target down from 515 to 430. Additionally, reports of declining sales in various regions, China and Europe specifically, guys, are affecting this stock negatively and have been for the last few weeks.
Joe's almost done that whole plate. Right now. You know what I mean? Like now I think this is like, all right, let's get back on track here. All right, so Tesla. You know what? I actually didn't even look at it today. Joe, man, I got to hear less noise from over there. All right, so.
You're allowed to chew your food, by the way.
What are we doing? Okay.
Not against the rules.
Yeah, Tesla.
You think? He's like, I'm a fast eater.
Why is Joe still talking? Like, the thing is.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, man. I really like Joe. Okay, so at the end of the day, I don't know where Tesla's going to stop. If you're going to be looking for some moves here, we actually came right back into where we were on the 13th on Thursday, right back in here to 230, 232. So, if you really do zoom back out, I feel like this 230 is a spot for sure. Well, maybe not even. I don't know, when it goes, man, it just drops. We've seen Tesla right off the open do moves like this all the time. And there it is, right? Here's the open, and it just got going right down there, right down $6. A complete retracement of all $6. And right now you're hovering around VWAP. To me, it looks like a short, but I'm trying to get out some more here. We just had $1 in the money on Palantir before now, trying to fade back a little bit. So I'm going to get some more out over here. But yeah, Tesla, the weakest of the week. Like if we start to think that the market, weakest of the Mag 7, if we think that the market's going to be turned around one day, we should just be honestly just like right over there on Tesla. It doesn't seem like it wants to get going at all. That's still Palantir, but down 4.5%. If you're going to go long, you can go now. You're above VWAP, you're above the 50, and you're above the 200. I would just make sure to use this 200 as our stop, 235. So you got to give it $3. I don't know if it has $3 to get back up here. Looks to me like a short around 244. I'm going to leave it alone. Like whenever you don't get a good read on something, it's kind of like my whole day basically is like we'd be up, like Palantir, I have like 2 times the loss on. And it's just because got caught there, got caught short there, got caught long, not a good read, finally flipped it over. So for me on Tesla, haven't traded it today, probably stay away. To me, it looks like a long because we're above all these levels, but down 5%, hard to convince ourselves of the long for right now.
With the market breaking out the way it is, if it holds VWAP, I can't think short unless it is up at that high from the morning. But this was the best opportunity for me because I actually liked the short on Tesla today and didn't get it. And when it was putting in higher lows, I was more thinking about, instead of thinking fade this back in, I was thinking get into Intel long because it's strong. And that was a missed opportunity on Tesla. I don't think it's necessarily done. The problem with Tesla right now is still fundamentals out the window. It's the whole Elon hate thing is going on with this and you can't really tell. Even on a strong, even when it has a good day, there hasn't been any fall through. Like you get a bounce off the lows, you find one resistance spot at 52, and then it just can't bust through it, no matter what. And this is the same thing that happened when it tried to get back above like 360, like $100 ago. It did the same thing. Looked like it was bouncing, found first resistance, and then dropped. So until it does one of these and breaks out and holds above, I think it's still kind of in the penalty box. Hopefully 220s hold, but the thing about the long term is you don't have to worry about it. You know, does it go right away after you buy it? In the long term, you shouldn't care too much. I think this is still a solid value as long as, as long as nothing fundamentally changes. I'm starting to like the value a heck of a lot more. Recently bought 222, but unless we see a real strong push into a resistance spot and the futures turn around, I wouldn't be fighting this. This looks like it could be a long off VWAP, but Nvidia's there too. And people don't hate Nvidia. At least I don't think they don't. I think they don't hate Nvidia. I'd rather see this hold on to VWAP or find a re-entry into Intel than try to force Tesla.
A lot of finger pointing at Apple at the moment right now, guys, with the botched AI rollout there being blamed on aggressive marketing when there was really no substance behind the product. And that will be the topic of discussion here at the top 100 executive retreat for Apple executives, obviously, which starts this week. Tim Cook and others going to be there. We'll have to wait and see if they have any news items that come out about the release of Apple Intelligence. But yeah, decent day for Apple today, up about 0.5%.
Yeah, you just got to blame it on the rain,
That was fall and fall.
Because when the rain don't shine, you got to blame it on something. Wow.
Whatever you do, don't put the blame on you. This is the best looking 0.5% I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I should
exactly.
not ever, but like this is what 0.5% needs to look like. Because how can it be impressive? Well, it could have gone all the way red and down a point and then right back into the highs. I thought you could stick a fork in some of these mag names, but Apple, how could you not be at least considering? Breakouts in the afternoon are so iffy.
Iffy? Yeah.
Is that iffy's not the right word?
Sketchy.
Yeah, skittish, sketchy.
I think they're all the same. They're all the same word, but yeah, I'll give it to you.
I like sketchy. But 215, it's like questionable, mediocre,
risky.
But 215 looks pretty good, man. It's a V-shape from today. It's kind of like a rounded bottom from Thursday and Friday, and with a top break of 215 almost clean, and it's like 50 cents away from that. It's a morning high. Oops, was it not on this chart? Yeah, so it's like the morning high. I think you got some room. You got a clear runway to like $17.
Ooh.
So that's like $2 worth of room here on an impressive rally for Apple. But you know what I always say? If you see a trend like this, you'd rather buy the dip before it gets there. And you can think when it's here that you're going to get VWAP, but you can't be thinking that anymore. So morning range top was 214. Next dip into 214. Hopefully it hasn't broken the 15 by then. But Apple, it's interesting that we have the Apple sucks when very clearly it's very impressive.
Okay. Apple. I wish we had the Dog Club there on Apple, but we do have it smooth sailing on Palantir right now, 87.50. We flip up our game and just go long. Look, have this in your toolbox. Right? Like we were going short against this high. The minute it broke, we just went long, completely reversed it. This has been sort of a save for me on Palantir as we have not traded this that well. Look, I love Apple, honestly. I think I was actually just talking with my Volkswagen guy and he was asking me about the market. Another story there. He immediately goes from these stocks right into crypto. But there it is, man. 80, and he's the finance guy, believe it or not, the manager over there. 215 right there for Apple. Neil just talked about it. On the 5-minute chart, there is not a red candle since 1:20, so about an hour straight up here. So yeah, 20 or so green straight candles, 15 or so green straight candles to the upside. Let's wait to see what winds up happening, man. I like the stock. I don't know what just got under it, but something did. Good bid, I guess. And you know what? At some point, a lot of these names are going to be oversold and overbought. And right here, oversold on the daily, I would think that's correct. But overbought right now, yeah, the RSI has been screaming up here, trying to tell us that maybe it is a little bit too hot. So look, man, like the stock. stock, like everything about it, but at the same time, it hasn't really been treated that well, but it has been this afternoon. Look at Apple go. Yeah, I think I always think they're going to, beat all the numbers. We did have that Ming-Chi Kuo. Yeah, talk last week a little bit more about some supply chains and stuff like that. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening here with Apple. You gotta respect this high, and if you're going to go short right now, you give yourself 40 cents. I think it's worth it. If there's anything that comes negative in this market, the market's rallying, man. You're up 1% right now. Remember when we started, we're like, no, we are out of the shorts. We got out of our TQQ short right there. You break VWAP, see you later. Obviously, hindsight, we should have reversed that position. We did it on Palantir, and now Palantir's a banger as we're $1.20 in the money. But yeah, big reversal there in the market. You see what I'm talking about? Me and Obi last week said we're not trying to fight VWAP in the afternoon. And look at this. Like, it just got taken out, man. The market was underneath VWAP all day until it wasn't. And that's the biggest move it's had. So, yeah, congratulations, anybody shorting this thing. Going long off of VWAP.
Hopefully.
I got confused there because I was short under VWAP. TQs is my number one stock from going long, dropped out there. Short, that we never lost on that. Then short again there, and then we finally lost on our last, I don't even know what it was, probably 25%. So, but it's not even really a loss. It's probably 10 cents. But okay, that's Apple. And the reason why we talk about the market with Apple is sometimes they're hand in hand. As you can see, the market edging up, as is Apple. So, all right, another stock here. This is my other red one today.
About to get there.
And Amazon, I was thinking green on it.
I mean, it's green right now, Sean, up 0.2, but the reason I put weak or strong is because when I put this on there, we were dead flat. So Amazon trying to decide whether it wants to go red or green. We're still obviously below that $200 Bezos shelf. There is really no new catalyst on it today, no major headline. We're trading right now below 199, guys, but on its way up possibly into those highest of days.
We wrote down Amazon on here. Because we had that retail number, but I guess it came out a little bit weaker. Although I thought it came out as expected. I'll have to double check what exactly it came out as. So we just wrote down 197 long. So we're barely red. Well, we are red on it. It's not that we're barely red. We're red on it. Well, we're only down $100 on it. But at the end of the day, this little drop down right there, it was fine. We didn't make money until 197. That is the exact price that we wrote down on here. So, like, if we had just been patient enough, you never know where the market's going, which is, the number one problem that I have. Like, I wish I could tell you. But, like, I thought it was going to bounce there at 197. It's not even close. It did consolidate a little bit there, and I'm really actually quite proud of myself not to get back in because we could have made a huge mess of this. We can write down 194 maybe as a possibility for tomorrow. I don't know if we'll get back into there. Look, I mean, I like Amazon. We misplayed it today. I don't really know what else to say. That gap fill, I guess we could have gone back to Friday's open. I don't really know, though. Like, that to me seems too difficult down there. But look at that, man, 194.50. If you were sitting on Amazon and you noticed it, I definitely think you would have hit that trade. So congratulations. I think you're up near the top again of Amazon. I was going to write down earlier today when we started this day around $200. This is why I took the long at 197. I thought this 202.50 was going to come into play at some point. This is my favorite Mag 7. So, like I said, man, the packages keep arriving, and I want to keep buying the stock. So, I don't know, man. This 200 break seems good to me. I may buy some. I mean, it's only down 20%. Oh, not even. Yeah, 240 drop down. No, not even. So, like 13%. I don't know. I've tried to use this ruler, but I don't know. I don't think this ruler works. Does it? There. What does that show? Oh yeah,
it was
it's working in this version.
At one point.
16%.
Oh, this tool?
Does that make sense? Yeah. What do you have on there? What version are you in? Oh, just send it end. Just end it. You got to, just close it there.
Yeah, it works. This says 16.41.
Yeah,
I didn't draw that.
No, me neither. Mine's 16.38. I didn't expect it to work, so I roughly drew it there.
Yeah, it's the new.
Are you in Upana?
Yeah, if you're.
I've never used it.
If you're with Real Trading, shout out to Real Trading, which happens to be. I didn't know that was going to come up there. No, but just a new tool, I think.
No, it's not new.
Well, relatively.
No.
But I've never
bothered to use it.
No, but I've accidentally drawn on this before, and nothing showed up until this version. So I don't know if
I don't think it's new, but like I saw Joe doing it, Obi doing it.
It just makes it easy.
Yeah, on TradingView. So I was like going to do it on eSignal, but then I just noticed that you can do it right here.
Yeah, so I can be like, Apple is, and you don't have to do it on a daily chart. I mean, you could do this from like.
Where's that the more you know thing, Ramin? This is very, very important.
You're like, oh, hey, let's look at this. Apple.
There we go. Thank you, Ramin. The best.
Look at that, Apple. 96 bars.
Look at that, America.
High, low, all that stuff. I like it.
Hey.
Look at me, America. How do I get rid of it, though?
Is it Stacy? Well, I don't know how to get rid of it. I think you just got to hit delete. See if that works. There you go.
I didn't do anything.
Oh, no. Oops. All right. Welcome to The More You Don't Know, brought to you by Neil and Sean.
No, I just clicked away from it and it worked.
Might have. Oh, okay. There you go.
All right.
All right. Go ahead.
What were we talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, it was, you know what, the only thing I
just work here.
The only thing I have to add with Amazon is it's like the 200 period is $200 right now. Oh yeah, my Unity's working now. Remain, I'm good now. My earpiece is working. But $200 is also the 200 SMA, simple moving average on the daily chart. So I like it. Like I think you break that out. To me, Apple getting to 215 is more likely than Amazon getting to 200 this afternoon because Amazon's at 198, so it's got a ways to go. But that seems like a good breakout, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't like that tomorrow. But the first available dip just happened on said Apple. Well, on Apple, I shouldn't say said Apple because we were just talking about Amazon. And if it gets into 215, I think we look to add on some kind of a break. Apple is strong today, and it's not about the percentage up so much as it is the move that we have just seen. Right? Like, I understand it's only up 0.5%, but come on, like, that's a big power move and a reversal. It's the same thing as, well, Palantir was up a second ago on your chart. It's the same thing as Palantir. Like, it's not the percentage, it's what it was doing earlier versus the ramp job and lack of red candles in the afternoon. And those are the ones you don't want to fight. Just try to join the trend when you can. And we got a super chat in here from one I have not seen in a while. Kuhn. What? Can you, Kunezra?
Okay.
Kunizara?
Sick name.
Kunizara. Can you look at GME? First of all, hit the like on that. I have no idea what I'm going to find when I pull up GME because I have not pulled up that stock. When going over names after I've been away for a week.
Yeah, dangerous.
GameStop was not remotely on a list of names that I was interested in looking at or catching up on. So it's up 2.5 points, but yeah, it's not huge. Percentage-wise, usually when GME is going, you'll get more than 2.5 points, but like everything else, rounded bottom, kind of breaking this local high. And what's with the buy programs everywhere? Like this looks like it has a little bit of a buy program up top. If it's just doing the same thing as the market without a catalyst, I'd be a little bit wary of it because it's GameStop and the volume is pretty low. Like look at the volume on GameStop relative to all the other days last week. I don't like these types of names, like your squeeze names, your short float names. I don't like them breaking out on lower than normal volume. I think that's a bit of a trap setup, but congratulations if you happen to be in this long for some reason, because obviously, like much of everything else, it's doing some nice things with all that buying this afternoon. Yeah, so far so good. Can't complain. I mean, you can't complain when the Nasdaq's up 1%.
No, that's what I'm saying.
The idea was, okay, well, are we going to hold some of those bottoms? That bounce that you got on Friday, was that going to be a dead cat bounce? Did we sustain it? Looked like that was not going to be sustained this morning. And for now, things looking good.
Yeah, good.
Scalp some more out here.
Yeah,
we were shooting some videos, like reaction stuff. I guess they'll come out on socials recently, and we're watching other people talk about finance and.
Oh no, I didn't do. They didn't get me on that.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah, how come I didn't do any reaction videos?
I watched some interesting videos of other people on TikTok, which is interesting. And I'm gonna leave it at that because like 80% of them were nonsensical. But one of them talked about scalping and sort of the difference between scalping and trend trading. And scalping is when you're inside of a range, you get in and out inside of the range. Obviously, as you can tell, Apple's trend is up. But inside of the top end of the range, here is 214.35, and the high is 214.74. You got a 40-cent range. You're scalping in and out of that range. If it bounces off the bottom, you get in long again. Obviously, you could also just hold the trend for it to go forever. But when you're in it at the range pullback, you scalp out so that if it breaks that low, you don't lose. So just a bit of a difference. And yeah, there's more than one way to, what's the term? They say skin a cat.
Yes.
I never understand where they get these from because
Yeah, I don't really like that one.
it doesn't make any sense.
No, because I thought about it, there's not that many ways to skin a cat. That's the thing.
Well, exactly. Like, would there, it's no, but A, why would you? It's just mean. You're not you're not eating cats. And B, it doesn't make sense.
Right.
I can't imagine there'd be another way to do it. I could be wrong about that.
I love cats. All right, so how about this? Quantum. I mean, QBTS. I don't know. We'll get some. I was waiting here on QBTS at. I was waiting at 32s there. All right, I'm going to get canceled. We just got that fill right there. Again, just waiting on either dark pools or free gateways. You can get anything you want here on Edge A or Bat Y. So I think I'm not sure what we threw out, probably a Bat Y right there to get some out there at 20s. So we'll take that fill right there and run for the hills maybe on that one and just see where we can go from there. So good little fill on Quantum. Again, we had talked about this. We had wrote this down at 10.50. I mean, you guys can go find it. It's on sticky note. It's well documented. 10.50 we wrote down. The bottom today was 10.20. You know, would have been nice to have that, especially when you see these triple bottoms. I feel like missing opportunity was right here though when it came back to 10.50 because that's the price that we're in at. We should have averaged it more there. I'm only trying to hold it 25 cents. So, you know, the fact that right now we're in the money 60, we'll just take another piece out. Small piece left on QBTS, or I'd be a little more concerned about it. Wow, short Ford. Ford's at $10.
Isn't it always at $10?
I don't know. I'm surprised it's that high. All right, $9.99. All right, we can have a quick look. So what I do instantly when I'm seeing something like this, obviously Ford up 2%. I know macro-wise, I guess. I don't know the word I'm looking for. I know I don't like the auto business. I don't even like Tesla down here. I think there's a lot more to go as far as the downside in all these companies. I mean, especially with aluminum prices and steel prices and tariffs and all of that right there. So I don't love this, but at the end of the day, $10 might be a great break. The last time we had broke it, it actually only went to 10.03, so it wasn't that great. There's a wick high to 10.12. I almost think, I'm not sure who asked that. Yeah, no, day trader cut it. I think it's been here for I can show you the weekly chart. I think you're at, this and Intel are at the same levels in the 90s than where we're at right now. But right here, $10.50. I'd rather clear that than you can use the 10 as you're out. For right now, I don't, unless you guys know more than I do, what you all do. But as far as this stock is concerned, I don't love it. I mean, I know GM's operating, Mary Barra there is operating a much cleaner game with GM. So I don't know. Even she has stated that, and this was a while ago, when we were talking about these tariffs, that she thinks that they can avoid, I think it was 40 to 50% or so of the tariffs. So we'll wait to see. But at the end of the day, I can probably call up a weekly chart of GM. I'm not sure how much better this is than the 90s either, but at the end of the day, GM down here at $50 isn't the greatest. So I'd rather just see all of this garbage cleared out. So that means we got to break above this $50, $51 mark. So I think you're getting pretty close, man. If you like the space, like the space. Again, I know that sounds ridiculous, but I mean, it's honest.
GM, you got to, if you're comparing these, if you just look at it from COVID, GM's just easily better than Ford. It's just a performance thing. At the end of the day, if you look at the weekly, I'm not going to pull it all the way back to the 90s, but look at the COVID bottom and Ford since then, this price, forget about the 90s, you can call it since 2021's been support right around $10, but GM on the other hand, when you throw up a weekly chart, it's just distinctly different. It's performed, it made a similar low at 32 and is now at 49. So the same type of bottom on the weekly for a year and a half as Ford did, but Ford's at that same price and GM is 50% higher. So I mean, I know which one I would be buying on dips. The answer, I mean, I don't own either stock. I have owned Ford. I traded off that $11 level right around that price for a couple of swing trades here and there. And I owned GM once for wasn't very long. And I'm not in either one of them. The only auto name that I own right now is Tesla, and I have been in Rivian and out. But outside of that, I try to stay away. As far as trading it for the scalp trade, if you're doing that game, $10 doesn't have any ridiculous size on it. Like it's maybe like 250,000 shares. It's done 74 million. I'd be more inclined to think, yeah, short it at 10 if I saw a big wall there and just let it get to 99 and grab some 99 halves and then scalp it. But there's nothing interesting about that level currently.
Yeah, no, that's why I zoomed back out and tried to figure out if that was any size there at $10. So, all right, I just want to show you guys quantum again. So we got out at 20s. I just wanted to show you that like right now, there is some decent size here stacked a little bit. So here's the stacks. Stacked up a little bit at 25. So QBTS could run itself right into a wall here. I don't think it will. I mean, 165 million shares doesn't necessarily give me an idea that this is going to have a problem hitting out of 50,000, 20. That's like 100,000 shares. There it goes right there. Running into another wall at 30. This stock wants to go higher. So we're glad to be in this one as it continues to do exactly that. Go a little bit higher. We can see what we can test. Last week, I mean, we put out on our on Twitter there, like, someone asked me about QBTS, can it get to all-time highs? I said no, and then on Friday, once it got into that 1050 area, you and I and everybody out there that's part of Trader Nation, we had talked about this, and it looked like 1150 was coming through, and that's exactly what's hitting right now. 1150 is that wick high. Did we get as high as $12 earlier today? Yes, we did in the pre-market. Now remember, these things can move a heck of a lot in the pre-market. We've seen that over and over again, and then real size comes in and smacks it down and takes advantage of us without proper stops and all that in the pre-markets. So I just want to always bring that to people's attention, which is why we wrote down today, despite it opening at, again, when we wrote the sticky note, it was up here 1160, 1150. Well, we had the balls enough to write down here where the stock I thought it was going, and that's down here, QBTS 1050 long. So we wrote that down when it was at 1150, so the fact that it came, oh wow, here we go. Sirens up. I mean, yeah, man, wheels up right now. That's a huge trade right here. We're almost $1 in on this stock, QBTS. And again, it was just picking the levels, right? We went over to where we closed on Friday. We saw this 1050. The level's 1020, but we have to get out at some point. So we put that level there. We take the fill. It comes in. First, we bought 1080, thought it was pretty dramatic. Then 1050, holds that bottom. My stop was at my stop is probably still in, I can tell you, breaking $10. So we're going to wait for this thing to break $10, get a little aggressive with it. And right now you can see kind of pay dirt for us on QBTS. So yeah, man, good trading. Nothing to complain about here. And to say we like the stock, I think is misnomer, because I know Sharif on the Midday was really trading this. I don't know if he was on Rigetti or not, but QBTS.
I think it was Rigetti.
Yeah, it continues to work.
Same thing.
IonQ. So again, they were all going opposite a little bit at the beginning of the day, right? When we saw, so still same thing. QBTS up nicely, IonQ flat on the day, essentially up 0.5%. And this looks pretty choppy to me, man. I'm going to try to stay away from here. A couple V-shaped recoveries right there. Top side of 25.50. I like to see that break. I don't really want to mess around with too many stocks that are in between anything right now. We did that with Palantir, but the thing about Palantir is it broke. And by the way, Palantir, let's roll right now, man. That is another. And we do have a couple diamond hands. And where's those in? All right, so we just reversed it, man. We were short. And again, I always say this, have that ability. We talk about confidence and all that, but sometimes you got to give up the way that you're thinking and go the other way. We tried to do it here and then run over. I need one where it's like me just getting. We used to have one getting run over by a train. I don't know 100% where those are at, but we got train wrecked right there.
It was a bus.
What was that? Oh, they got train wrecked. All those ones got railroaded. Apparently, says.
There's which one is it? There's this one, which.
Oh yeah. We have the face slap.
Well, where's the other slap one? No, you got to see the other slap one. I'll find it in a second.
Oh, I have the other one where my watch keeps flipping.
No, because it was really bad. It was hilariously bad. This is it, I think. Look at this one. Look, as I'm getting slapped, I get a tan.
That's actually one of my favorite ones. Kind of, yeah. I thought there was a better one for the tan one there.
Come on, man. And that's the new one.
I have no idea where my slap.
No, those are
How could she slap?
3 old. How can she slap me?
Yeah, oopsies, I don't
guys
have
know what
anything
that-
on there.
Oh, we got a super chat from Chet GPT. You rode the SPY 569 from 0.09 to 0.8 today. The bulls are bold. The bulls are back. Yeah, little typos, all good. Bulls are back, baby. We're up 1%. The NASDAQ doesn't have. Okay, actually, there is a red candle on the 15-minute. Hold on a second. I was about to say the NASDAQ doesn't have a red candle since 1 o'clock, but this is a red candle right here on the 15-minute. You can barely see it, but now you're absolutely screaming back into the highs. Find something strong. Try to ride the trend if you can, because that's what it's all about. I saw some people asking about HIMS, but just quickly, Apple came right back into the local bottom here, held it, and is running back to the high. Want to cover in front of 15, take a 15 breakout. I seen app loving in HIMS. Sorry, apps and HIMS have both been moving. HIMS was a congressperson buying HIMS again. Because the only reason the stock goes up is when a politician buys it, I suppose, is the story. But yeah, there was Adara mentioning here that the congressman made purchases between 15 to 50K and another one 100 to 250K in two separate purchases. So it's up 7%. This one's catching a bit of a bid. It squeezes every now and then. I can see that happening soon for HIMS. Good start. But I mean, the stock is down 50% in the last month. So, yeah, 7% is good, but it's not that good.
A lot of people like that stock. I got to do some more research on it.
I like
There's a lot of positive talk about HIMS.
I like Lilly though, and I'm kind of
like Steve Gilligan. Anybody that follows Martin Shkreli because of his
likes HIMS?
Yeah, no, he hated. He had $0 price tags on all these quantum stocks.
But that's different. He's pharma guy.
That's what I'm saying. Anybody that follows those kind of plays. I mean, look, obviously analyzing balance sheets and all that is one thing, but to have an opinion on something, I just think it's so important to have your own opinions, and I know obviously a lot of you do. So just stay with that. Stay with Trader TV Live. No, just joking. We don't really talk about too many of our long-term investments. I've just been. Oh, let me see what JP Morgan's doing. This is the latest. JP? Oh yeah. I actually bought way too much of this, so I was actually planning on selling some. I bought it.
JP Morgan.
Yeah. I bought it in. I bought it in Canada, and I think I was long at $30 and $30.06. So right now. Funny that's in the money $1. Look at the volume, man, 75K, so not great, but you could see here up 1.07%, and then in the United States 1.18%. So again, this gets dollar cost averaged out, and at the end of the day, you'll get a hedged CAD number. So they do hedge against the CAD, so that's why it's a little bit intraday. Sometimes it could be different, and then as you see though, one more print, and you'll probably see it was just up a little bit, 1 cent higher. Gives that. But this is JPMCC, so you could definitely have a look over there if that's something that you guys are interested in. I like JP Morgan.
It's much better than JT Marlin.
Well, JT Marlin is a little bit better of a more exciting of a place to work.
Well, true.
You get to throw things.
You don't want the FBI
throw people at
raiding your place.
Targets.
Was it
fun in elevators? I don't know. There's a whole bunch. I mean, I'm gonna watch that movie again, Boiler Room. If anyone's, that's where Josh Brown, all these scam artists, basically. I like Josh Brown, but they all started selling this and basically taking money from various old people.
True story. I'm not making this up. I remember it was years ago when I started trading. Sean had already started on the floor, and we were all out watching the Leafs in the playoffs or something. And we're just sort of shooting the you-know-what with shoot the ish with the boys. And everyone started talking about what they're doing. And he was talking about the trading floor. And I'm not going to lie, when you first described it, my first image was Boiler Room.
Yeah, of course.
Because you don't know
what it looks like.
Because it's, the guy's trading on. So I'm thinking when I came for these, you'd be on the phone and all this nonsense. And when I found out you don't have to sit there and sell. It's actually really just trading. I was like, oh, good.
Yeah.
Because I was just curious. It was legit. Although I do remember the first time when we had our own floor, and you did have to call the trade desk.
Oh,
when
if you had a bad order?
If you had bad orders. And that was I'm so glad we don't have to do that anymore. Because hands down the worst thing ever. Because you'd be sitting there when everybody, say a certain gateway went down, you had a bunch of stuck orders that could get filled. And the last thing you wanted to have to do was talk to this person who's getting inundated with a bunch of issues and calls because they're so short with you. And you want to make sure you get your orders canceled or get confirmations on your fills. And this is all 15, 20 years ago. You don't have to worry about that anymore. It's so much better. Because there were a few times where It's like, who do they have on the phone right now? They do realize that every second counts, and they don't even. I won't name any gateway.
No, it was not
Millennium.
the greatest system.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, the trade desk, TTD.
TTD's been on one, but Apple still might break out. Amazon's been making power moves. I know we've gotten a few questions about that. It's pulling back. With the market at highs, I'm a little disappointed. Amazon was trying to hold green. It looked like it could make a run at that 200 today. Doesn't seem like it wants to get there. Nvidia, super strong, man. Holding over VWAP, relatively strong now. It was weak earlier. Got to find a long week. Just got to find some more longs, man.
Yeah, that's back when the Leafs were in the playoffs. Yeah, that's hilarious. The Leafs have been in the playoffs the last 8 years or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just we've only made it out the first round once.
A good team.
Oh well, they'll get it back. We may lose Mitch Marner, which I'm fine with if we lose him in the after.
Can't keep everybody
in the off season. So hopefully we'll be able to sign somebody else.
Nylander's sick.
Yeah,
I'm not a hockey expert, obviously, but the guy's.
Which one?
Nylander's not.
Yeah, that guy's a
the thing is to the naked, like if you're not a hockey person, which I'm not. Like when I can watch, and like if you didn't know anything and you don't know any names, you're like, ooh, that guy, shoot, he's legit.
Yeah. I mean, again, from a kid, like he's a son. Like same with Vlad. Like his dad played and his brothers and all that kind of stuff. His brother was actually on the Leafs this year as well. So, okay, yeah. All right, that's. What else you guys want to do here? Because the
trade desk, by the way, people.
Oh yeah. Did you look at that?
I did, but like they've got these weird volume spikes. I think they must be all like dark pool moves here for the trade desk. It's only up 4%. I think it's more to do with the trend that it's been on to the downside, and it's trying to break that. I think this is more interesting if it breaks this big trend line for the next couple of days. Let's go to Dara at the desk.
Keep an eye on Amazon here. Just be aware AMZN apparently winning the dismissal of its shareholder lawsuit related to the treatment of its third-party sellers. Apparently announced at the same time they're planning to expand their capacity. So capacity expansion announcement after winning this lawsuit for AMZN. Back to you.
Very good. That's up late. Thanks, Adara. We're just talking about our news service. All right, yeah, so I was just reading in the chat. It is kind of hard to find something that maybe hasn't sailed yet. That's why when we found this Palantir, we've just been sitting on this for about an hour, or a little bit less, but anyways, close enough. It's just like that broke VWAP and went, right? There was actually, what about Apple 215? That could have been a play, so it's not there yet.
Almost.
NVIDIA's hitting on my scanners right now. Okay, yeah, so again, basically right back into this area. I don't know what kind of scanner it's hitting on, but what does it say? 5 minutes. Okay, so just having a look over here, probably up to that 121 area. It doesn't really look like there's too much else going on. Oh, Google with a partnership now on Reddit. Like all I can really do is talk about Reddit. Jeez. All right, whatever. What's up, Ozan? Look, we talked about this earlier today. Which was the name that we wanted to buy? We talked about like trying to get some Reddit down here at this level and trying to get some Kava. If Kava has like an announcement now with Starbucks or something, I'm going to go crazy. But right there, Reddit, something with Google. Probably, I don't know the exact story. Obviously, Adara's going to get that for us right now. But it's probably something with, AI, maybe related with Gemini possibly, or maybe as a news service, Google implementing Reddit maybe into their search a little bit more. I don't know what it is. I'm just throwing to the wind right now. So we'll wait to see, but there goes Reddit. And again, not that you can't keep good stocks down, because I'm not sure that Reddit is the greatest stock, but you IPO'd here, and then let's use this thing that apparently is going to work now for us. This is not exact, but top to bottom right there, Reddit went 45%. Does that make sense? 230 to 110. Yeah, so there it goes. So 45% to the downside there for Reddit. I think there is some value there picking this up at these levels. So I just have to figure out how to get rid of this thing. And in the meantime, let's go to Adair, who's got the story.
Basically, what happened here is Reuters reporting, this actually came out 11 minutes ago, but it's only affected the stock in the last minute, and I did not see anything about this on social media until this pop. But Reuters reporting that Google is expanding its partnership with Reddit. This partnership was previously announced here as of at least a year ago, so it's been going on since about April 2024 from what I'm seeing. But apparently this expanded partnership is going to allow, as Sean actually alluded to, Reddit will be able to use Google's Vertex AI. So this is an AI-related partnership. Again, it's an expansion of an existing partnership. And funnily enough, it comes the same day that Reddit got a downgrade here from Redbird Atlantic. So RDDT popping today's highs here around 135. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And Reddit is the volume is actually very legitimate right now here on Reddit.
Maybe that's what we have to trade.
Like it's looking like this is going to be like maybe the one this afternoon because it's maintaining volume on the second bar on a 3-minute here. So let's see if it can hold. Quickly zoom out to look at the 15 because you have up top 136, which would represent last week's high, and then you have another lower high from that'd be on Friday at 130.80. So Friday's top 130.80, that's 130, call it 131. That's as good a place to look for dip. Prior high on a momentum trade. So if it can hold 131, VWAP's so far away you can't even think about that at this point. We're gonna look for the 131 on some kind of a dip here on Reddit as it starts to calm down, but the volume's still through the roof on this. So AI partnership, partnering with Google is good. There's no question about it. And obviously everyone's doing the game. Here, you've got to be able to integrate AI at this particular point. Hopefully the juice that this market is trying to get back to the upside can give us that Discord IPO, because after getting Klarna, I guess I don't know if it's this week, but Klarna's coming to market soon, whether it's this week, this month. They're coming to market soon. They're going to price soon. I think Discord's the other one that we're probably a little bit more excited to see. I'll just speak for myself with that. I think Reddit is a good sympathy play on that day whenever it does happen. So we'll see if it pulls back in 131. Hasn't happened yet. It's been holding this 133. I don't want to chase up at these tops, but if it can close this bar holding 131, I think it can look good. Pitchbull said wicked pop top on SoFi. All right, I'm going to throw Reddit up over there and have a look at SoFi. SoFi
Top? What price?
Really?
13.
Oh, that's... I don't know. That's not really that crazy of a move there on SoFi. It's not a big top on the 15-minute either. I know you're looking at that little wick that it put in. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it as a big top there on SoFi. Because when SoFi reverts, it can be good. But good day for SoFi. Not as interesting. Reddit, the volume, much more interesting of a name here.
Yeah, we like that. And I'm just right now just trying to we got some out. So my best out on Palantir, I think was 88.06 actually. Wow. Actually better than I thought. 88.06 right there. And look, just so we're everyone's on the same page, like right into here, we're starting to get more out. We got our first little legs out, really like a lot out here at 87.40. Now we're just topping out at these levels, trying to hold for 88.50. My next offer is 88.30s. So, again, trying to think about getting back upside. We are now underneath $88. We're going to wait to see if Palantir can do that. I'm wondering now that we're into the hour of power. Power hour. That's good. Yeah, now that we're into power hour. Hey guys, now that we're into power hour, let's just wait to see what winds up happening now with this name, and that of course is going to be Palantir. I'm looking for the shorts now, I think, in the market. I would like to see us break back down below this level right there, 19. The fact that we almost got back to 20,000, wow on that one, first of all, that's huge for the NASDAQ. We were talking about 19.6, 19.5, things like that coming into play. Wow for Palantir. And there it comes right back to 88. Let's go. We'll say, Canada for that one, although Palantir, of course, is an American company. We'll drop down that money. And we don't need to tell it to do something, but let's do that anyways. All right, TQQs. Look, man, if we're going to look short, my number one P&L name. So fine going back to it. And if that level comes into play right there, I think that's going to be a good short. So 63.80, breaking down below 63.80, using basically 64 then as our out. We've got to find good value in this play. And this is exactly right up my alley. And I think Joe said that, and he took it to heart, what I told him, and I heard him talking about this, what I told him when he was sitting in your desk, Neil, and I said, look, man, he has the right plays, just got to use more shares. And he had a little personal experience, he was saying, walking along the beach there, Memoirs of Joe Wilson. And, he really thought about that and said if he's ever going to do anything around here, he needs to up his shares. So this is the kind of play right here. If you guys are in the same boat as Joe and I, then you have to say to yourself, listen, this breakdown, if you like the short, if you use this, then you have an out here that's only 20 cents away. So this could be that trade again, that if you like it and you're thinking short, that this could be a trade that you can ramp up your share size, because if it breaks it and you're right, you can make your whole day, your whole week on this move down. And then if you're wrong, you lose 20 handles. So again, share size accordingly to where 20 handles doesn't smoke you, but you probably do have a good opportunity to make a little bit back here on that short, you know, if it's a trade that you like. I'm long, first of all, dollar in on QBTS right now as we just look at this trade. As you just continue to get higher here on QBTS, I'm looking at 1180 past resistance, maybe as an out. And then Palantir's $1.50 in the money. We just got another out there, but again, looking for higher. So I'm going to think about this trade right there, man, 63.80. I'm going to think about it, and I would rather play the long, but this is a good, like, if you like the short, this isn't horrible. I'm not yet convinced that I want to go short here. And then even like we said, like even if you take 200 shares or something like that, to lose 20 cents is fine. It's $40, but it's still $40. So I think no matter what your risk tolerance is, you have to go through these processes every single time to get that, right? And there it is right there, exponential bet sizing, exactly. So I don't even know what you said here, Day Trader Cup, but sizing up on those high quality setups, right? And I think that that's what you have to do. And we've talked about that with Obi and now Joe and myself. So I just think that these are some of the things that if you're thinking about going, it has to be set up properly. And this is getting close, man. I mean, this could really pay for that short, 63. I'll try it, but I'll probably only try it on maybe 1 or 2 units. But I don't know. Some of the work that I did too was try not to fight the trend in the after hours. Or in the after hours. I always call this in the afternoon, yeah. I think that's probably going to win. I don't think we'll go short there, but that's a good setup. And I mean, that's what we were trying to do earlier on the TQs, right into here. When we were going long, trying to go long against, and a lot of shares, trying to go long against this pre-market bottom. And I mean, it just didn't work. And then shorting VWAP was great. Shorting VWAP was great again. And then out, like these are the high quality. This is why the TQs will continue to probably be #1 on here for a while, because waiting for these nice setups, if you're patient enough to get it, great. We did not reverse that. And right now it might be looking like it's topped out, not only at 20,000, but also giving us some levels there. So I hope some of you liked that talk. And honestly, Reddit, Neil, I wish I read it and forgot it, but it's just straight upside there.
Yeah, there hasn't been a red candle.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to get into Affirm, but
sure.
Back on Reddit. Like, there hasn't even been a pullback. There hasn't been any kind of a red candle to work off of in the 3-minute. So, like, you can get into a long, obviously, and any long would have worked, but, like, where's the out going to be? I haven't been able to find one. And on news, I don't like buying tops. I always like buying the pullback, or shorting the pop, whatever you want to call it on a news story. I never want to buy those highs, but they're loving this story on Reddit. No questions asked. It's now up 7%. You can stick a fork in 131, at least temporarily, that prior high. Maybe like there would be if it does a dip, we still have an hour to go. Like you could still dip into like 35 or something before you get into 140. But this is getting a little bit parabolic. It was Affirm I was looking at because, as you were saying, you can be fighting the trend. Well, Affirm's down on the day, but it also broke the trend. It had a day-long trend from the bottom and then one from VWAP, which it's already broken and putting in another successive lower high. So from the top, lower high, second lower high after breaking the trend. I think that's a different setup for a reversion short. Like as it pops in here, if it can't take out 47.5, this is more like 47.60, which also happens to be the pre-market high here, coincidence. If it can't take that on this move up in the futures, that's a short that looks reasonable to me. But Reddit, you kidding me? What? Wasn't it just at 136?
Yeah, 137 when I turned. I'm still watching.
139.5. This is insane. Wow.
It's just these, and who was it that we had on?
It's completely parabolic now.
Oh man! Raider Trader. When we had just talked about some of the laggards in the market, which is what got me thinking about Reddit and Kava, two names that I really liked that were all the way down here, which were IPOs that I completely missed on. I didn't take any of them. And I was thinking like, okay, this is the name. Now it's up 10%. It was like Reddit and Kava were both names that had gotten beat up a little bit that I wasn't expecting Google. Like when you're getting these announcements, even though Adair had mentioned this was already predetermined and all that kind of stuff, but it looks like now getting something official on the board here. Any good news will really spark this kind of a rally. Obviously, we don't have that crystal ball to be able to predict those things. But like I said, if Kava can somehow turn it around as well, I don't know what it's up today, only up 3%, but this is another one of those drop downs where we said it was 48% or so for Reddit. For Kava, just its most recent, now I really like this tool, its most recent drop down 40%. So again, so you just go like that, and I think you just go like that and get rid of it. So you just push that tool again.
Yeah, that's why I like this.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So that's another one there. HIMS is another stock. That's what I was saying. There's a lot of good things out there on HIMS as well, but Kava just continues to go upside here. Like when you get this kind of downside move, like is Trump like tariffing euros or something, or like souvlaki's? Like I'm not sure what's going on there with Kava. I'm just talking tongue in cheek, obviously, as it's a consumer play too, right? The weaker the consumer gets. Like I don't even want to buy Walmart until $80. Like I think Walmart is about to puke city down to the downside, right? And so like this name, where's the 200 period for? There it is. So that's the level I'm looking at right there. $82 in for Walmart, and I'm not even sure. I'm gonna have to look at a proper 50 period because we don't have it from split adjustedness there. But anyways, $80 to $82. This is kind of where I was thinking about picking up some Walmart. I'm not in Walmart, so that's been good that we're not in it, but missed out the whole 2024, which was huge. Costco also, you don't get that many drips in Costco either. And again, talk about maybe potentially a weak retailer there. Costco down 14% might be something else to think about as well. So I like some retail plays, but for me, Kava would be number one, just trying to get some of that alpha back into the market. So that's what I like anyways, Kava and Reddit. But now Reddit, I might have to forget it because that's up 10% right here. But maybe that's the start.
If I ever got into a HIMS, it would be a swing. I don't know if I'd want to own that stock because I don't really know enough about it. But Nick asked to look at XOM, and then there was someone. It was Mark O who was trying to ask a question in the chat, and I couldn't understand it. If you could just reframe it, and even like someone else just said here, Ari Page is also asking if you could reframe it because I couldn't understand what you were getting at. So we don't mind answering questions here. I'm only in one stock. And I haven't reloaded on Apple at this level because the market looks like it's curling a little bit here, so I don't think it'll be a reload. I think if we lose this 30, I want to just jump out of it and be able to take out that trade because I think you have a bit of a reversion happening on the overall market. And if it does a pullback, then this is a range we've been buying into on Apple, so I want to be able to get out. So someone was asking about XOM, and hopefully if you can reframe that question there, that would help. The question about XOM, like, energy's tricky, man. Energy has been performing, what's the best way to think about it? I've considered it disappointing. I'm in the XLE and CVX. Okay, that's not true. I also own Enbridge in Canada. But it's been disappointing. What I can say is XOM, when you look at the weekly chart, there is nothing wrong with it. And it's breaking out on the weekly chart as well. So the caveat, of course, that a lot of the oil and energy stocks have not been doing what you want to see out of them, and oil in general hasn't, it's still a very good-looking long-term chart, and they give you a dividend. I happen to like Chevron a little bit better. Randy would tell you XOM, or you could just buy the XLE. I think those are all solid plays, but it's not, to me, it's not the parabolic, going to be a huge runner and dominate your next 6 months type of play. I don't think that at all, especially with some concerns about recession. I think you got to throw that in there as well. That keeps on getting priced as a higher and higher probability that you could have one in the short term. So I think you got to temper your expectations with how much you can get. But long-term hold, I think, is fine. So Apple, I said I will not reload. If it could not hold on to that 30, we're going to jump out. Wasn't reversing short because I want to get into Affirm and see if that'll give me the fill. It's not pressing into 47.5, but I can get in here and give it to that 47.5 on Affirm with the futures trying to come back in a little bit. So we're out of Apple. Couldn't get to that 215, but I wanted it before it got there. We can always work into that tomorrow. I think Apple 215, Amazon 200, if we hold the highs, are both viable plays for tomorrow.
Yeah, I put on, good call. I mean, I really like Apple up there at 215. We sort of did talk a little bit about that. So I put on one unit here just to try. I'm going to get out at 64, like that 50 period moving average right here. I put 64.05. What is it? Yeah. So basically, we'll try 20 handles. That was about the risk. I don't want, we've had a great, like a monster comeback today in for me anyways, in a name like Palantir, where we've really ran this high side here. So I don't want to throw everything back trying to be all cute and everything with the futures. We do have now, I mean, what a trade. QBTS, I mean, honestly, this is a big one, guys. Like this is a big trade as it just continues to go to the upside. Now $1.50 on this $10 name. We're 15% in the money, and it still wants to go. All right, so here's the TQs. It does fade out. Just so you guys know, 64.05 is my stop. So we're short at 85, so that's 20 handles. So we're gonna put a bid just in case we do. We could flush pretty quick, right, on this. So we'll put a bid down there at 65, see if we can get out of about 25% of it for 1-to-1. And then, like I said, we'll hold for a little bit more. Generally speaking though, like I like this trade better at 10 o'clock. At 10:30 or something like that, where I feel like we will have, and we could still tank now. I mean, the market has no problem getting faded. That is for sure. But like, I'm not hearing anything in my ear about anything. The last news we heard was good news about Reddit in Google. So we'll wait. But yeah, watching out for the market to come back in. Feel pretty okay about this position, but I'm not in love with it. So let's just monitor it just for good old sake. All right, here are the imbalances about what we're doing right now. Some sells, there's QBTS, but this is NYSE, so we don't really have to worry about that one. We're just looking for broker fills. And right now, Love Southwest is a big sell. That's coming at the end of the day. Right now, ADT, I guess a security company, that should be coming through. Here comes the TQs, 5 handles in the money, we'll see. Teladoc, Juniper, maybe, giving you some, that's funny that's a New York stock. We can see what Juniper is doing right now as another tech name. Yeah,
is that always in New York? No.
Must have been. I don't know. Why would you switch? I mean, most people switch the other way. PG, QSR.
Is Juniper a sell? Because it's supposed to be a deletion.
Yeah, well, that's why then, yeah. No, it is a sell. So if it's supposed to be a deletion, that's why. All right, so I'm not really going to be too, I mean, obviously we're not afraid to do anything, but QBTS right here, small piece left. We could put our stop at 1140. So I'm thinking about putting it right there. So let's just switch it up, man. So again, our initial stop was about 50 cents from here. So we'll wait to see now 1140. Let's just put that in 1144. If it breaks lower than that, we will get out of 100% of our QBTS. So yeah, all good, man, on that front. Palantir is making them sing right now. The futures are flat, and yeah, we're doing pretty good.
Oh, there was a question. Yeah. Burn in the chat, at Sean, at Neil. Do you have a video on these imbalances and how to trade them? So just come to my screen for a quick little sec. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, what is this? Keep going, wait for it, get rid of this stupid ad and skip it. So there's this video, just you guys can find it. If you literally Google Trader TV Live and trading and imbalances, you'll see this video, trading imbalances successfully. Apparently Arun was there and I wasn't there that day, but you and Arun, I think, go over it. I think it's you going over it. Might not be.
What was it?
Oh, someone asked about a video. 2 years ago.
Oh, the imbalances.
There's an imbalance, how to look at what you're looking for, how to trade it. So check that one out. You can always find it. And if we don't have an educational video on something and you're like, guys, why don't you have one? Just message us, DM us, put it in the comments section, or let us know if we can do anything better for you guys with regards to that. And I know I had just said it was Juniper. Also was expecting about 5 million expected sell on Juniper, and there might be 5 million sell on Kellanova, I guess you call it now. So
yep.
Kellogg's, they're Kellanova. So both those could be big imbalances because they're expected deletes. So we'll see. Doesn't mean they're going to be, but watch out for them in about 15 minutes or 25. It's not 25 minutes. It's 35 minutes. I got plenty of time. So just got into Affirm off that local high. It just printed 46.8. Short 47.18. The local top here is like 47.30. Try to get a little bit more. I think 46 is a good inflection point. Lots of supply at 46. That's where it dropped at the open and a ton of supply there. So I'm looking for that as a bounce spot. Remember, this is still a stock which has been uptrending for most of the day, despite the fact that it's down 6%. So if we get the buck, we're just gonna take it and try to run Reddit. And I just did it. I typed in NASDAQ for Reddit, and that's also on the New York. Reddit first pullback. Right through 141, and to 36. I kind of thought you'd drift a little bit further on a pullback, given how far it run, right back up to 40s. So it's got quite the volatility on Reddit right now. I was kind of hoping it would sell down and give a good consolidative long, but it did not. But so far, so good on Affirm off the top. You're about to get consecutive bars on the NASDAQ on the 15-minute to the downside, which is the first time since about 9 o'clock in the morning. There actually hasn't been consecutive. That's just not true. You had it at about 11 o'clock. So I think you're getting a nice little turnaround here. Going to look for that pullback into 46 on Affirm, get some continuation. I've only gone short this name despite the fact that it's been trending up most of the day. Sometimes you get away with it because you stop shorting it when it breaks VWAP. Should have sniffed the reverse on Affirm. I don't know why I didn't like a reversal on Affirm. I'd have to go back and think about that because it was very clean on the reverse off our morning short. But, hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, it sure is. All right, so we'll just continue to do our thing here. We do have a nice move down in the Qs. It only got down to 10 handles in the money. And of course, we're waiting for a little bit more. So we'll have to wait to see if we can get that activated now to the downside on that. We already have our stop in, and we just took some more out there on Palantir as, yeah, man, maybe the futures are trying to retrace a little bit. We'll take some more out at the 50 period. And on this trade, we're pretty light on this trade now for Palantir. Again, I'd have to go back and check. I'd say we're probably 10%, maybe even a little bit less. As if we're going to go short anything, we've already chose our poison here, and that's going to be the TQs. So maybe we'll just get out a little bit more of Palantir at this level, and just to see. I'd hate to drop. We'll get some out here at 79 if we can. There it is. So I'd hate to. There it goes. I'd hate to drop out on this trade, and then it rips, because then we basically lose on this, and then we'll also lose on our futures bet. But this futures bet is about the equivalent of the same amount of shares that we have left on Palantir. So let's try to be, if we can be right on both. We just got some out at 79 there, so that was good. I'm gonna take another piece right here at 71s, right there on Palantir, and now, there we go, get out at 71s. Now we'll wait to see what the story is here. So that's my trade sort of happening now on PLTR, getting out of that one, and then just waiting to see if these futures do want to go for a little bit of a run. We did trade Google earlier, where we were going short until it broke VWAP. So this is, again, a cup of coffee, short, flat, out, and now it's dripping. So I do think this is one of the best names in the Mag 7, but I'm already just talking my book there because I'm pretty loaded up on this. So I'm going to wait to buy more. That's why attention sort of changes a little bit over to Amazon as maybe my favorite long. So, all right, that's that right now for Google. We'll see if it does want to kick back a little bit, potentially up to, how much time? It's already 3:20. So we've made our bet a little bit. We're holding on to some Palantir right here and the Qs. So we're getting out of some Palantir because it's at the 50 period, and then we're waiting for the NASDAQ to go, and we have our QBTS located already. AMD, maybe for a potential short. 106, wow, great level.
5%, man.
This name is probably, as you were talking about with a trend line, probably breaking higher.
I think there might be a trade on AMD.
Maybe this is the long that we're supposed to have.
The only thing is I've been saying that, but then I'm like, I'm not doing it unless it holds the 50 period on the daily. Because I don't trust AMD as far as I can throw it. And I have a pretty good arm. Well, scratch that. I haven't really tried to throw in a while. I used to have a really good arm, but I'm older now. No, it's just the trend line is breaking, but the 50 period also could break, and then you could give it to the bottom of the trend. I think if this can hold a 50 period, then you give it back to what was the top of this trend since October. That'll be the trade, and then hold it until the 200 period. That could give you maybe 115 into 140, and then try to hold a piece for the dream. This stock just stinks, man. What do you... If a stock is this bad, trending down, I think you need to be more convinced that it's breaking out than just one day. Because if you did that the last time, it's done a couple of good moves, you've been burned, it's wicked above on earnings and then kind of pull back. So I'm not convinced yet, but it's getting there, man. And 5% today, if it follows through later on this week, maybe after Fed does nothing on Wednesday, if this is following through, then AMD can be the breakout play that everyone's been hoping it would be for a long time. But I think back to Alibaba. Alibaba, you could try it on the way down, but once it made the bottom, it was shockingly easy to get long off of those lows in the 70s and 80s. You just had to wait for it to actually make a bottom. AMD's still channeling down. So Affirm's going to get to 46, it looks like here. And this is where I'm expecting supply to come in because that's what it did before. And this is what I mean by a supply zone. It gets there, hangs out, buyers win, and then it goes higher off of 45.95. So expecting bounce off the 46 level. If we revert from here, then I'm just going to prior bar high trail out of the stock. So prior bar high, meaning hold 46, and currently that'd be like 46.40 on AFRM. Yeah, they've been burned a little bit, and I don't wonder if Klarna's IPO is going to be bad for them, in that IPOs sometimes, if they can signal a little bit of a top, and I'd be a little bit worried if Klarna comes to market and drops, and Affirm is still holding this range, that it could see another leg down, despite their solid earnings. They had good earnings last quarter, and they still got beaten up. That'd be my concern. I don't know when Klarna's coming to market, though. But I do feel like we're going to trade it, though I don't know that I'd want to own it when it comes to market.
Yeah, well, they filed, so I think it'll be imminent, like maybe this month. Well, March, maybe.
I hope it's this month.
Maybe, yeah, March, April. We'll figure that all out. SMCI looking bullish. We can have a quick look at that. Let's just check out Reddit right now. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. What?
I don't even, like,
okay. Okay. What's up, Reddit? I mean... Wow, okay. This is a nice move down. Right into VWAP again. So I used to trade news like all the time, and then now a little bit like weary of doing that. I'm sort of glad that we didn't push the button up there. Falling right back into VWAP, normally I would say that's a long, but now that we're underneath it, it looks like a short to me. So I don't, again, I think you're going to have to risk at least $2 or $3 here. The spread is about 40 cents. And then if it moves against you, it's going to move fast. So that seemed right there. Just opened up to 50 cents, 60 cents. So I think you got to be really careful with this one. Reddit is falling back down. Again, I don't know. Adara's busy doing so many things over there, but I don't know if that story's changed or not. But people got real excited about it. Now, the only thing that I could think of is Adara already nailed it because she had said that this was something that was maybe potentially already in the works. So once people realize that, maybe that is the pushback now for Reddit. So I would say 130 looks like a pretty good spot. But yeah, good thing you guys are all right, man. Good thing you did get out of whatever you got out of, because this one right now is looking like it wants to go southbound. And of course, ask and you shall receive. Adara at the desk.
I did a little bit of research in this on X because I couldn't find any new info on Benzinga or any news sources. For what I'm reading here, apparently this was initially announced as of February 22nd, 2024 on Google's blog. So unless there's another addition to this platform, this partnership, that could potentially be a catalyst. But I'm reading through this blog post, and what they mentioned in the blog post, which is Reddit partnering to use Google's Vertex AI, it sounds exactly identical to the report we just got. So it's a little unclear as to how this occurred. Basically, we did have Reuters reporting, 11 minutes before this stock popped, that Reddit and Google would be expanding their partnership. Now, from what I can tell here in the research I've done, I'd like to look more into this, it seems like this partnership was announced at least a month ago. So it does look like this could have been a bit of a situation where news was reported after the fact. It's also worth noting, too, we had this push to Reddit to the upside today despite a downgrade. Apparently, it had its first major insider buy since its IPO, $100,000 worth of shares posted by one of the company's directors. So first major insider purchase this morning, and this Google hullabaloo. I'll have to look more into this situation, but it does seem like this report could have some issues. Back to you.
Insider buying is, to me anyways, probably to a lot of traders, matters more than upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah.
I mean, because as far as I'm concerned, like insiders selling, they got to sell at some point. That's how, you get a bunch of shares, you're CEO, you're an officer, they sell at random increments. It doesn't always tell you something. But insider buying, they like their stock. And when you look at, I understand it's pullback and hopefully no one bought those highs. We didn't pull the trigger. It never looked that great buying some of those tops. But even on the daily, it still looks solid here. Like you're holding a higher low, you held the 200 period, so the pullback, as long as it's above 120, when you look at the daily chart, it's actually looking pretty good, and that 200 period gives you some cover. It's right back to Friday, almost a Friday's close. So I would think, the other side of it is, okay, well, the market's at the highs in the V-shaped recovery, so take this story out. How far would you expect this to fall? Even if that was already a thing, well, it was bouncing before this, and then the volume came in around this 25, 26. You don't wonder if Friday afternoon support turns right back into support a couple of dollars from here. That's the only thing I would look at, but I don't want to be catching the falling knife. I think you could run yourself into a little bit of trouble there. I'm just going to go back over to one that we were trading before, which is Apple. Because oddly enough, it's actually holding up pretty decently. So I got out when it lost this 214.3. It was in the top consolidation, but it's right back at that price. It's not falling very rapidly. It's putting in a higher low now. If it can kind of do this with a little bit more strength, I might jump back into it, but it is 330, so we have to put that in our minds as well. It's so close to the high. I've got the trail. If we break this 46.4 bar, then I'm going to be out on Affirm. It's bouncing off of 46, and maybe we get a chance to reload this in front of the 47.5. So Affirm, short, not touching Reddit unless it drops. It would have to drop all the way down to 126. Like, show me where it was when this story happened. The market's up since. The market has generally been riding higher, so as long as we're not flushing, I would think that could be a nice little bounce zone for Reddit. Crazy. This is why you don't always chase moves at those highs. You can't do it.
All right. Just thinking about the futures. So, unfortunately, we just took 10 handles there. I don't know. I mean, it's not. Remember, we were saying like we weren't really. What happened? Oh, I made my mouse so much slower. We weren't really certain of this trade, to be honest with you. So. There's 10 handles. We were just bidding 75s. I'm actually going to put another bid there if we can get it. I only took out 10%. We put another 10% there if we do come in. It just right now it's kind of like it's not doing anything, and I don't want to really wait around for something to happen. So we're just exiting it out. It was only a one unit position. All right, so QBTS 1140, but now we got to change that. Now it's 1150. So I'm going to change that here into the close. Again, I don't really, let's go 1148. I mean, the 50, did that go out? Yeah, okay. The 50 period moving average is here at 60s. We're bouncing around it. I'm going to give it 10 more cents into that. I mean, it's a big trade here to end the day. Hopefully we can withstand that. Amazon, we had that story earlier, trying to go for that $200 mark. This is going to be another red name for me today. We have this and Palantir, both red. Even after this monster move, $1.50 in the money for Palantir, still red on it. Just put too much risk onto it early, but like we said, man, exponential sizing is what we have to do. So there it is, man. Nice move down into 197, 196.50 there for Amazon. I want to look at this tomorrow. We're only up right now 1%, and they're down on Amazon. So I do think there's some love for this name, but just not today. So if we could get an upgrade tomorrow or something, this is definitely going to be a name to look at. Uber right now up 3. Okay, well, Uber, I'm getting a VWAP test right now, so we can have a quick look to see if there's anything here. I'm a little hesitant at the end of the day. We talked about this all last week. And
don't think about this.
Okay.
Just answer with one of these two. Larnosh or Beto?
I don't even know who Larnosh is.
Doesn't matter. Pick one.
Larnosh.
Done.
Oh, you're drafting?
Yeah.
Yeah, Neil's in his... what round is that?
Oh, this is deep.
Oh, okay.
It's like really deep in my keeper league, so it's like it's an outfielder for my bench on Minnesota. Or
you should ask me the team, maybe. What were the teams?
It was Minnesota or Athletics.
Minnesota. Did I pick the Minnesota guy?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, he's on my bench now.
I would have gone there too. I think
they were like the chat was like
system over there
bugging me. That's like, Neil, you've been up for a while.
Yeah. How long?
I'm like, well, like it's a work day. What's so crazy is if you don't if I don't pick within a few minutes, everyone's like, oh my goodness. But there's a dude who didn't pick for like 4 hours and not. Well,
that's nice, man. Baseball's coming back into the swing of things. When is the opening day? April 4th or something? 26th of March. Right. Oh, maybe are we not at home to start?
We are. Yeah, we start on the 27th.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason I saw April 4th or something.
I have to run some magic to get my daughter to the game because my wife was gonna. Anyways, I'm taking that afternoon off to go. But usually what'll happen is my wife will work from home,
right, and
take the kid out of school, but then she has to be downtown. So I'm gonna try to figure out a way that I'll do the morning show and then I'll have to go back.
Yeah, drive in.
Yeah, I'll have to go back to Brampton and then come back downtown because it's opening day, man. My daughter's gonna get to go. If I have to run some nonsense going back home and then coming back in, I'm gonna make it happen.
Yeah.
It's just all about the experiences, man. That's what it's all about. But I just heard something on Beyond Meat. I finally got...
No, that's not Beyond Meat.
What?
BYON.
Oh, never mind. I misheard the guy. I finally got it working, but he's a little quiet in my ear. It wasn't working all afternoon.
I mean, we can look it up.
I thought I heard Beyond.
It is Beyond.
BYO.
BYON today. So there's some
Psych.
news about Beyond in our ears.
Oh, but that stock's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's not doing too much. Okay, so that's about that. Yeah, not much else going on. Is there anything you guys want us to look at right now? Because honestly, man, I mean, I'm not really feeling the love on any of these names. We're still long on Quantum. Although, why didn't we get stopped out? What happened there? We should have, right?
Trail.
Oh, no, it's still up. Okay, what am I
Bounced off
talking
the
about?
moving average.
Yeah, we're still well up on this thing. Okay, bounced off, so we're not nowhere near getting stopped out. Our stop out is, well, we're close, but 25 cents from here, so we will wait for that. All right, we can always just check. Let's just take a look back on Reddit. Yeah, who just said that right there? Ali with 2 L's and 2 I's says that Reddit move was weird. Yeah. Yeah, I think we don't talk about stock moves being too weird too often, but there it is. A nice move back in, kind of as expected there. You know, shaking my head with SMR, $18. I can't really get to figure this name out too much. I bless you. I still like SMR here. Okay, here we go. Come on, TQs. So now we're starting to get in. Give me that. We're at 76. It just missed us. So again, we're trying to take the 10 handles if we can get it right now. Just missed us there. Just came back in. So again, you know, with only a half hour left and only 10, 15 minutes left now till imbalances, you know, not really worth getting, risking this into imbalances. But I'm sitting here at 76, hoping to get a fill. That'll be, whenever I say 10 handles, like whenever I say like $1, it's normally like 90 cents, or I always try to sit a little bit ahead of it. On the futures, it doesn't really matter. It's just more habit. And I don't know, we all have our little quirks. So I'll just sit there. There it is. Man, that thing sucks. How about this one?
No, the other one. That's the one.
And then this is my favorite one, though. Market gold.
I actually have that shirt. The one you.
All right, we got out. Yeah, so we're actually now out of 20% of it. I got 5% the first time, and I just put 15% right there the second time. So we're still waiting. I do have another 10% at 67. Again, trying to make those 20 handles, and then yeah. We'll see, man. Maybe those imbalances can be good for your boy. But this is another situation where if you're risking it, see what I'm saying? Like we talked about exponential sizing. So shout out to Day Trader Cut and everybody out there that's trying to play with size. And it's just like right there, $64. Like now you're getting more and more into the money on this trade, because now if you're playing with the same shutdowns, now your shutdown is $63.98, your stop out. So now you can put it a little bit lower to the point where if you're out of half of the trade, you're almost 1-to-1 now, right? Because if we lose, we'll lose 15 handles, and right now we're in the money 10. So it's pretty much 1-to-1. So congratulations, anybody that talked about that. What's up, Escape Planet? A handle is just 1 point on the NASDAQ. So you could see here as the NASDAQ is NQ /H25. So here's what it looks like. Oh, these are the E-minis. That's fine. That's the right ones, not the micro. So right here, it'd be like 657. So every time, see how it trades in quarters? So normally when you're talking about a tick, it'll be a quarter, and then a handle will be the full point. So it's just the way that we talk on the floor. You could say 1 point, but like 100 points in the money, you like to say 100 handles.
It's just the normal language for the futures.
Yeah.
Like people like the same. It's weird because traders will say points for stocks, but then they'll say handles for futures. It's just whatever. And you know,
traders are weird.
No, I actually think it comes from listening to Ben, because that's how they describe it. There was a squawk guy years ago that all the floors used to listen to, Ben Lichtenstein.
Yeah,
something like that. And he would always
like Wolfenstein, you know, like that game.
Pretty much. That's an old game. Just quickly, we got a super chat. Oh, where'd it go? There we go. We got a super chat from Vinu. Why is Reddit back? All of it? Any thoughts? So, but Derek came in and updated the story for us that release. Let me go back to. Sorry, I was just looking at maybe Affirm would get us back into that short, but it's not going to get there. It doesn't seem. So Reddit. The story was one that there was a press release that had already come out describing this partnership, so it was kind of old news, which to some extent, I guess, when the market realizes that, or when enough people realize it, it pulls almost back to where it started. That to me would be the bounce spot. If it can get anywhere near 120, this low's 125. It's at 128 now. So with 20 minutes to go, that's a horrible risk to reward trade to try to be long 28s into 25, because I think you're not wrong till it breaks this. which is almost 125 even. So I was looking for it to push all the way back because, like, well, the market's kind of up. Why would it I can see it retracing the move, but why would it be lower than when it started is what wouldn't make any sense to me on Reddit, and maybe we get a chance to be able to trade off of that. And yeah, back in the day, Racer X9, Ben was great at talking futures.
Right, there he goes.
Back in the day, we couldn't even, it felt weird if you turned them off. Whether you were trading the futures or trading things that moved, like I was trading like penny stocks and small cappers, and it felt weird to me not listening to him in the futures pit, even though it had nothing to do with what I was trading in the moment. I don't know if anybody still does that the way that he did. I just feel like it's just a different game now. Because he would actually read the futures, every single tick and what was going on in the pits and like big buyers and big sellers. I don't know if anybody does anything like that. So I don't think we're going to get a reload back into a firm up above 47. This is heading right back into lows. A good place to get out, but no opportunity to get back in. And I just heard Apple back at the high. So Apple does break 215. Yeah, maybe should have stuck with Apple. I like the shorts at that top. We got out of the Apple long to take the Affirm short, and then Apple goes right back into the high. So it could have jumped right back into Apple. Straight upside. Again, it's only 0.7%. It's not about the percentage. That's less in the market. It's the way that it did it. Bounced right off of Friday's low, complete V-shaped recovery, and I think lots of room to go tomorrow. I'm going to knock on wood because I don't want this gapping down to 212 tomorrow, but 215, that looks like a good over-under for continuation longs on Apple. I just really hope we get that shot. 10 minutes till imbalances. We'll see if we get something on those imbalances. I'm expecting maybe a shot at Kellanova or it was Juniper, but that's actually pretty small now, 700,000. UBTS, that's from the morning. I would expect you might see something on one of the quantum names in the afternoon, just given how big the imbalances were in the morning, and then LUV is in there. Yeah,
not to interrupt, but remember this week we do have the MSCI. So it's on Friday. It's the third Friday. So
it's March.
Yeah,
it's
March.
It's S&P.
S&P.
Even bigger.
February, March. Yeah, March. Yeah, third month. Yeah, it's bigger.
Oh, that's even huge.
So we just had MSCI actually.
Yeah, I got to look up the spreadsheet then.
Right, so that's the other thing. So on Friday, all of us around here are expecting imbalances, and we talked about that, and we actually had Raider Trader on, obviously, on Friday there, talking about those imbalances as well. He looks forward to trading those. So what the imbalances are is the S&P 500 needs to reweight things. So they have certain weightings like XYZ stock, Apple, for example, has to have 2% value. And once it gets higher than that, then they start to trim some down and they look to upweight other names that have potentially traded out of their balance. So that's what we call it, to rebalance. And then you also have options expiration. It's quad witching. So you have single stock futures and the likes. Lots happening for sure. What just happened in TQs? Why did I get stopped out there?
No chance.
No, wait a second.
Didn't move.
Yeah, I know. All right, let me just have a quick check here. Where was my fill? So we got 80. Yeah, we must have got a bad trigger. All right, so I don't know what just happened. Like, we weren't even on that stock, and we just got taken out. So, all right, I'm not gonna get back in now, but yeah, I did not mean to get out there. It's a winner, okay, but barely on that last trade. So anyways, I don't know, like, all of a sudden I was just like, what? I looked down and we were out. We got out a couple minutes ago, so I didn't even realize that. I thought I got taken out of QBTS as well, and we did. Okay, so it's actually me getting taken out of QBTS is what made me look down into the blotter. So I made a keystroke error myself and got taken out there on the TQs. I mean, we could just, let me put it right back in. I'll offer 84s, there it is. So we'll put that back in with the stop at 64.01. We'll give it the same love. But the thing is that this trade is more just, I'm just trying to see if it was gonna work. I'm fully understanding that in 9 minutes, Kilo, Oscar, Delta, Kilo. Kodak right now. Remember when Trump talked about this name not too long ago? In his first, I believe it was his first. Yeah. ChatGPT is also down right now, apparently. But Kodak.
That doesn't sound good.
You're fired. Kodak right now with a nice move up from 685 to 708 again there. So we'll find out news about that. But this was another name where Trump was talking about this his first time around, I believe, Kodak.
I know it was something to do with producing
Was it NFTs?
No, they were because photo companies using because it's a chemical company, basically photo companies. They're going to use them for supply of vaccines and stuff.
Oh, wasn't
that the story back in the day? You guys will let me know.
Bitcoin's at 84.5.
Because it's just a chemical process. They have all the labs and whatever it is that you need to produce.
Oh, the QQs are going down.
Actually works. But anyways, let's go to Adair, maybe get that news story on Kodak if there is something.
There isn't one, but with Kodak, I think it's worth noting we have a 9% short float, and they report earnings after the bell. So Eastman Kodak, KODK, stay tuned. They are an earnings name, 4 p.m. Eastern. They're expected to report, so right as the bell rings. There's really not much in the way of earnings for tonight other than names like Kodak or some other small caps like Getty, guys. Back to you.
Well, that makes
so a pop up there. We'll stay back of it. Okay, here we go, man. It's not a fruit salad time, but this is time to see if we have a winner. This music's kind of like winner-esque. Oh,
I want to see Randy's though.
Randy left, so my guess is, hey Juan, how's it going, my guy? Randy left, so I'm thinking that he didn't win because normally he would have came in and rubbed it in my face.
What's up now, Randy?
What's up now, Randy?
Not really.
Okay, here we go. Is it a winner today? All right, Neil. Finally, you're back. And guess what?
Free donut. No. Please play again.
It's too much, man. This is too much. So me losing there shut the whole stream down.
See, that's bad luck,
Tim Hortons
man.
must be watching.
But think about that. But
even
if you
Adair was like,
won, what would have happened if you won?
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't play roll up the rim anymore.
Or you could just win a free donut.
I have a free donut in there. I got to get you in. Well, anyways, I was going to spend it on my daughter.
You know what? I've been sneezing like crazy. Well, I'll tell it. In Florida, maybe it's like being next to the beach or the ocean, but like my allergies do not exist.
Yeah, that is probably what it is.
Like it is wild, man. Like I was down there, I'm like, holy. You see me all the time, like eyes well up, easy. There's too much dust around here, but man, it's so nice. Maybe it's just I'm meant to be by the water. Just one quick note: I don't think I'm gonna reload Affirm
you should
at
move
our
to
entry
Florida,
price because there's only 5 minutes till the imbalances.
You could be like a Miami Marlins fan.
I could see myself being a snowbird when I get older.
Yeah.
Going down to
you're getting there now. So yeah.
You're 100% right. I did see some interesting properties down there. Berkshire in Indian Shores, there were a bunch of great properties, and it was Berkshire that was selling them all.
Yes.
Their real estate.
Maybe you can give them a couple shares for a couple properties. I mean, you could.
I don't own very much.
You do that switch.
I have some from way back then.
Hey Juan, I found a Herman Miller, man. So don't worry, we're all good over there. Thanks, Juan. All right.
Why are you talking about chairs?
Oh, because I was bugging Juan last week that I didn't have a Herman Miller, but then these guys had an extra one, so I borrowed Wayne's. Yeah, because we need to have equal.
Supposed to look the same.
There, so you know how professional we are.
Really, you should just sit in whatever's comfortable. But
yeah, this one's I don't. So Ramin was sliding off. Okay, over to Adara.
Oh right.
Apparently, no.
Oh no, we're just continuing.
The Tim Hortons roll up the rim screwed up the whole thing. Like now all of a sudden it's like no one has any idea.
But just to reiterate, I am not going back into Affirm at the entry price.
And even to reiterate, you are buying a property in Florida.
I think at some point I would strongly consider it.
Yeah. I would too. I mean, I think it's decent investment. We have a couple friends, as I'm sure a lot
It's only because I go every
That's what I'm saying.
Year.
It's like it might be worth it. You could rent it out. I don't know if you want to deal with Airbnb or anything like that. All right, what's up, Adara?
I just wanted to bring this up here because I know we were talking about Friday here at the MSCI and the rebalances. Here's just a quick look here. This just went on X at TTV Research. Here are the names that are going to be added to the S&P 500 and the names that are going to be deleted. And it's interesting here, of the 4 names that are getting added, only Dash and Expand Energy are actually up on the year. I'm going to be working on some other names here or other infographics for the other indices that are having some changes made. So you can check that out on X at TTV Research for fun research content every day. Back to you.
Yeah, DoorDash.
DoorDash I get, but you're telling me Williams-Sonoma.
Give me that delivery service.
I guess.
Williams. All right. Yeah, Williams, the Sonoma of William. Yeah, it's not bad. All right. So here we go again, guys. It's a good thing we got back in. Bang, 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 bang. All right, so there it is, man. We talked about it over and over again about the proper sizing, about trying to make some winning trades, so on and so forth. We did stop ourselves out by accident, I guess, a keystroke error, or I had a bad trigger, I don't know. But at the end of the day, we just got right back in, and virtually at the same price, actually at a better price than we had. So bank error favoring us right now. But at the end of the day, man, we always wanted this short, so we're in the short, and here we go. So now we'll wait to see if there's any magic to be had in Palantir and in the TQs, the only two positions that we have left. Let's see if we drip down. I am bidding 68 now. That'll be the last leg there, and then we'll see if we do get a complete drop. We only have 2 minutes until something happens, so I'm not in love right now with any of these trades. We're just gonna have to wait to see if the futures do eventually drop down. So I'm already out of half right there. Like, this has been the bottom. So we'll just scalp. This is like what we do best. I mean, both of us, all of us here scalp the best, I think. And then if there is a downside push, we'll probably only be on maybe 20, 25% of this. So I got to do a little bit better trying to hold things a little bit longer. But at the end of the day, you know, we'll just stay with what we're doing. So we're bidding 68s. Here it comes. Now it's almost a true 10 handles, but you know, the futures are a thing, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here. Into the close. Palantir, we've just been really emptying the clip out again, just more and more here, 70s, just getting them out ahead of what should be, again, a decent imbalance coming for them. I expect good imbalances all week, especially with these futures doing what they've been doing. You know, up 1%, down into zeros. Like, it's a good way to get your shares and not really talk about them into the close, right? So you can get a position on and basically hide your order, because you need 5 million shares of Palantir. You put that in the book right now, you're affecting price 100%. If you put that into the close, it's just going to get done at closing price. So you shouldn't affect it that much. And that's the difference. And I think that there will be some decent shorting, or not shorting, but decent trading opportunities off of imbalances, which hit in just 1 minute. So we'll get ready to go. I'm going to change this all to broker right now. So you just go like that, activate the source. So I don't see any brokers. I just see NYSE and NASDAQ. So once those get populated at 350, then we'll have a little bit of a clearer direction of what we're trading. So we'll wait for that now, only 30 seconds. You're flat. I got these two positions, but getting lighter and lighter on them. So, yeah, we'll wait to see what happens with the TQs.
Yeah, I'm going to look at, obviously, Kellanova a little bit there, and just in case there is a sell. Same thing with Juniper, but Affirm and NVIDIA, the other ones that I have up. NVIDIA, because it always does, and Affirm, just because it made a weird move going back into the upside, and we're trading it before at a key price level. But in about 10 seconds, my guess is one of the quantum names might be there, but I think NVIDIA is going to have an imbalance. It's been too volatile of a day. Market up 1%, NVIDIA down 1%. Usually it's going to be there, so imbalances just dropped. Let it update. Walgreens with a sell of 3.2. So 1.7 million to buy on NVIDIA. That's not very big. Walmart 1.5 to sell. That's not normal. But Apple's 1.4 to the sell side. So NVIDIA buy, Apple sell, Walmart sell. And then what else do you have here? Gap.
What else was there?
Gap is 1.2 million to sell. It's not really that big. Intel's 1 million to sell. Remember, Intel's a $25 stock. So NVIDIA is not that big. I'm just curious as to why Walgreens would be a sell of 3 million.
I mean, the futures are going, finally.
Is there a trade here?
What Adara has just wrote down to us.
Short this.
Yeah, Walgreens, maybe. They're not being added or removed, right?
Yeah, the deal just happened. It wouldn't be deleted yet.
Right. Well, they already got deleted. They were in the S&P 500.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's nobody deleted from.
Oh, from existence. Yeah.
That wouldn't happen for another quarter or two.
You would.
The move's already happened. You can only scalp this for a few pennies, and it already made the move.
So we're now huge now. So this is the situation. I mean, we're not huge because we don't have very many shares, but this is that exact trade. So if anybody out there was trying to size and trying to do good on that trade, we always talk about not really being in to a name into the imbalance, but this time it actually worked out. So there go the futures, man. It's 20 handles. There's your money trade for the afternoon if anybody wanted it. I mean, we did like sort of spill that one and sort of labeled it very, very clearly right there. So, I mean, I hope that some of you guys are on this. There's the short. It's really coming in. And we're not... Look, sometimes you get lucky, and honestly, like, I'll take the luck as much as I can get it. There's the move down. We already baselined this trade for you, and we said, like, this is what can happen. Like, if you're going to take risk and it's going to make sense, sometimes you get paid off. So there it is right there. Honestly, a good trade, big trade, and very, very happy to make it. So we'll do that right here at the end of the day, and it's a good one, just really topping it off there. So good trade, and we did get out. We're almost out of everything. I got out of some Palantir there on that imbalance as well before it broke the shelf. So a good trade just for you guys into the close, man. The Palantir was taken just after 2 o'clock, so we all could have had that long. We'll hold that for an hour and a half into the close again. So that's about a buck 30, buck 40, and then 20 handles in the money. We just took 30 on TQQ with a 10 handle risk. So not too bad there as we go. We're getting out of this trade, though, to finish off the day, 352. Let's put another bid here. You could flip over on these imbalances again, as Neil is just looking at Walgreens. NVIDIA with a buy. You could see, you see what I'm saying about this, the share size here?
I'm hoping that'll flip.
Yeah, whoopsies. Where did it go? Oh, God. There's NVIDIA right there. So, again, 1.5 million, you know, into 218 million. Nah. It's not a big, huge trade, right? So we'll have to wait to see if anything makes of this. And then Walgreens Boots Alliance is a buyout that Neil's talked about. So we'll wait to see if there's any moves there. I guess a nice downside move on the sell imbalance, but
I'm kind of hoping that'll flip, so I might stick around to see if there's an opportunity on that one. But yeah, Affirm is getting bought again. Wild, man. Like, it's right back up to the top. So I actually thought there might be an imbalance on this. Had it been a sell, or some kind of a buy that could have flipped to a sell, I'd look for the trade at the same level, but there isn't an imbalance of any size, and there's only about 5 minutes left here, so not gonna touch it with the 10-foot pole. I was hoping for a 355 reversal on Affirm, because that's the level we shorted at it before, but the only thing I'll look at is if there is a flip, let's see if I can't, you know, try to, see, they just did it again.
what happened?
No, I'll tell you. No, it's
the share size thing?
Yeah, I went to like flip and change my share default, and it just decided to add 2 zeros. I'm not punching into the stock, but if there is a flip at 55, you can pick this. I might get a chance to be able to pick it up off a local bottom, only if I can get the low. So with 1 minute to go, that'd be the only trade I would try to take in here. I bungled along on this earlier today, where I had like 22s and took it out at 25, and then it went to 29. On this stock, if you can get 7 cents instead of 4, like that ish matters.
Yeah.
It's not going to move a ton, and I had it, and I didn't. I had some shorts in here that I didn't take advantage of either. But yeah, I'm going to look for a flip. But if it's already going now with 30 seconds to go, it might not be a trade, because I'd be trying to get 17-18 to play into 22-23. And if you can't get it, there's no point. So keep an eye on the imbalances. It is still there at 2.7 to sell. NVIDIA is still 2 million. That could also be a bit of a flip as well. It's 2 million to the buy side. You could see that flip in the next few seconds. Obviously, it just did it and did it early, because NVIDIA is now gone. So obviously that buy and balance flipped or paired off, and now going to the downside, I would assume, is the market. And Walgreens also flipped early too. See, it's not 55 anymore. Walgreens just did the move 10 seconds early. That was the trade. You're gonna have to start looking for it before 55 instead of at 55. That's annoying. That was clean.
I mean, 10 handles worth of risk, 60 handles in the money. I mean, again, lucky that these are sell imbalances, but you know, it's you have to put the trade on. And we talked about the downside opportunity that was going to be here for this trade. So honestly, guys, like I hope you feel like you're rocking with decent traders here with good ideas, because there's not. I mean, that's just a good trade. We topped off our day. And again, I just hope that a lot of you had this. And if you didn't, cool too. I mean, you know, every trading style is completely different. We talk about that all the time. There it is. No, we didn't cover it. Oh, shoot. I was at 22s. I thought we got that, Phil. We did not. Okay, let's see if it comes in here. I'm going to cancel that. I mean, this is already 60 handles in the money. But it's at the 200 period. 63.15. I mean, we could just exit this trade and call it a day. Let's just do that. I'll put that 22 back in there. Hopefully we can get it. If we don't, you know what? The stop out was for flat anyways. Here it goes. Give it to me. Yes, sir. Bang. That's it. Oh, boy. Like I said, man, thank you, Sebastian. Thank you to everybody there, man. We knew we were feeling it last week, and now we've got, you know, Neil back here. We've got the full ship. But yeah, last week with Joe, we were four green days, 1 red day. Today's going to be a good day. Let's just wait to wind up seeing what winds up happening here at the close. But we're going to take that out. You know, and again, it's part of it's luck. Like when we've sat here and talked about these imbalances, I don't think it's luck when you're prepared for it, but oh man, maybe unlucky that I didn't get out of it. But there it comes, nice downside move, and then getting out of Palantir as well. You know, you got to know your levels, play with it, and there it goes. So nice move to the downside there as well. The reason why I talk about handles on the TQs is like every 10 cents is basically like 10 handles. It's like, so we shorted there 63.85, which is right there at the 50 period moving average. And that was 19.917. So now you're down about 80 cents from there. So that's about right? That's 90s down to O's. So it's about 1 cent is like every handle. And I'm only talking about that on the TQs because there's a lot of traders out there that are obviously trading NASDAQ contracts. So that's why I talk like that. But anyways, at the end of the day, pretty good there to close out with. And yeah, you're already out of everything. Oh, you're going to wait for Walgreens.
Well, so it's probably dead now. But anyways, I only put on 2 this afternoon. They both work. But I'm really peeved at this Walgreens. It was free money. Free money's not the right word. It was a great setup for that flip trade. Like 355 imbalance pair. And it did the exact move. It went from low of the day and local bottom over in here, and then right back into VWAP. Like that's a hit long at 18 or 19, risking to the bottom at 17 to get 23, 24, 25. Oops. Up there on volume. Like it's a 9 million shares. And there's a huge volume spike.
Huge.
But the lesson that I learned is for that trade, can't get wrapped up with 355. If you like it and you have the risk to the low, maybe just get in 20 seconds early if you can, instead of waiting to try to punch it as it goes. Because that's not the first time I've seen this happen a little bit early. Obviously, traders are getting out in front of this trade, and because I liked the stock and kind of liked it at that level anyways, next time I'll get it. But I'm just disappointed because that's as easy to get as a revision. Good luck to access. I have to get back up to the desk.
Yeah, get back over there. Get that all set up.
90 seconds to go. We have Kodak earnings after the bell.
Woohoo!
Aren't we excited?
Pound the siren on that one.
No one cares about Kodak.
What do you mean? Come on, man.
They don't care.
My whole net worth in that thing. Okay, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with that. But again, thank you so much for all the love and the support. Thank you, Showtime. And again, I'm just glad that it worked out because we talked about the risk to reward there on this play. So yeah, man, it's a banger. There it is for us to end the day. Shout out to Joe today, Sharif, Neil, Adara, Ramin, Andre, Brendo, Fabian, Bears versus Bulls. Come on, man. Thank you so much for everything that you do. I mean, honestly, controlling these hooligans in the chat can be something else. Like if I was doing that, I'd be like a mess. So thank you everybody for all of that. I think I said thanks to Dara. Thanks to Dara for all the drops there and noticing all that stuff about Reddit, clarifying all of that. Before we forget it, let me just check out Reddit one more time here. 125. Wow, really? Now red off that story. So a little bit of a surprise there, man. Let's keep Reddit on the radar tomorrow. All right, the countdown is now up and ready to go. So there we go. Dara's getting ready to hit this with only 7 seconds left. It looks like the NASDAQ will go out positive, as will the SPY. 3, 2, and 1. Oh, I'm getting a notice that I still have pending orders, so I will cancel those. Oh yeah, because our TQ stop does not hit. All right, so far so good. The NASDAQ really took a dive there at the end of the day. I don't want to say a huge dive, but it gives back about half. We were up 1%. Oh boy, did we nail that one for that short there at the end of the day. So good trading there, man. Again, thank you so much for supporting us here at Trader TV Live. The only thing we can promise to you is every single day we will be live. We're live at 8:30. We're live now till 4:30 as we start to recap the show. We have earnings bonanzas when they're there, man. We come on early for Fed. We come on early for PPI, CPI, unemployment. So follow us, follow me, follow all of us. I'm over there. We put a nice showing there on Instagram this morning. So go have a look there as a behind the scenes. It was an absolutely great day. I'm off to go watch my daughter one more time play some hockey, so that should be a lot of fun. I like going, and then she's going to ask me for some Freshie or something tonight, which we're going to say no because the wife's already got some nice little. She makes these wicked. They're like chicken cutlets, but they're covered in cornflakes, and they're like a fried chicken sandwich, but a little bit healthier because it's baked. So we like doing that. I think that's what's on that pack for tonight. All right, there it is, man. Thank you so much to everybody. They're ready. We're already getting earnings. So from everybody here at Trader TV Live, I'm Sean. Thanks for watching. Ciao.
Thank you very much, Sean. I'm not making this up. My mom used to do the same thing with the cornflakes and the chicken, like with the fried chicken. It's not that it's delicious, and don't laugh if you've never tried it. Just give it a shot. The market, it was a big day for the market, Adara.
It was.
And I know the NASDAQ's up 0.5. We got a lot going on this week. You got NVIDIA's AI event. We got the Fed doing nothing on Wednesday. We got Micron earnings and somebody else in Micron on Thursday.
Nike and FedEx.
And Nike, FedEx, and Micron. An annoying story about a FedEx driver, blocking the walkway when we were trying to come back from the beach. And it's like, forcing me to walk in the road when I've got our little cart thing that you take to the beach.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
like
that's annoying.
They were like, we're on a strip, and all you have are these little like rental houses or like rental units with huge parking lots that you could just drive into and park there off the road. And the guy parks right in like the bike and walk lane.
That's chaotic.
Which that's all there is. I'm pulling this thing, and it's like I can walk into the street or nothing. And I'm like, and I have my daughter's there. It's like, why would you do that, dude? I don't like you, FedEx guy, that did that. But like, it's a good day for the market. Just the way we fell back was a bit of a different story at the end. A lot of imbalances that got paired off. So the Qs gives up a good chunk of what was a super impressive V-shaped rally day. No question about it. Because I don't care who you were this morning, it was really weak. Outside of maybe Intel and a handful of names. I know ARM had a good morning and AMD had a good morning. But NVIDIA was bleeding this morning. Tesla still ends up with a rough day. The Qs get back into the higher lows. This is usually a 3-minute chart. Just for me, I like it a little bit better. But yeah, a little bit of a dip there at the end of the day. But you can see across the board, we're green, right? You had strength. I mean, look at, these are two things I didn't look at today. But TAN, 3.5%. Are you kidding me? For the solar names? Uranium up 3 points. FXI being up, we shouldn't be terribly surprised. We saw the runs in Alibaba, Billy, Pinduoduo had some strong days. Energy had a good day, up 1.5%. I mean, it's all looking very good. And a couple of things that stood out, obviously, I think at the end of the show there, Adara, and thank you for correcting. I mean, you can say correcting the story or giving the goods on Reddit. Clarifying the story on Reddit, because for it to be back at 125, and this stock went 125 to 140, almost 142. You're talking over a 10% move up on volume to get right back into the bottom. And this is the importance of understanding a news story before you trade it. We didn't touch it because Adara was talking about how this was a report, this partnership with Alphabet on AI that was already out there. So thank you for letting us know about that, because it's so easy to get rugged if you don't have the goods.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking here to see if there's anything more on that on X. But yeah, basically, I found a link to it on X and I looked at it. So it looks like Google's blog in late February 2024, actually, or 2025. Anyway, they announced this. This was announced a while ago, this expanded partnership, or at least like it, wasn't enough of a big deal to move the market. But yeah, it is worth noting here too that again, this is, I think the way it was worded initially is it was a new partnership. It was never a new partnership, and again, had been announced previously. So whether or not the previous announcement had to do with the original partnership, regardless, I think the market realized it was quote unquote old news. And then it kind of dropped to the downside. There's also the issue of Reuters, which is certainly, I think, losing some of its credibility. We even had Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, call it out by name today and be like, no one should believe anything coming from Reuters, which is, again, not in and of itself an endorsement per se in terms of like, don't listen to Reuters, but it is worth noting, of course, how these sources are coming from. Elon Musk has also criticized Reuters in the past. So it's really important to look at the breadth of everything, which is really easy to get, caught up in or lost in when we have these market moving events.
Yeah, no question about it. I think that's sort of the important thing. I'm not here to speak about whether you should listen to Reuters or Bloomberg. It's just a matter of getting the story right. One thing Brennan always did well, and Adara does fantastically as well, is it's more important if you're going to trade off news to have it right than to be first. I would rather not trade into like this parabolic move. I'm unsure what's going on. And then you miss out on maybe it goes further, it gets to $150. I'd rather that happen than this alternative. And I think that's one of the things for a trader. You got to be willing to, as a trader, they used to always say this to me, you got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. Yeah. Meaning there has to be something about, I like this, but it doesn't give me an execution plan. Like I can like the setup, I can like the news, but there's no execution plan. And if you don't have an execution plan, you don't have a trade, for sure. So I know we're getting Kodak after the bell for earnings, but a couple of other things that I did want to go over because I alluded to, and we'd mentioned NVIDIA's weakness and another company which did not have a good day, Tesla down 5%. So you can talk about the V-shaped bottoms and the NASDAQ recovery and the ES doing really well today. Well, Tesla down 5 points, another $13 to the downside. It just continues. It did make a rally late in the day, trying to get to 240 and then pulled right back in. But on the daily chart, there just has been no reprieve. You bounce a day or two, and there's no follow through for Tesla. So it's still very much in that dead zone, trending back in. A lot of charts look like this that attempted bounces today. But I want to set things up. Like if you bounced last week and made a higher low off of that drop on Monday, Tuesday, did you break out last week's high? And the stocks that did are the stocks that I'm going to like going forward for the rest of this week. Tesla did not. I would posit that there's a few that did. Like I look at Apple, which was able to late in the day make a bit of that breakout and start to continue. So the stocks that were able to go, those are the ones I want to be able to jump into and look for continuation. And I'm actually interested in your take because one of the stocks that I was pulling up, and Affirm had a couple of good opportunities to trade in today. You like spready stocks. Mm-hmm. And I know you only look at expensive stocks because they tend to have bigger spreads. Yeah. You'd be surprised, a stock like Affirm at times on volume will have a bigger than normal spread for a $47 stock. Yeah. I think it would be up your alley. Something we were just talking about, which is when you know a trading style someone likes, it's like, well, Affirm's in play today, and it's probably more akin to the stocks you trade than you think.
It is.
And it certainly gave you lots of opportunities to say, I'm happy. It's weird. I only made money short. And really the best trade I think would have been a long off the low, but there was good shorts off the open, and then it was a good short late in the day at 47.20, but there was a good reversion trend long. But what were you trading today, Adara?
Well, yeah, I mean, I traded a couple of names. I was basically like flat on the day because there was some stuff in the morning, but we were able to make it all back, which is really nice. Affirm was actually on my watch list, and it's one I watched because I know it does have spread. So yeah, I didn't see anything that showed up for my liking, and by then I was looking at other tickers. BRKB was my really juicy, I think, meat hook. I want to shout out Obi for calling this one out for me. Basically, this one was kind of trending, right? We had a couple days to the upside. So first attempt at this, we actually get stopped out basically for flat. And then I'm like, oh, it's actually still working on this uptrend. So I got back in, were able to take that to the close, did not leave till like 357. So happy with how this turned out. That's why you really have to find your niche, right? Like I think Affirm is another one that I would say is certainly in that spready realm, but it's like, what tickers are you setting up the best for you for your strategy? In this case, this BRKB looked good. I had some plays on AAPL as well. So it's like, you have to find what works for you. Sometimes two tickers will set up when you're not looking at them. Affirm certainly was the case of that. I liked it right off the open, but I wasn't quick enough with it. Also, though, I do want to mention here, thank you, Darwin, for putting this in the chat. And I just verified this on my own, found this as well. Darwin bringing this to my attention. Wall Street Journal reporting that Alphabet, so the parent of Google there, is once again in talks to buy Wiz, which is a cybersecurity startup, for $30 billion. Initially, this was reported last year, but those talks reportedly fell through. Now they're starting back up again. So Google apparently trying to buy Wiz once again, as reported by Wall Street Journal.
So I know we don't have much in the way of earnings, but Getty is moving a little bit here. So and they did a report. They're up 11%. Remember, $2 stock here, Getty Images. But they did, I just saw it a second ago. They beat on EPS. They also beat on sales. So that's top and bottom. And it looks
Their
like
guidance is
the guidance is iffy. Yeah, the guidance is a miss, isn't it?
Well, the guidance was 918 mil to 955 mil. So the higher end of that is just above estimates of 954.667 mil. But I mean, if you're going to do midpoint, they're absolutely missed. That's a miss.
But keep in mind, 6% short float and $2 stock, right? So when you're beaten up like Getty is, I'm not going to tell you that's a good-looking daily chart because it's, well, yeah, I mean, there's words I could use. Putrid would be one of them. That's probably the best one. It's a really ugly-looking daily chart. So it's more of like a relief rally. 12% is nothing on a stock like this. You're expecting a little bit more volatility with it. So even with the miss on the guide, they are to the upside. This could always be worth it for like a continuation play, like a day trade tomorrow. Because when you look at this daily, like it hasn't done anything off this low yet. Like your bottom's here around $2. And your local resistance here is like $3 and another one at $3.80. There's lots of room if this is going to do some extra volume tomorrow to be able to pay attention to. As I said, there's not going to be too much to look for, but it's obviously That's one. The other one that we're expecting is Kodak, which had that late day, I mean, it had a late afternoon rally, and it's up a little bit in the aftermarket here. I haven't seen anything on the earnings, but a pretty small one there for Kodak. I don't think it's that big of a name. The other name that we're talking about for relative weakness, in addition to Tesla today, I know the market was strong. It's easy to go over those, and we saw a lot in the afternoon. NVIDIA down 2% today. Take it easy, Sean. 2% down for NVIDIA today. You know, it gapped up. You had the event start, and it just seems like, oh, excuse to sell? AI event starting? Let's just sell the event. Let's just sell the news. Because NVIDIA was the strongest name this morning, gapping higher. It caught a great bottom, runs into that 120 area, holds early in the morning off one bounce, but then continued lower. So unfortunately, got NVIDIA, which is trying to break, I mean, I don't want to call it a downward trend, but it did break an upward channel that it was in, and it's trying to revert off of that. But you can't get back to the moving average of, I mean, the 200 period's back at 127. I think that would be the next stop if there's any more bids underneath it. I just feel like none of these charts, and I've bought some stuff recently too, none of these charts look like this is over, in my opinion, in terms of pulling back. I think it's like the DCA patience kind of year thing, because I could easily see NVIDIA back in the 90s. I've said I think Walmart is one that I want to be continuing to DCA in, because to me, I didn't have enough of Walmart on the way up. So what I've been doing is trying to build into this, but I've only bought once, and it hasn't gotten to the 200 period yet, technically. So I'll wait till it actually gets to that level. Next quarter, buy another lot the next quarter, and then buy another one the next quarter, and then the next quarter, because that's what DCAing is all about. But you know what we're also all about here? Talking some higher time frames with our favorite chartered market technician. Time for a little trader talk with you-know-who. Ooh, there he is. Mr. Knox, that's what I'm talking about. So is that green? Tell me this.
I heard your criticisms after this morning show, so I went and I made sure I found a green sweater to put on.
Well, there you go. See, I got the green shirt on underneath the sweater. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you. I don't know if you celebrate it the way that I'm sure we all did in our youth. I don't anymore.
No, not with two young kids rolling around, that's for sure. Especially because I'm so old. If I have a couple beers, it'll take me a week and a half to recover.
Oh, come on. It's probably not that bad. But you said an interesting word there, recover. Mm-hmm. Today, you had a bit of a market bounce. Of course, on Friday, there was a bit of a bounce. Today, you had some fall through, maybe not as much in NVIDIA or Tesla, but plenty of other names and plenty of sectors continued their bounces here.
Yep.
What caught your eye? Because some of the moves off the lows, I'm specifically looking at a couple of big-time movers on the indexes, like uranium and solar, which people have been trying to catch bombs in that forever. Those had a good jolt. The Chinese names had some good runs. What caught your eye today? Because there's a lot of places you could have had your attention go to.
The lack of participation with the Mag 7 is the main thing that caught my eye. And actually, the chart I have up here is MAGS, for those who are looking. It's just an ETF that just holds the Mag 7, the big guys. And you can see, today's candle down a little bit in today and couldn't get going at all. You take a look at the SPY, nice little bounce. And more importantly, the RSP, which is the equal weighted version of the S&P 500, a massive sizable bounce today. So that to me was the biggest thing. The fact that we had such a good bounce and we didn't have the participation of NVIDIA or Tesla or any of these names that have been so popular for a couple of years. Yes, it's only 1 day worth of data, but it's really interesting because it's been a long time since I've seen a rally this big that didn't have those names. So that shows to me that there's a lot of stuff under the hood, I'm sure we'll get to, but financials being one of them with a big bounce, financials and healthcare. You mentioned uranium. I'm very interested there as well. But the fact that we could rally this much without those names that we just heard over and over and over again participating, I think that's awesome because it means there is this rotation under the hood we've been waiting so long for.
Yeah, and the other side to that rotation, at least part of that rotation as well, has been happening outside of the U.S. So you see China doing really well. today, despite, you could argue for those that are looking at fundamentals, you could argue either way about the economic data that came out this morning with regards to retail and industrial production and housing in China. But yeah, rotation is the name of the game. So the one thing I would look at, specifically if we just jump back to the RSP for a quick little second, because I think what I usually would look at for something like the RSP is, I think you've got a pretty distinct channel which is starting to form. And this recent bottom gives it to you, because if you start to connect some of these recent lows, and I could draw this, it doesn't necessarily matter whether you draw the trend line in here. But when I look at this, like if it were to, let's just say, get to the top of the trend, I could draw the trend line at the top, doesn't really matter, you get the point. When it gets to the top of the trend, I keep thinking we're in a choppy market. So anything that gets to top of trend or bottom of trend, I want to look for these reversion plays. But are you looking reversions long only, or do you look at any short reversions on things that you think have strength as well?
I'm with you on the choppy market. I remember coming at the beginning of the year and saying this is probably going to be a choppy market because it's year 3 of a bull market. We had 2 back-to-back 20% plus years. Makes sense that we're going to rest this year. So I'm 100% with you that I think that chop's going to continue. I think it's going to continue for some time. When it comes to shorting, I just don't do it well. It's one of those, I've went over my data, and I know you guys encourage this as well. You have to record your trades. You have to go over your data. And as somebody who's a quant, and what I do at Stats Edge is we backtest these systems going back 30, 40 years and look for edge that we can kind of prove. It's really, really hard to find. So what I'll do is mainly be in cash or in positions. So, last week I bought a whole bunch of names on the way down because the system just told me to, and I'm kind of holding a lot of those names. But if we do get to the top of the channel, I think it'll be more about selling those and going back to cash. I think you really have to play this whole buy the dip, sell the rip kind of mentality until something proves different. And for me, it could be even, this entire year and maybe a little bit more. So it's why I'm focused on this whole buy the dip, sell the rip mentality. And as always, looking for relative strengths. Like you mentioned China, I've been talking about that. I'm very long FXI and BABA from, weeks and weeks back. So hoping that this landing sticks, but that's the play to me, is that where in the rest of the world are we seeing strength? And then also, is there dip buys to be had, and just take a couple bucks when you can get it on the way down, and then when things bounce, you kind of go to cash and you wait for the next dip to get involved in.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. And look, I'm in BABA too, candidly, so I like it as well. Seeing some people were asking about Lucid, it's barely moving, and Kodak did a report, but it's not moving a heck of a lot. But I wanted to ask you about the quantum names. I know we went to dinner recently, and when you came out here and we were talking, I think it was a week or two after that, and you had mentioned that you were going to start to play with some systems that might apply a little bit to some of these types of movers. And I don't think anything moved quite the way that it's D-Wave. I always want to call it qubits because of the ticker, but I don't think anything really moved the way that QBTS did, at least the back half of last week, and then another big volatile day today. So I want, if you can give me your technical thoughts on it, because for a 21% short float at the actual 52-week high, which it challenged today, and is able to kind of held on to it. I mean, it's close enough, maybe like 10 cents away. It's like 8 cents away from that prior 52-week high. So clearly there's something big happening here. What is this telling you technically? Because it's always tricky to buy tops.
Yeah, so funny enough, so this is completely unrelated, and of course the systems I'm building know nothing about the stories behind this, but this purple line that I have right here, this is actually an entry that the systems that I'm building for pullbacks actually triggered. That's around 750. Of course, we need to get there this week. So what happens is, at the end of every week, I run all of the systems that we currently have running at Stats Edge and any ones that I'm going to build, and it just spits out a bunch of tickers with potential entry points if they get there, and then I just set these alerts. So that's what that line is, and it would be an interesting pullback. I like ones that line up technically, even though this is found kind of quantitatively, at about the 750. And it sounds like a big pullback, but you look at this chart, this went from 80 or 78 cents to 13 bucks and back again. it's one of those that if we pull back to there, I'll probably hold my nose and buy. But I think if we do, we'll end up being really, really hard. So there's a couple things going on. From a long-term chart here, the chart looks great because you had this action. Anytime you see this on a chart, that means this was a SPAC. It de-SPAC'd, it crashed all the way to 33 cents, and now it's back up at that price. So like you mentioned with the short float, with anyone who's sold, they're kind of feeling the pain right now. So through these all-time highs, we know that they're in trouble. However, part of my worry is that none of these companies do anything yet, and they're all just riding on a hope and a dream that they may do something in the future. So my worry is that, especially when we have this, I know they're calling it Quantum Day, but I looked at the schedule, and each CEO gets about 5 minutes to talk about their company, like all day. That's all the press they get. I'm worried that this is going to be a pretty epic sell the news event if we're up at this zone, but it's certainly not something that I would short myself. I just don't think I can other than the trade that the system's telling me to take, I don't think I could bring myself to hold these for any length of time.
Yeah, that's sort of the worry. And we talked about the sell the news event. I mean, they sold NVIDIA at the start of this week, and if nothing good comes out of it, and the stock has gone up 100% in the last couple of days, I'm with you on that. And to everyone that might look at that chart and say, well, 750 is ridiculous, I think that's a pretty measured and reasonable pullback, because at least if you get it, you're going to have yourself a reasonable out, as opposed to needing to hold it 40, 50%, like some ridiculous number against you. And I always say, like, it's one thing to have, I like the stock, or I like the possibility of a contention. It's got squeeze potential, all that kind of good stuff. But if you don't actually have a trade entry, then what's the point? Like Reddit was flying around on this afternoon. I'm like, oh, I kind of like the volume here, but I don't have an exit if I get a long up at the top. And if I don't have an exit till 125, you can't really be long at 137 in the afternoon, because $12 worth of risk at 320 is a really bad idea on a stock like that, because it's not going $12 up. So I like the fact that you have a structured idea, which you're patiently waiting for, which brings me to ask you, is there anything maybe that we haven't covered that is catching your eye a bit? I know I was off last week, so I didn't get a chance to talk to you about what you might think about energy and where that Nat Gas might still be going. It was a good day for XLE today, but I didn't really have a look at Nat Gas. What other names might be on your mind right now?
Yeah, so Nat Gas, I'm still in. We go to UNG, and again, the idea behind this was a really long-term play. The 200-day moving average was acting as a blanket, so I'm in from around the $17 area, and again, just holding this one for a period of time. But when it comes to a lot of these plays, and I can click through a lot of them, they're doing the same thing. So again, the beauty of what we're doing with the back tests is there's 30 some odd symbols that come out, and so far none of them have triggered. But you can see a lot of the same kind of price action that we're waiting for. So Groupon, for example, if you took today out of the equation, when I'm running the data, it's at 15 and wants to pull back to 12.5. And these are all, again, areas that are picked by algorithms. And that's the way I'm going to continue to play a lot of these names probably for the rest of the year, because when the beauty of having this data is I can go back and I can see what happened in similar markets. Did these systems perform very well or perform very poorly? And they performed pretty well. So again, buy the dip, sell the rip mentality. But when it comes to that, and I was talking about energy and commodities this morning, and you mentioned this as well. Talk about sell the dip, or buy the dip, sell the rip. This URA has a massive level at 24. You can see resistance all through here, 2022, 2023. It was support in 2024, and now it's acting as support again in 2025. So I'm really interested in some of these commodities. Oil stands out. We have uranium stand out, that they're all coming down to the support zone. And the thing I like about a lot of these is that they seem to be tariff proof, I guess, is a new word that we can kind of coin here, where if I'm going to start throwing all these tariffs around, the one thing that I think we can pretty much know for sure that he's not going to tariff is commodities that are mined and created inside of America. So I think that's why natural gas is doing okay. I think that's why copper is doing okay. I think that's why uranium is doing fine as well. So URA is one way to play uranium. NLR is another ticker that I talk about, where it has both uranium and these small and large nuclear reactors in there as well. That might be another way to play it. But yeah, a lot of these commodity names I think are starting to get interesting. So SCCO, which is Southern Copper, you can see is at a very decent support zone and now getting a bounce from it. So they're not sexy names. They're not like really awesome names. But as we talked about, the Mag 7 was down today and the rest of the market was up. So I think we got to go fishing under the hood for some of these less fun names to play.
Well, Southern Copper might not be a sexy name, but what you just saw with the flat bottom and the descending wedge, when you break that top and you're outs at that bottom, that's a sexy looking chart to me. You know, when I see that, I'm like, I get jazzed because that's exactly the kind of setup I like. I don't take swing trades very often, but that is always a good setup. Find that support, find that trend down, it breaks a trend, you have an obvious entry, and then you know where your stop is going to go, so the trade sort of makes itself. But you have to be able to find the names to trade. That's why we appreciate having you on, Michael, because we know you're going to give us a technical basis to know where to look, and that's what Stats Edge is all about, finding those opportunities. Now with you got uranium in there. I know you've looked at crypto, and now we're talking commodities. We're even talking D-Wave here, some of the high-flying names in the quantum space. So that's the beauty of the technicals is the charts don't necessarily care what sector you're going to be in. You just have to be able to respect them. So
I'll trade. Give me a tradable instrument in which the price is derived by some sort of auction market, and I'll trade it.
That's what we love to hear. Traders know traders, and we respect it and love you, Michael. And I appreciate all the good comments in there from our audience as well. Appreciating you as well. And have a fun and great St. Patrick's Day, even if you're not going to take part in any festivities. I'm sure most people did that on the weekend, but have a good one. Best of luck the rest of the weekend you're trading, Michael. Thank you.
I'll talk to you guys soon. See you Friday.
Take care. The button's there. I always have to hit it. It's like even Fabian comes back to the desk, and it's like I got to hit the button because I like the Trader Talk button. No, but it always fun having Michael Noss on there. We appreciate it. And the super chat. Thank you for the super chat here, Christopher Mulligan. Hopefully you didn't need any mulligans on the trading. Oh, after I do this, I have to tell something about some mini golf. Market closed 20 minutes ago. Still 3K watching. Appreciate you guys and appreciate our viewers. There wasn't even that much earnings, but we can get some knowledge. We can talk about what is reporting. We can go over some of the news stories. We can go over some of the sectors. We can go over some trade ideas because that's what it's all about. It helps you prepare for tomorrow, helps you prepare for next week, and that's what we try to do here. But because Mulligan got mentioned, on the strip, Adara, there were 2 mini golfs owned by the same company.
No.
And my daughter drives past. It's got like a pirate flair to it.
Yeah.
So we drive past. She's like, I want to do mini golf. I'm like, my daughter says she wants to do something. Generally speaking, it ends up probably happening. So we end up playing both of their courses. And I'm not going to say who won. I'm an adult. She's a kid. But she got a hole-in-one on one of the most ridiculous holes. And there was a bit of a wait to go to the next hole. And so she gets a hole-in-one. I'm like cheering, going nuts. And like there's a couple of couples because there's a wait. They turn around. They're like, wow. And they're like, do it again. So she goes right back up and drops another hole-in-one.
No.
And the thing that was killing me was, like, I wasn't filming most of it because you're not going to film every single hole. She hits the hole-in-one. It didn't even occur to me, well, what if she does it again? Let's film this. And of course, like everyone starts going nuts and cheering. They're like, do it a third time, which she didn't do it a third time, by the way. It was unbelievable. Like, I couldn't believe it. And of course, that just meant we're going to have to play a lot more mini golf in the future because now she's into that as well.
That's amazing.
But I love it. I love doing stuff with the family. But I know it's 4:30. Don't at me, everybody. We got to get some roll call in there as well. And again, I just want to appreciate all the viewers. And I got a lot of people reach out saying, I hope you had a great time and giving me places to go and making sure that check this out, check that out. It's really cool to have such a supportive community. But as a reminder to everybody about how roll call works, you want to be a real part of this community, you got to be in the chat, everybody. And you got to hit the subscribe button if you want to be in this chat. And it's It's the best community out there, very supportive. We're all here to learn. We're all here to get better as traders and investors, and that's what it's all about here. So shout out to everybody. But if you want your name read, hit that subscribe. Throwing a big thank you to Fabian Ramin on the 1s and 2s, the Bash brothers at the desk on the midday, Joe and Sharif. Shout out to Joe for filling in for me and Obi last week, doing a fantastic job. Shout out to Brendo as well. Shout out to Andre. Shout out to Adara on the news desk, killing it, making sure everyone got the Reddit story right and didn't get rugged, saving lots of money, I'm sure, for a lot of people that didn't buy the top on that. Big shout out to my boy Sean, of course, who's going to be back at the rink tonight. And of course, got to give a big shout out to both Michael and Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. So everyone give a big thanks to Bears versus Bulls, as Adara is going to do some roll call.
Thank you so much to everybody in this community. Thank you to Bears versus Bulls for everything you do. Neil, great to have you back. Thank you to Joe, Sharif, Obi, Sean, we have Brendan, we have Fabian Ramin, Andre, and of course, again, our moderator, Bears versus Bulls. We got, Raul in the chat, Sam, Warren Wall Street, Damien Tarza, Sir Poopy Paper Hands, Profits Never, Always Ever, Marie, Chancellor Palm, Silverado Blue, Dollar Bill, Stevenson, Havana Woody, 3 7s. We have Afterstar, Nick Downs, Garov, The Piper. We've got Malcolm Aldridge, DJ 2AM, Stevenson again, Silverado Blue again, a lot of the same names here. Sebastian Ontiveros, it's a new name here, and Bears versus Bulls here again. Or Alpha, we have 3 7s, Dan Gale, Brian Collins, J Muck, Brandon Townsend, Bright Awakening, and Rubicon 846. We'll end with that. We'll see you guys all tomorrow morning, bright and early, for more market stiffs.
And we'll have more of the AI event going on. The market is not going to rest. We've got Fed on Wednesday. We've got imbalances on Friday. It's a big week, everybody. We're Trader TV Live. Rest up. Enjoy your St. Patrick's Day. We're right back at you tomorrow morning. Bye, guys.
See you guys.
Danny.